This is why this stage is so important. 10 teams, 50 players. But let me tell you something. Best player is going to be...
Hey, Anne. Anne, it's Doki. D-O-K-I.
Doki?
Write it down. King of the chicken burgers. No debate.
Come on, please, and 4 times MVP in kickoff. The best Dutch player you know.
Okay.
You already know the name.
Well...
No, trust the history. I'm best here.
History? Did you guys not watch kickoff?
Seriously,
I was the best
what?
rated. And surely I get a little bit of a style bonus.
Guys.
How am I not even considered here? Everyone knows I've got the best stats.
Tune in on June 8th for EML Stage 1. Yeah, France is not winning the World Cup, mate.
It's coming home, it's coming home, it's coming. Football's coming home.
Jack, it never comes home for England. Never.
Seriously, guys, enough about football. We have a big show coming up. Let's get ready. Allez, allez.
Jon, why are you speaking? Denmark is not even qualified.
Afghan the franske klovn, man.
What did he say?
It's me. Made up language.
Week 2 of the EML is upon us, and we have 2 more play days full of action with our favorite region. My name is Anne, I'll be your host for today, and joining me in the studio, we have Alfama and Fresh. And guys, you took a bit of a trip across the pond to NAL, to SAL this week, but are we also happy to be back with our favorite region?
Yeah, the most entertaining one, maybe, we'll know. But yeah, we've been in a siege marathon, a siege tunnel for the past week. Super
Especially for you, you've been doing a lot of Brazil as well. But yeah, no, it was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun covering the NAL. Fortunately, our secondment is over. We are now back on. It might not be the best, but it is the best and most entertaining region.
I smell some serious copium here, but hey, it's fine. We had a lot of entertaining action as well last week. We'll jump into the panorama, as we always do, to review our final playday on Tuesday, starting with the Monster. We picked a player that almost single-handedly forced a comeback against Shifters, but it was just not enough.
Yeah, it's the story of Noah, I think, the story of a player that had to carry solo for the longest time, ever since basically he was abandoned by everyone. First abandoned by Joom, then abandoned by Adrian, then abandoned by Savage, and now him and Mugli are the only remaining players on the roster, and it just feels sad, Jack. It feels sad because he drops incredible games and is not winning.
I mean, he's painting himself in a great light on an individual basis, but yeah, he's having to ultimately one-man army it a little bit for Team Secret at the minute, and he's dropping 15 kills and still being on the losing side.
Okay, yeah, that was okay. Story aside, we just saw some action here in the studio as well, after we were discussing Noah as the Monster from last week Tuesday, but we'll have the moment as well, and that is an ace from the Fnatic game, and for that special occasion, we have the clip, but this time around with the player comms.
In open.
Kill me as well.
I know, chat off.
He's low, he's 1 HP, this Demos. He's gonna go walk up open, okay? Nice. I stop. The Demos 1 HP.
I'm gonna just stay there, just move to the left.
Crossing on the double door. Prone, on pink. Up, no more prone anymore. Injured. One more behind him, on the Jenny door.
I'm on the bridge, yeah. What's going on open? Yeah.
I'm holding bridge.
Still bridge.
I have bridge, just chill guys, they can't plant. Just chill. Don't sit offside.
Nice.
Nice, Jimmy!
Jimmy! we hear in the background, celebrations. But one other thing that I'm noticing there is there seems to be more of a clear voice, and everybody seems to be active in communication with each other as well.
I love the veteran player in Deepeg, by the way. It's his comms that we hear him, his voice that's saying, prone, now. And then just we hear the pre-fire perfectly at the right spot. It's good comms, good play from Deadshot, and DMR meta that plays off well.
Yeah, it's definitely not just the DMR. You're not sympathizing too much there, but I will say it was good to see Fnatic, actually get a good performance in there as well. And obviously Deadshot had that big moment, had the ace. Feels like it could really kickstart something for them. Feel like I've been saying it for 2 years, but maybe this time it'll be true.
Exactly, and then we'll turn to our match schedule for today to talk about our must-see, the biggest match in our opinion that is happening today. And we'll have a look at the third match of the day. That's going to be G2 versus Shifters. It is a story matchup, right? Because we talked about it during kickoff. Blaz not having left G2 so happily, playing against his former team again.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tricky one, He obviously it felt a little bit aggrieved, I think, leaving G2, but he's found his place on Shifters, and he's playing very well inside of that Shifters setup there, going up against G2. To then, there's always going to be that extra little bit of spice for him, and especially for G2 going up against a former player as well, sets that story up really nicely. But it's also just a story of a top team against a team that's challenging them, and the team that has the ability to beat them on their day as well.
Yeah, it's a little bit of spice, maybe a little bit of spite as well, of a roster change that he didn't want, and also, like you said, it's a team that is fighting hard to get at least a playoff spot. They want EWC, of course, but the first step is that playoff spot, and it starts by gaining points from teams that they should not beat. And so that starts today.
And just to make sure that you don't ruin the studio any further with the footballs that are still around our feet, we'll go sit down on the couch as we talk about the first game of... I see that in the corner of my eye. The first game of the day. I'm glad that rolled away without destroying anything.
So precise.
Maybe France is winning the World Cup. Who knows?
No, still not. It's still coming home, man. I'll be honest. It is still coming home.
That's a different sport. We'll talk about Siege here, and we'll talk about Rebels and Twisted Minds in particular. Now, for this game, there's a lot of meta representation inside this one. We saw that during the ENC as well. Quite some players on these roster represented teams inside that region.
I think it's beautiful to see. I think that last season, when we introduced EML branding, we're all thinking, why don't we see more MENA players? And I think that Esports Nations Cup has proved that we have a lot of that talent representing the Middle East and Africa region. And we saw that at ENC with players representing Morocco, Algeria, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, and Kuwait. And in fact, two teams actually made it to ENC from that. Saudi Arabia and Kuwait made it. And I'm just now thinking that Soltaf also was representing Turkey and was fighting through these quals, and he qualified with Turkey as well. So, 11 players that represented MENA at ENC? It's beautiful.
And why is that important? Because the game that we're coming up against here, Rebels against Twisted Minds, 9 of the players inside of the lobby will have all represented MENA in the ENC qualifiers as well. So, we've got a lot of talent from that part of the world playing for their countries and their regions.
We do, and both these teams in their first week have won one match and lost one match. I think the big difference that we're seeing, though, with Rebels is that there's a big difference in their attack and their defense win rate.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, Rebels have impressed us. I think the fact they came out the blocks, they got that victory, but I think the big learning curve, the big development point for them, ultimately, is they're doing it on their defense. When they're on defense, they are looking like monsters. You see the flanks from, Mato, Linko, just everybody going nuts together, big, aggressive. The attacks are not quite clicking yet. When they do, they'll be a really good team. They're currently the 10th best attacking team in the league.
So the worst.
Out of 10.
Yeah.
But the second best defending team. So if they can raise their attacking level just 10-20%, in terms of their performance, they will actually be pretty consistent and really be in that challenger spot.
And I think it's the main thing with teams that maybe have a little bit of less experience. It's they don't know how to react as quickly and as deeply, I think, as many other teams. And I think it's the biggest thing they have to work on. And it's one of the things also that shows up the most when you have that lack of fundamentals. It shows more in attack than in defense, where everyone can have a set role. And I think, honestly, it's one of the hardest challenges when you're a pro team. So yes, it's something they need to fix, but at the same time, it is a really hard thing and way more complex than it appears.
Yeah, and for their opponent today, they also won one game and lost one game, but they played some really close games, though. The good thing is, when we watch Twisted Minds, normally we're in for an entertaining game.
Yeah, that's the beautiful part of that playstyle, right? That chaotic and predictable playstyle, super aggressive, and at the same time, I think they've added another layer of their playstyle there. I think that really showcased at Salt Lake City their ability to play a more default traditional game when they need it, and to have a great discipline. And the man on your screen here, I think, really had a big shakeup after missing Salt Lake City, after having been replaced by his twin brother. I think Dove really improved a lot, Jack.
Yeah, I think so. I think Dov in kickoff was the worst rated player for Twisted Minds. He only really actually came alive in the very final couple of games that they played to get them to Salt Lake City. But then look at those stats, Leo.
Yeah, and Hashom was one of the best players on kickoff, and if they switched, if you think about it, you look at the statistics and you hide the names and the players. You might take down on the left, it's the entry player, on the right, it's the support player on the shields. And realistically, it's the opposite. Dove, who's still playing the shield, who's still playing the support role, is the most consistent player on the side of Twisted Minds. And Hashom, who we used to see being really that shining, bright player with incredible multi-kills, still not quite there.
But I think the encouraging signs is we have no doubt that he will get there in terms of that performance. He's always got a huge performance in him. So if, in general, the team has raised the bar and Hashem's just a little bit under it, he will raise the bar himself, and then they will be even better than they were in kickoff, which, of course, was good enough to qualify for Salt Lake. So, you know, Twisted Minds, they are the real deal right now.
I want to take a little peek at our map veto as well to see where this best of one will be taken to, and I'm very excited to see your border here, because for these two teams I think that matches really well.
Yeah, I think so. I think Twisted Minds we've seen on border. We've seen them on border a lot against Falcons. In fact, the previous play day of EML last Tuesday, we saw them play a border. They unfortunately lost that game, but it's a map that should suit their style. We'll talk about it being chaotic, we'll talk about it being crazy, but actually they work quite individual on that map. You'll see Hasham usually underneath, you'll see Dov playing the break balcony, and then the other three players together kind of going as one unit wherever they go. It's kind of how they will attack, but it's a map that suits them because it's very gunfight heavy. And I actually think for Rebels, if we go all the way back to the start of kickoff, that was the map that they came out the blocks and they beat GK on that map and said, hey, we're here. They were very aggressive and it was a very confident border. So both teams like this map a lot.
Yeah, and I like that they bring the firepower to a game where, you know, they're not afraid and missing the confidence to make that challenge, to take on Twisted Minds on what should appear as one of the biggest, most TDM map in the meta. And you're doing that. Also a map on which the shields matter a lot. And then a map on which Solid Snake, Demos, and Dokai's combo is especially strong. So right now in today's meta, going onto border is always a big conflict, especially for defenders. And they're going to have to start on that side. This is going to be a rough one.
Well, I will say, we did say they do have to start in the defense, but actually, when we said Rebels had a difficult attack
strong side,
10th best in the league, you know, they will be getting onto a map that is actually somewhat comfortable to attack for most teams as well. So the map selection maybe will ease the symptoms that they're seeing across the other maps.
And you know what? I'm actually quite excited to see a border, because during my last two SAL playdays, I got to see quite a lot of it, and I saw some incredible rushes. Ooh. I saw a top floor rush where they dropped the diffuser on sandwich window. They faked it in smokes. Everyone was firing C4s in sandwich window, and they rushed from Archive side with a Ying.
Nice.
And I saw another one on Taylor's bomb site. It was from the new Liquid roster, former Furia, who rushed on Taylor's window with glass on there, smokes, Thatcher, planted the thing in, and then honestly beautiful. Quite a lot of innovation, and like I said, Dokaibi is incredible on the map. Yeah. That paired with with Deimos is completely insane. I've even seen a Dokaibi paired with an IQ. IQ was downstairs on the ground floor, and she was trying to shoot at the guys that were being called from Dokaibi. It was honestly really good innovation that I've seen so far on the map.
Absolutely love it. I mean, this is why I usually get really excited about a map like Border, right? Given there's so much possibility for executions, and we're seeing that even in our own ranked games as well. But for these two teams, talking in the greater scheme of things, right? And when it comes to the standings that we see appear on the beautiful screens behind us, in regards of making it to an international event, given the MENA representation is so high, they want to make it to an event that was previously inside that region as well. It's going to be an important game for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think two things. I think Twisted Minds, they're expected to be that top 4 team, especially after being the best EML team at Salt Lake City. If you look at the standings right now, they're not there yet because they had to lose to Falcons. If you look at the side of Rebels, they're not expected to make it. And I put them in my tier list in a must need a miracle to make it to EWC. And I think they're here to prove everyone wrong. And if you look, they're 8th right now. Yeah. They need points.
And I think for Rebels, they've obviously got some things that need fixing in terms of their attacks. This is a good opportunity to do it. They've got themselves on a good map. Even if the result necessarily doesn't go their way, put themselves in a good performance to set themselves up for tomorrow and of course Super Week next week. They are currently in 8th, but it's the top 6 that they'll want to be focusing on. Playoffs, that's the bar that they want to be focusing on. Get themselves into playoffs and then worry about the qualifications to the event once they're already inside that playoffs.
Well, the match is almost ready, so it's time to introduce you to our voices for today. We're joined by Ace and Des. And guys, I think with Border coming up, we are in for quite a treat for ourselves here, aren't we?
Are we? Are we?
A little bit more excitement, please. Come on.
Well, I struggle with the map, but I think you're right in terms of these two teams. Like we've said, Rebels really struggling on attack, Twisted Mind struggling on defense a little bit. I think it's going to be chaos, to be honest.
It is.
That's what I mean when I say this about Border. It's the chaos that comes with it. I like it sometimes, but sometimes it also results in car crashy maps. I hope this isn't a car crash. I hope it's a good one. I think it will be, but for me, it's Twisted Mind still.
I'm all in for that chaos, but the game is ready, so please take us to Border.
Thank you very much, Anne. Right, game one, Tim, of a play day of 5. We were speaking about the games that we've got coming up today and tomorrow especially. Looks really interesting for the kind of games we've got then, but today is a bit of a taster, a preview for some of the games that we can get tomorrow. This one, I think I'm pretty much on board with the social vote. That 2 and 3 going in favor of Twisted Minds. It feels about right.
Yeah, I would expect so. As Fresh quite rightly says, being on Border might help Rebels with that attack a little bit, but we've got to remember they've won 2 out of 12 attacks so far on other maps. I don't think just a map on its own can cure that. So there's issues that are going to have to be addressed within the team there as well to get them a few rounds on the board. Positively for them, they are is it positive? They're starting on the defense, which at least takes away that attack problem until you've maybe got a few rounds behind you. But that being said, it does mean that Twisted Minds are starting on the stronger side of this map. So, it could be all over before it begins in many ways. But look, we'll see how this one plays out. If nothing else, I am expecting chaos. Rebels have had some upsets so far, beating Falcons on the first day, of course. They also give Virtus Pro a good run for their money last week. They got themselves, halfway through the game in the lead, and then unfortunately it slipped away as they moved on to attack and Virtus Pro fought back. But Twisted Minds, they're going to have their work cut out. I don't think it's going to be easy for them.
Yeah, as we've all kind of alluded to, Twisted Minds, they had a good start last week. Falcons game is what the Falcons game was. Rebels also in a similar spot, had a win, had a loss. Both teams are at that point where it's, I think, trying to find their feet a little bit. In fact, I remember some of the guys in Twisted Minds on social media after the game on day 1 saying, woo, got some things to shake off here a little bit. It's been a little bit bumpy. And it was a similar story on day 2. But I think now that we've had a week, everyone's had the chance to sit down and play their first couple of games and get a feel for how we're playing as a team, what's not quite worked in those first 2 games. We've had a little bit of time to adapt and adjust and work on those little sharper edges as part of their gameplay. I think this week you'll start to see a much better representation of what these teams are capable of. And again, for me, that feels like Twisted Minds should come out on top, but you can't write Rebels off either, not with the kind of plays that we saw some of these boys making last week. Then that 1v3 will forever live in my head from Marto, and I hope there's more to come today.
What would you have me do?
Armory will be our starting location. I don't think anybody is surprised by that. Rebels going to kick things off in the number 1 start here on Border, up on that top floor. Twisted Minds, which side do they go? Where do they play? Do they try and get themselves into CCTV, or is it a move across to Office and Archive side? Monty's presence up here would suggest it's going to be CCTV and then try to work across from there. They just need to be cautious though. I do quite like this from Rebels, having that wall half open like that. Very aggressive stance for the defense, allows them to peek out. There's no safe place on that balcony or in CCTV really, because you can open up holes easily enough and peek all the way through. So I like this.
Yeah. Like you say, it makes it slightly riskier. I say more for the attackers than it does the defenders. You've got much less room to play with, whereas the defensive side, half wall, you can take yourself a little bit deeper inside a site. You've got small office. There's a lot more space for you to maneuver around. This thing is why you're going to see them first being forced to come and clear Linku out inside of CC. Because in this spot, well, you can contest a large portion of the map to begin with, and you also challenge anyone trying to push in towards that wall. But with a little bit of pressure coming into them, they managed to get it done, blowing the wall wide open with the Sophia and looking maybe to try and get their push on through with Jalad coming in on the backside as well. This is a great takeover of this site overall, but they've got to get rid of Astra, who's currently still in on the wall. C4 at the ready, not going to find the shield. Got a couple of kills at the back of it, admittedly, but it's a 4v2. And it feels like Twisted Minds now can just work as a team to see this one over the line.
Yeah, they've got all the time in the world here, so they can just bully these two as exactly like that. Send them Monty in a bit, force Asa to move. They've got him held from another angle. Take a bit of damage, chip, 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 until they get him down and out, which is going to be the case. Jalad manages to pick up Marto as well. Good initial attacking round for Twisted Minds. I would be concerned for Rebels here. The problem is Linku playing inside of CCTV. He gives them that movement that allows the kill, but always on Border. I'm not saying that Linku's the problem. I'm saying the problem with that death is Border being such a small map. one death kind of leads to the next and the next, because you're all working together in one kind of big lattice work of defense. So when that drops, your player now playing half wall, the Warden playing half wall and on the breach is now significant extra risk, and we see the pressure immediately then come in there. So players have to try and adapt, and as they move, they're killed from archives or from other places, and so it just becomes a big problem. It's like defenders really need to keep everybody alive on board. That one death can have such a domino effect on this map.
Absolutely. It's a good little set piece play. Normally see like bait coming in from that sandwich window. It's worth stressing as well when you've had like Yings being dumped inside a site and normally a hit inside of archives. So good, I think, to load the pressure all on the west side instead. It's worked out, as we said. And now we're into a quick tech pause here before we get ourselves back underway with that second round. Tim, I think it's probably worth talking about some of the other games today as well. We've got a brief pause here as well. You know, VP versus GK coming up next. Many will look at that and think it's quite one-sided. G2 versus Shifters, for me, probably the game that I'm most interested in today, because Shifters have been really on the up in terms of their team play, the capabilities they've shown. Yes, they've won one, lost one, but came very close against Twisted Mind on play day 1. I'm not saying G2 are going to necessarily lose the game outright, but I think if G2 aren't careful, Shifters could come in with a bit of a surprise in game 3.
Yeah, I don't disagree there. I think, you know, I've been, as you know, quite openly touting Shifters as being one of the teams that will be fighting for top 4 come the end of this. They could take that 4th place and get themselves through to EWC. I think so, at least. So, yeah, I think absolutely right. That's going to be the big one for the day. I am interested to see GK as well against Virtus.pro. I know we're all expecting Virtus.pro to go in and roll that one, but you've got to look at GK as a bit of a wild card at the minute, and I don't mean the NA team, I mean in general. Like G2, they took them to overtime, then they got absolutely rolled over by Fnatic, who showed big improvement. So it's just been like 2 completely different ends of the spectrum from GK. We've spoken about the roster coming together. I don't think anybody really knows what to expect, so I honestly continue to expect them to just be a surprise package every week that, you know, maybe we get something from, maybe we don't, who knows. But yeah, I'm looking forward to that one.
Right, well, we'll see, of course, what happens when we get to it. But now let's get back into this game. Now that we've got through our tech pause and the round is underway. We've seen, in fact, we've cast a lot of Siege over the last week, Tim. You and I, we did EML a couple of days last week. We found ourselves in with SAL on the weekend as well. Of course, we both watched a lot of NAL as well, given the start time is now absolutely perfect for us. And I think it's fair to say, things like the Snake, things like the Deimos, things like the Dokkaebi have been very, very prominent. Dokkaebi maybe not as much as we come to expect. She's, of course, banned away here, but Snake still dominated the meta overall.
Yeah, super powerful. Super powerful. I think teams are finding ways of dealing. It seems to have slowed down a little bit, I will say that. And I'm just kind of thinking about what we've seen over the last few days compared to maybe what we saw when he first came into the game. Still very, don't get me wrong, still very influential, still very powerful. Maybe teams are just learning to kind of deal with it a little bit more, but still, yeah, almost essential. You know, we saw it in SAL, players like Fantasy and Lobin with those aggressive styles immediately bringing Snake every opportunity because he's just so valuable to players like that. So Jalad is going to be bringing him along. We'll see how much of an impact he has. Very powerful on border as well, because from the balconies, if you work your way around, you can pretty much see the entirety of the upper floor really on that Soliton radar scanner. So sees the leg! Walking up main stairs is not going to get his man though.
Done his best, but just fell a little bit short, unfortunately. I was going to say, seeing his army available on border feels quite rare as well, given our bans have been committed towards 2 of the operators we typically see being brought along to slow things down. Obviously, Twisted Minds wanted to move fast through the map. Does mean the army might be the one that slows you down a little bit, and that setup around these stairs is a bit of a nuisance, and that's why you've got P9 going for, I wouldn't quite call it a backstab, but he's certainly asking questions in towards this main breach again. And it is going to mean Rebels are going to be very, very careful. If they get loaded on that side of the map again, they could be in hot water with very little they can respond with.
Going to be holding that angle for the time being, but can't do so forever. East stairs being held is at least a positive for Rebels, even though they've lost Marto. Soul is particularly powerful here on board because there's so much verticality. There's only Fountain that you can't really get any vertical into. Jalad manages to get a double though, and that is not good. The third comes in, Lem's taken down by Dover, and it's all up to Link, who takes a whole bunch of damage there. To think about getting the diffuser down and successfully complete it. 1 versus 4 as Link, who starts starts the fight back, manages to down a second, but look at that health now. Seriously, 1 HP and a dream, a shield against him. Not a chance as Jalad steps in and finds the kill. And that's going to be round 2 going to Twisted Minds. 2 failed attempts at that top floor.
Yeah, it's again, this is what I was a bit concerned about, was the loading suddenly on towards main breach. Once the Sophia gets the entry on that side of the map, attention turns less from applying 2 or 3 players in towards east stairs. They rotate everybody round, one comes up metal, bam, 2 or 3 of them suddenly flooding in towards side, getting a couple of kills, and then there is nothing that Linku can really do to respond. It's like Twisted Minds are just like slowly circling around their prey here, Tim, just picking off 1 kill here, another kill there, and then going, right, now we can see where they're weak, load that side of the map. It's been really good so far on the attacks, and that lack, I think, of the Goyo to slow things down, and also seeing the Thorn taken offline just means that they can move at pace when they choose to. Yes, the Nazami will slow you down, but it's not like a physical slowdown as such. It's more to stop you getting shots onto defenders who can then hold in really effective positions. I think Rebels are realizing now they're in a spot of bother.
Yes, not surprised whatsoever. I would agree. You've got to do. You can't let Twisted Minds, especially a team like Twisted Minds, get too far ahead of you. And right now, Twisted Minds are just winning every aggressive gunfight. Every time they go to take an area of the map, they basically come away with that area of the map. They're not taking any real losses along the way. It might pick up 1 death here or there, but generally in both rounds, they've been at 4v2, 5v3. They've had really serious advantages, and so Rebels have got to start playing in a way that enables them to start keeping hold of those areas of the map. First thing we'll see is them likely move away from that site. I can't see them going for a 3rd time there. Correct, we'll be down in bathroom and tellers. So that's going to spread them a little bit thinner, but that might actually create a little bit more room for movement for them. Rather than a player being in elbow and just having to sit in elbow because that's their spot and they've got somebody in office already, they've got somebody CCTV already. This might just give them a little bit more freedom to play with. I'm looking at players like Linku on the Ella, might be able to just get a little bit more mobile on that top floor and keep Twisted Minds guessing a little bit, because right now, while Twisted Minds have recognised that somebody's in a specific spot, they're doing very, very well, whether it be with nades, utility, gunfights, of just going in and clearing them. So I think a little bit of mystery, a little bit of unpredictability might actually help Rebels.
I was going to say, surely we don't see the Madness going to the same site for a 3rd time, right? You might look at it on numbers and go, yeah, but top floor is just so much better. I haven't looked at the numbers, couldn't tell you. I'm pretty sure Bathroom's also a fantastic site stat-wise. But if we'd gone back there again, I would have referenced that. It was many years ago now. I want to say it was FaZe versus Empire. And I want to say it was on Cafe, and Empire ran, maybe it was FaZe, I forget. One of them ran top floor Cafe, much to your chagrin, Tim, I'm sure. They ran top floor 5 times in a row. And
did they lose it all?
5 times in a row. But obviously,
what a surprise.
play it over again. But I just couldn't believe it. I was like, I can't believe someone's done this. I'm yet to see a team play the same site 6 times in a row, but who knows? Siege hands us new surprises every single day.
Maybe that's what's thrown the defensive stats off for top floor Cafe for years, Des.
It's just broken the numbers so much, and your rage is all based on one match. Tim, it's a rush. They're going to breach. They're going to go. They're going to go.
Yeah, they certainly are. Just waiting. There's the 3-2-1 coming. They're just waiting to get into position, and there it is. Blitz goes steaming in, but they've just gone steaming past Asa. They've left him alive. That's who you were supposed to go and get. This could be an opportunity for Rebels if Asa can show a little bit of trigger discipline here and move at the right moment. Linku, if you remember, I suggested on the Ella, get a little bit more mobile, find some kills. Asa plays that perfectly, by the way, by not getting involved too soon. Doesn't then get wrapped up with the Blitz. Manages to get his kill, get away. Brilliantly played by Rebels. Kudos to them. Really, really nice.
Cool, that's at the Matador there. He's the charging ball and the Blitz fly past him, and he looks at it like, yeah, see you later, I guess. Far too easy, and probably a little bit there on Twisted Mind's side, trying to gung-ho, Hail Mary their way through. Clearly haven't thrown everything out. They've been a little bit stung by that. They've had to try and figure things out as they've gone. There's Flag coming into the Blitz as well, who surely... I was about to say, surely he doesn't get away with 2. Tricks now left at a 1v4. Linku and Asa both down on dangerously low HP, mind you. A single bullet, enough to put both in the grave. The drop comes on through. Finds one, has to get rid of that Fenrir F now, though. That's going to be a headache otherwise, and indeed does so. Got to go on the hunt, though, and clear out 3 inside 40 seconds.
Look at the HP though, very low on the side of Rebels. And I tell you what, Rebels know a little something about 1v3s. Generally, they like being on the other side of them, I would say. But
what place to put an F that, by the way?
Just right in the middle of it. Look, it did its job, but so did Trix. Absolutely deletes Asa. 2 to go, 20 seconds. Knows there's a one. Manages to find him 1v1. Knows the other's up on top floor. He just took shots at him. Is he going to be able to get up there and take the fight? Doesn't have diffuser in hand. They are both fractions of health, and it's Linku that manages to find his man. Rebels get their round, and it is 1-2.
I tell you what, if Rebels had bottled that one, Tim, we'd be having words right now. Jesus. But Trix, man, what the Nora was that? Coming out there with some sick aim, some great flicks, almost got away with the 1 versus 4. And given that was a bit of a Hail Mary round for Twisted Minds, like I remarked on, don't think they'll feel all that beat up about losing it either. But it'll come out for them, they feel brilliant about it, trying to play the crazy game off the back of a tactical timeout, and they lose it. Okay, not the end of the world. I did wonder if we'd go back up to that top floor, Tim, but they're going to completely swerve it. We're going to Vents and Workshop for round 4.
Yeah, I think... yeah, move on somewhere else. You've had your 2 attempts there. I'm not saying don't go back there at all. I think get Vents locked down and then worry about top floor after that. Like I said, I think that round showed what I was saying really at the beginning. It just gave them that little bit extra room. When you're up on top floor, you are going to be almost always in one of 4 rooms. You're going to be CCTV break, you're going to be office, you're going to be on site. That's about it. And I think Twisted Minds were able to use that information really, really well and just make it difficult to stay in those positions, whereas this time when they were spread across both floors, look, we saw it, the blitz goes steaming in, boom, straight upstairs. That's where I want to be, that's where my guy is, because they've missed the guy in box, you know, and that's the problem for them. Asa's then able to harm them later on. So yeah, I think really well played from Rebels, just using that extra space, link up on the top floor as well with the Ella, doing exactly the same, and it just kept Twisted Minds guessing. They need to, I think, do the same again. They've got the same layout, yes, it's a different site, but they can use that 2-floor defense, get it nice and spread, not too thin, but thinner than it was in the first couple of rounds, and force Twisted Minds to cover more ground, because you've just seen that it paid off.
Absolutely. Well, let's see how Twisted Minds change things up. No doubt going to have to work their way through the entirety of the map, get that full map control, and Trix could well play a part. And here, of course, had a big one in the last one on the Twitch. Here, being on the Blitz, he is the tip of the spear. But I think information is the most important part. They didn't play around it last time around. It was more of a blind, like I say, a bit of a Hail Mary, hoping for the very best, in which they paid the price. But here, I think things will be that little bit more slower, a little more controlled. Won't quite give Rebels the satisfaction of something quite so chaotic going their way again. For now, just asking questions to the player inside of security, who they want to try and force away. It is Linku that's dug in deep on that Fenrir. FNAT's no doubt scattered around once again. Marso off towards his right-hand side, feeding info across on the Solar, so as the pressure builds up, they will eventually have to back away and drop down through the hatch, but Pleno falls down first and foremost. That's not ideal. That should mute offline.
Yeah, we're going to see a response, though, as Marto manages to pick Lad up underneath the book, just being caught out, and we've got that rotation from Marto there to get himself back to site. Could do with being above on the Solus, really, but not worth giving his life for either in a 4 versus 4. I think you get back to site, clear your time, and if the opportunity presents, get back upstairs to use that scanner to plant deny. Trix does manage to go in, get aggressive, takes down Elems, 4 versus 3, and the problem is that the Blitz is now amongst them. Marto goes down as well, finished off by Hasham with that gadget, 4 versus 2, and you all know, having the Blitz, it's like having a wasp in the room. You just can't concentrate or take your eyes off it, and Trix have taken full advantage of that there.
It's just terrible. It's terrible. Terrifying was the word I was going for. It certainly isn't terrible. Terrible if you're the defender. As maybe we're about to find out for us. C4 at the ready, going to try and get Trix, who went for the shot, missed it, but so far away, didn't take any damage anyway. May well lose out to his feet here, though, if he's not too careful. Dov looking completely the wrong way there as he steps in towards Archives. Will lose his life, but a plant now going down from P9, who is downstairs inside the workshop shortly. Needs to be killed off. That's the second kill that Astra has got with no one even taking a look at him. And we're down to a 1v1. It felt like Twisted Minds were in full control and had the ability to win this round, but now I was going to say there's a chance that Linku can come out on top, and that's exactly what he does. Twisted Minds, they've let that one slip.
Yeah, Twisted Minds seem to have really taken their eye off the ball in that one. We had the Nomad dashing in on the back of a flash, and like you said, kind of looking the wrong direction. I don't know if they maybe flashed themselves or something, but also it's a warden. Like, you can't just follow the flash in there. Like, you're going to have a free kill, which is what it seemed like. So they get punished for that. And then the hatch drop comes in. And again, with the plant going down, there's two of them stood right there. And I've got to wonder what one of them's covering, because the hatch drop comes in and they just don't respond at all to it. Free kill again. Very, very strange from Twisted Minds. Like I say, it's like they just completely took their eye off the ball.
Yeah, look, they're in a 4 versus 2 at this point.
Yeah.
And that's I think Dolph was really unfortunate that he was trying to shoot a gap. There was a mute jammer on the floor. I think he was trying to shoot that. Didn't expect to get swung so aggressively, but I'm like, why would you want to look at the mute jammer at that point anyway? Your focus is on the player that's pushing your blitz.
Yeah, underneath they were covering the verticals, so fair enough they were covering something, but yeah, just not prepared at all for the aggression out of Rebels, which, you know, Twisted Minds, I'm not being funny, that's exactly what you would do in that situation. Twisted Minds would take the drop, take the gunfights and win them. You know, you've got to be able to play against that same sort of style. So 2-2 as Rebels managed to secure both of the downstairs sites. I like what they've done there. They've adapted. They've, I think, recognised what was causing them problems, and that was being too static and being forced out of these power positions easily by Twisted Minds. So they've taken it elsewhere. They've had a bit of a more mobile defense, and it has suited them down to the ground. Problem that they've got, they now have to play it up on that top floor again, and it's no surprise to see a player down here in storage, actually, because again, it's kind of going with that same theory, that same mentality of let's get out in the map a little bit then and let's cause a nuisance. If you play the Solace underneath, they can still have an impact on the round because of all the verticality, as I spoke about earlier. So yeah, I think again, great from Rebels that they're trying to mix it up a little bit and just trying to get a bit more mobile.
Yeah, this is what you've got to be on this map. We spoke about this on broadcast last week when we were casting board about them, because the map is very attacker leaning. You have no choice but to get out there and play the map. You have to contest parts of it. Otherwise, if you sit on site and just defend it, the attacker's knocking your door inside 30 seconds, and you give an attacking team with all 5 players up 2.5 minutes to formulate an attacking plan at this level. Fair chance you're losing the round. You have to get out there. The meta also dictates it at the minute. You've got to try and waste as much time as you can. Hopefully drain some resource, get rid of a player or two while you're out there at the same time. But Tricks, Alems, none the wiser, loses his skull. P9 in for a second, and once again, Twisted Minds have a 2-man advantage. We've seen a couple of these slip away from them so far, Tim. Hopefully they hold on.
Yeah, top floor has been very good for Twisted Minds, as we said, and it looks like it's going to treat them well again. Just seeing a little bit of movement from Linko there. He's just trying to keep himself active inside of CCTV. The keeper barriers, you know, they're really helping him there, but I don't think Twisted Minds are too worried. They've got themselves top east control. They're now drawn in. They want to get a complete picture of where everybody is, and then there's going to come a point where they will execute, and that's the important moment for the Azami. Needs to win some gunfights when that moment comes, and when Dover pushes in through this door, needs to be able to punish him, and that's exactly what Linko's done. He's taken the fight to death, keeps himself in position in CCTV. Really nice. 4 versus 3. Rebels could hold on here.
Yeah, Linku has been absolutely phenomenal, I think, so far throughout this half for the boys. There he is yet again, this time less than a 1 versus 4, though. He finds the 1. Jalad gets the close, though. It's unfortunate, but they need someone else to step up with him here. Jalad's shaking there. Oh, I killed the Giant Slayer. Linku, the scary man. Like I say, he's been really good. 7 kills throughout this half so far. Yes, there's been a couple of rounds where they've been absolutely bowled over, but obviously the ones where he stepped up and made it count. He won out their second round, for example, with that kill that he got into P9 from above. Really good play so far.
Yep, absolutely. Good stuff coming out of both sides, really. Like I said, the rounds that teams have won, they've very much gone in and won. So, you know, I like to see that. They're not having any crazy mistakes, anything sort of too much being thrown away. I really like this play from Linko on the Azami. Just, you know, aggression at the right times, managed to get one. Opened it up the direct. There was a trade there that came through, I think, which was a little bit of a problem for them.
Well, 1 down, 1 killed.
Yeah, like
a weird one.
It wasn't really ideal for them. But Rebels, it was a close one on the top floor, but that gives them the opportunity to get back downstairs. This is where they've seen their success. They will look to level things up 3-3 at the half. Then comes the big question mark. As we've said, as Fresh put it, Rebels 10th best out of 10 when it comes to attacking. So it's been a struggle for them. 2 out of 12 rounds successful so far, and that's what they're going to be heading into. So I think a 3-3 here is pretty essential.
It's being structured ball that way. Where I really want to see something change for Rebels, honestly, is on the entry. Which I know sounds easy to say, but they've lost 4 of the 5 entry battles so far. The only one they've won, Shock Horror, was from Linku. He's the only one who's really been able to get himself into the game so far. Otherwise, it's P9 in the first 2 rounds. We've had a Shom in round 4, Tricked in round 5. It's always Twisted Minds taking the onus, and I think a lot of it comes from identifying where players are in these power positions are quite isolated, or just being able to pick someone off by getting shot in the head from a shield, as sometimes will happen, I guess. But it's just one of those where, again, I feel Twisted Minds are the ones making all the plays right now, and that kind of is the nature of Border to a degree, but it also speaks to Twisted Minds and their more aggressive playstyle, where Rebels so far are struggling to deal with that.
P9 opening up east there's just preparing the way for himself. Brava doing some serious work. We always talk about the value of Brava, and we can see it there in action once again. Banshee taken away in archives is going to give a little bit of an easier entrance for Twisted Minds, means that they can do so somewhat unknown. And Rebels might be expecting the sound of that Banshee to come through. Waiting area being hold, just passes behind the pillar there, so no opportunity despite the silhouette looking otherwise. And Twisted Minds, I think, just playing this kind of cool at the minute and happy to see if anybody presents them with an opportunity, and somehow Jalad's managed to just kind of wander in there and start putting the diffuser down. He's not taking any damage, the smokes have been missed, and that is a big blunder coming in from Rebels to allow that.
Yeah, with all players up as well is even more mental, but at least they've got the entry, Tim. That's what I asked for, and they can lose the round, but at least it's helping balance the stats. No, there is work to do here. They've got to fight their way back in. They've already lost out on 1, but the problem is I imagine they lack so much information on where these players are. Dov playing this so well, making use of the keeper, but no, misses those crucial shots on towards Astra at the same time. Finally gets himself taken down, but it's already down to a 2v3, Tim, with only 13 seconds left. This round is short. It's going to be a 4-2 attack. Heart to Twisted Minds, who have played this brilliantly.
Yeah, that's it. No time left to disable that activated diffuser now, so the gunfights will be meaningless. Manages to secure a kill at the end there, Asa, but that is going to be all. 4-2 half on the attack for Twisted Minds. I think suits them down to the ground here, given the attacking win rate that we've already discussed for Rebels through EML so far. I think this is what they want.
Well, let's have a hear what Jack has got to say about this one. Fresh, what you got for us?
Thanks, guys. So actually what makes Twisted Minds so good on Border is the way, and quite a unique way, in which they split their positions. Now, Dov, he played Nomad in 5 out of the 6 rounds, and his goal here is to control the break room door and also top east. That's why Nomad's so important, because he has to go and play solo. You then have Hasham. Now, Hasham is actually below. He's underneath. He goes in on the Deimos, tries to get the track and work with the rest of the guys, but he's often very solo underneath. And then the other key positions is you got Trix, P9 and J-Lad. Now, they work together usually for some kind of shared goal or objective. It can be anywhere across the map. In the very first round, they're working to clear CCTV and then hold any armory aggression. And here's exactly how they do it. They get the opening kill onto Linku, who got taken out by a Nomad trap. And then you can see from there, they carry on trading it out. Feno is trying to get aggressive down here onto Dob with a C4. What happens? P9 holds him, and that's another kill. And then even still, when a Lems is the one that pushes in to try and get aggressive onto P9, Dov's there for a refrag. And it's so simple because they have their same positions that they hold all of the time, and then they get a 4 versus 2. As soon as that happens, you end up in the 4v2 scenario. What happens? Hasham walks up the main stairs, Jalad pushes in from the sandwich window, the same time as the Monty, and it's all go at the same time. And from there, once you've got the 4v2 numbers advantage, it's easy enough to close it out. Trix finds one, and Jalad finds the final kill. And it is as simple as that. That's what makes this such a good map for Twisted Minds.
What's interesting actually is that you talk about the core of the team, so the 3 players that are actually making the target on the objective. And if you look at J-Lad, if you look at P9 and Trix, they're the 3 guys that have the best stats right now. They are the ones that are making the rounds move, and then Hasham can either backstab from downstairs or somewhere, or Dov can just wait as a flank watch and get 3 kills. And so it seems to work very well, that dynamic between all of them. Seems to be something that we see on Border all the time with them. Now the key is for Rebels to try and contain the aggression on the side of Twisted Minds. I think this will be the biggest target. They're switching to attack, which means Twisted Minds, the fight, they will bring it all the way at the entrance of Border. And as you can see, they're starting to remove the shield. And that was my only big question. You can remove Mountain, you can remove Blitz, you can remove Blackbird after that. what is there left for you to try and break off these huge early engagements that Twisted Minds are going to look to find?
Yeah, it's going to be all about controlling that aggression from the side of Rebels, because I think, like you say, Twisted Minds are going to bring it. How much can you control it? In a sense, I actually think, and I actually think as both of these teams, maybe a Nomad ban would have been so sensible, because you can then control those runouts, those jump outs, and that defender movement. There is only 2 staircases. As it is, they've gone for the shield, they've gone for the glass as well, which is becoming an ever more popular ban inside of our league.
Look at that crowd control lineup, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
Dokaebi, Grim, Deimos, Lion, Nomad.
Ooh.
Wow. Perfectly balanced.
Okay, yeah. We are in for something. Maybe not a glass for any executes, but definitely a crowd control lineup in the first round of the second half.
Thank you very much, guys. And I think there's a nice thing there that was highlighted by that top down from Fresh as well, Tim, was when we used to watch Twisted Minds when they first kind of appeared, obviously back as Falcons previously, a lot of the frustration, I think, for them was they played this brilliantly aggressive style, but it would get shut down. They'd be a little bit out of sync. It felt quite individual ranked hero playstyle, if you get me. But as illustrated by that then, the depth of play that we're now seeing, and it also justifies why they made such a great run at Salt Lake too. You're really seeing that maturity as the team starts to come to the fore, and I'm really enjoying seeing them pushing into our top 4 teams in the region right now.
Yeah, I think they're a lot of fun to watch. That's, it's always one of my big factors is, yeah, we can
but you can't take it out of him forever, can you? Look at him, look at him, look at him go. Look at him go.
It's a bit of it. Look, it's one of the biggest factors I often ask myself, at the end of the day, we're here for entertainment, and is this team entertaining me? Are they like getting wins but boring me to death, or are they getting wins and, really putting you on the edge of your seat, maybe even taking a few losses along the way? And that's Twisted Minds for me. It's just pure wall-to-wall entertainment. Regardless of the outcome, I just enjoy tuning in and watching their games, and that's certainly continuing. And they are getting more and more wins along the way. They are building that style, and it's brilliant to see. So 4-2 it stands at the half as we move into Twisted Minds' defensive phase. No damage done as of yet. We've got a lot of control operators being brought along by Rebels, which, I mean, Deimos, Lion, Dokaebi, obviously trying to make it as difficult as possible for Twisted Minds to stay in any positions. Grim as well. There goes the Lion, though. Gilad manages to find one. Takes some damage on his way back through to site, but he's not going to mind that.
I tell you what, bro, keep on tweaking if you're going to go 8-2 all the time. He's absolutely flying this map, isn't he, Gilad? Trix, of course, had the big play of the half that we remember earlier on at 7-2 himself now, but it's just dominant from these two. They are making it so hard to play the game. A shove up to 4-3. P9 another. Look at the difference already, Tim, in how Rebels attack versus how Twisted Minds attacked. The aggression that Twisted Minds are bringing. They're getting up in Rebels' face. They're giving them no time to get established, even with a full crowd control lineup. Wonderful stuff from Twisted Minds.
Yeah, it's really, really good, and it's maybe what Rebels were missing on that top floor. As I said, they were a little bit static at times. Twisted Minds had time, and we saw Fresh break it down beautifully there, how they were able to kind of pen people in, create lose-lose situations for them, and they had the time to do that, whereas Rebels just haven't had the time, because as soon as they've tried to go and stand somewhere, they've just had Twisted Minds running at them and taking gunfights, and we're going to see now Rebels are on the ropes. They're going to be taking the quote-unquote unofficial timeout, by which we mean they're just going to burn the end of the round. They know that they've lost this one, so they just take the loss on the chin, and they have the opportunity. The coach can't get involved, but the players at least can have a discussion with each other, maybe try and reset a few things, maybe, try and change things up a little bit, discuss a change in direction, change in strategy. But honestly, at the minute, I'm not sure that they're going to get much against Twisted Minds, because Twisted Minds are just looking so good. They've come out and answered that question. We don't know when the sides change. Is the momentum going to shift? But round 7, if anything, Twisted Minds have accelerated.
That's it, right? And it's on the defensive side too. But this is what they realize is, as we've already said about this map, you have to go out there and play the map. You have to go out there and be aggressive. You can't afford to just wilt away and sit back and wait to get beaten up by the attacking side. You've got to do something. And that's exactly what Twisted Minds have shown. They've gone for runouts. They've looked to try and be hyper aggressive as soon as they're stepping in towards the building. That is most definitely their style of play, as you've already alluded to. It just feels like it might be a little bit too overwhelming for Rebels.
I love the little shot of the clock there, whilst Rebels were taking their time to close that one out and have a little bit of a chat. Yeah, I think, like I say, what the Rebels... I'd maybe suggest... The thing, it's one of them rounds that if it goes wrong, you'd just be really, we'd be really critical of it. And But I think at this point, it's probably Hail Mary time. Throw a rush at the board. You know, send in a Blackbeard and a Blitz. Get really aggressive into the blitzes on the lineup, doesn't surprise me. Just get really aggressive in through that main door or something, just, you know, or upstairs, straight in, take the vertical control in Armory, and just get hyper aggressive up in their face, and don't give Twisted Minds the time to do what they've just done. Don't allow them to bring the fight to you. I think just, you know, roll of the dice, yeah, you might end up 6-2 down, but I tell you what, whatever you did last round didn't work, so I think maybe give it a go.
Okay. Time to see if we can get a recovery, a rescue mission, an SOS out there for Rebels, because there is a lot to save here. They're down 3 rounds, 1 more, and Twisted Minds have got a 4-round gap, and they will be on match point. Unless Rebels really can turn something around off the back of that unofficial tag timeout, I can't really see how their fortunes will change too much more. But this lineup at least is far more focused on the execute, Tim. Rather than looking for crowd control and getting out around the map and being aggressive, or at least trying to be, or trying to get into the map and containing the aggression, they're saying we don't need to control large parts of the map, keep it narrow, focus on the execute itself. The problem being, you still need some control of other parts of the map. You can't completely forego the vertical, for example. That's really important. So I think if they can get control inside of Armory Archives area and make sure they're not going to get flanked from up metal, for example, dump a bunch of those Candelas in, probably going to be a good spot to try and make a plan happen. But as I said, first and foremost, you need top floor control, and there is a lot of utility up here they need to clear through first.
Dover's going to be holding the key position inside of CCTV that we see so often. It's often an Aruni now as well with the DMR, or maybe a Tuberai we've seen there. Anybody who can take somebody down in 1 or 2 shots is always a real positive for trying to hold on, because you're going to be in fights with 2 or 3 people at the same time normally, because it's an area that will be flooded in numbers. And right now, Rebels, they've got that blitz kind of moving around, but it feels like they're a little bit unsure exactly where they're going in here. They're just looking for a gap at the minute. They're looking for that space that they can exploit. I think they're confident that Archives is the one. They will go in. Marto manages to pick up door, but that clears out CCTV as well. Just gone running past somebody, but he drops down the hatch. Not the end of the world. Jalad does manage to find Linku. So that's the Ying Gong. Candela's off the board. Lot of utility lost. 4 versus 4.
This is what I mean, right? Like, out on the Romans, you can just burn through resources, or ideally get a kill or 2 on the way, and you can get rid of crucial operators. It hurts attackers far more than defenders. Like, yeah, you've lost the Aruni, you've lost the DMR, but you've taken out the Ying on the other side, argue the best kill that you can find, if not the Blitz, for example. Who right now could be in danger at the same time. 11 steps in, gets 1, but immediately there is a trade. Down to a 3v3, and this is only hurting Rebels more and more.
Yeah, Twisted Minds are playing the trade game brilliantly here. They struggle to get the angle, but Asta manages to find it with the pistol. Perfect way to do it with that shield in front of his body as well. 2 versus 2 though, as the trade game continues for Twisted Minds. They always have an answer, but here comes the blitz. Feno managing to get the kill ultimately, and that is going to be all up to Hasham now. 1v2, but look at the health on that blitz.
Yeah. Oh, Hasham. Is he going to do it to him? I think they know where he is. They've heard him. He needs to find the player behind, but no. Flashed out, gets 1. Almost got rid of Feno, but no, the full white screen. A bit too much. Couldn't quite deal with it, but it did come down to the wire.
Better from Rebels. It wasn't, you know, quite the rush that I was asking for. That's fine. But bringing that blitz, changing things up a little bit in terms of not allowing easy gunfights for Twisted Minds to take advantage of. That how many gunfights did that shield win? Because Asa basically either flashed them out so they were full white screen, or was too close up in their face for them to be able to hit shots consistently around his shield. It was a real difference maker for them. We've seen the Monty taken away in the bans, but the Blackbeard and Blitz left up, and maybe that's a little bit of a message for Rebels that it's something that they could try to exploit. We know how powerful the shields are. They need to deal with the other operators because they were losing too many of them. We commented on the trade game a couple of times. It was great from Twisted Minds, often finding an answer when they lost the body, but we can see here the last 2 kills, the Blitz was just absolutely instrumental in them.
Boston, you can see why Shields are still complaining about us being so oppressive these days, right? Like, it was very much a driving force in the round itself. To a quick tech pause here as we get things fixed back up, but it does leave us at 5 and 3. We're going into, can we call it our favorite round in any game of Siege?
I don't know if it's favourite. It's particularly, like we say, for a 5-3 scoreline, round 9 is very influential. 6-3, 5-4, a huge swing round. I think a swing round is probably, you know, a more huge swing round.
What is your favourite round in a game of Siege, Tim?
That's round 15, obviously, Des.
I thought you might say round 13, mate, but round 15 will also do us just fine. Any overtime round, just give it to us.
Every drop of it, I want every single time.
It is excellent. By the way, I've got to commend him, because have you seen the series that's been done by like Anne and a few others, like content creators wise around? Like, it's called like MOBA something or other.
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
where like you play it around, you click on what your action would be, and it tells you if you chose the good one or the bad one or the okay one. Imagine you're P9 there, and you are going through one of these scenarios. It's 2 versus 3. You're playing mute, you're on border, and your team are now in a position where you're likely to lose the round. Do you sit behind your C4 and look to play off your teammate? Do you hide in a corner and hope they don't find you? Or do you solo man push up metal and go for kills? What do you do, Tim? You solo man push up metal and you go for kills. And he got the man on 90 as well. And I was like, this is the kind of stuff you look at, and people would say on paper, that's not a good idea. It's high risk play. If you lose it, you leave your teammate 3 versus 1, and there's a very fair chance they've seen you on a drone coming up to you. It goes against almost like every rule of Siege, if you get me. But he still does it. He still gets the kill. Wasn't miles off finding himself a second at some point as well, because he got the first one and almost set Hasham up for a clutch as well. This again is just the kind of chaotic style that Twisted Minds will play that can be a bit of a nuisance to deal with. It's not to say that other teams won't try and there you go, they MOBA train, that's the one. Go and play it. It's good fun actually. I did the one on Coastline actually, and I got everything right bar one that marked me as okay. And I was like, okay, then fine. And I think that's because when you plant inside smoke, I said I'd lie down in the corner, whereas you meant to get out the window and be ready to use your Capital bolts.
Maybe it knew your rank performances, Des, so even if you'd have got it all right, it would.
Why am I getting this slander?
It would have still just said, okay.
Tim, I carried you through rank this week. How can you say this to me?
Carried.
Woo! The reverse effect.
I've never heard misuse of the word like it. Unreal from you.
Oh, I had to get a massage yesterday. My back hurt that much.
Unreal from you, that. Absolutely unreal. I didn't know you could get massages out in the sun, Des. I've never seen that before.
You can't, mate, ask Ian Chambers.
With your sunglasses on. That's very true, actually, to be fair.
You ask Ian Chambers and Fresh about the massages on the beach in Rio de Janeiro. They'll tell you all about it. You can get them in the sun.
Take your sunglasses off next time, Des, and pop a bit of sunscreen on for me.
Yeah, my missus came to me earlier and she was like, do you want some after sun? I was like, I probably should have some, shouldn't I?
For anybody who doesn't know, Des has got a very red face at the minute, and it's not because he's embarrassed.
No, I look like Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, and it's the middle of summer. It's ridiculous. It's not good. It was worth it, though. I got to see some brilliant... It was basically one of those, like, just last-minute decisions. When I go to a festival on Sunday, went to Download Festival, got to see Linkin Park, got to see A Day to Remember, loads of bands I absolutely love. Had a great time. Just didn't realise it was going to be as sunny as it was. The weather forecast said cloudy all day. That obviously said there were clouds in the sky all day. It didn't allude to half the day the sun will be out. I was trying to stay in shade an awful lot, just managed to. My arms are all burnt, my face is burnt, my neck is burnt. It's except for, like you said, where I was wearing sunglasses. I look like a reverse panda where my eyes are white but my face is red. It's brilliant.
Gotta take better care of your skin.
Upside down, your lad. What's going on?
Gotta take better care of your skin, Des, better care of the skin.
Yeah. I've undone months of progress with that day yesterday. I know. I'm like, no, what have I done?
Yeah. We're going to be getting back into things just as soon as we can. We're just getting a little technical issue resolved, and we will be back with you. As it stands at the minute, it is 5-3 in favour of Twisted Minds. If you have joined us during this tech pause and you don't really know where we're up to, it's 5-3 in favour of Twisted Minds. We saw the first half was Twisted Minds on the attack. They went 4-2. We're playing on border, by the way. They went 4-2 on the attack. Rebels really struggling to hold on to top floor. They lost it 3 times out of the 6 rounds, only able to win bathroom and ventilation once each. That was their 2 successful rounds. And then in the second half, we've seen round 7, round 8, even spoils so far. Twisted Minds took the first defense, top floor, and then Rebels were able to switch things up and get a good attack onto ventilation, using a blitz by and large to get up in the faces and just take away the option for Twisted Minds to take gunfights on their terms. So we'll see whether that continues from Rebels when we get back into it.
Absolutely. Sticking with us through the tech pause. Tim, we're at that point in the tech pause where we can talk about anything we want. We've already spoken about my Sunday. What did you do with your Sunday, Tim?
What did I do with Sunday?
You recorded a podcast to start it off. Then what happened after that?
I did, and then I was I went round to my parents for a bit of like Sunday lunch, so a little bit of a family day. It was my wife's birthday, not yesterday, but recently. So we were.
Happy birthday, Tim's wife.
Yeah, so we were invited round there for a bit of food and stuff, so that was nice. And then it was a very busy day actually. Then I had something to drop off elsewhere, so I kind of went on a drive for an hour and did that, and then did a little bit of World Cup watching. So yeah, it's been pretty good. Been enjoying a lot of the World Cup recently. So obviously Leo's enjoying it as well. We saw his little trial for the France national side. I'm sure he's the 27th man.
I didn't realise Leo knows balls, to be fair.
Should any injuries or anything come in, I'm just saying, if Mbappe is not fully fit to go, maybe they just need to get Alphamir up top and.
Well, I've actually heard he is the direct sub for Mbappe. He told them, sorry guys, I can't come for this World Cup. I've got to come and do EML.
Got EML to do. That's fair.
They're too busy.
That is fair, to be fair, from Leo.
I haven't kicked the football, by the way, in probably half a decade now, which is really depressing to say.
It's a little while since I played, but I have played a lot of football in my life. I played all through.
I know your position as well. You played goalie.
Well, no, I actually did for the last few years.
You are last few. That's why you don't play anymore. Is because you were too small, mate. You couldn't stop any balls going in.
No, I have played goalkeeper a reasonable amount. Pretty good goalkeeper.
Yeah.
Actually.
I used to be defend. I used to play defense right back.
But
I'll
also
protect your
played
goal
up front
anytime, Tim.
Yeah, also played up front as well, quite a bit through school. But yeah, played.
Tim,
I tell you what, I used to play.
If you scored a goal, what would your celebration be?
Oh, that's a good one.
He's actually never scored a goal as a striker.
Well, I did, but I'm trying to think of a celebration I'd have now that makes sense, not what it was. I don't know, one of two. I'd probably either run over to the touchline and look at my watch, to signify like overtime or siege time, something like that could be fun. Or I would run over to the touchline and I could play with my ponytail at the touchline. One of them two things.
The ponytail one would be a good one, actually. Yeah, use that ponytail.
Yeah, so I'd maybe do that. I did play for a couple of years, actually. I don't know if you've ever played it in your younger days. It probably not, because it probably wasn't. It probably wasn't around then when you were playing.
You're showing your age now, Tim.
No, I played quite a bit of futsal. Futsal's really, really good fun. So it's basically like five-a-side football for anybody who's not seen or played futsal. It's like five-a-side football, but if I remember rightly, it might actually be six-a-side. There might be a goalkeeper and five outfield. But the ball is like small and quite heavy. It's quite like a dense ball. So it's like it really promotes like skill play because the ball is not necessarily as fast as a normal football would be because it's a little bit heavier. So yeah, it promotes like really quick, sharp, short passes and like skill play. It's really good fun, this futsal. If anybody's a bit of a footballer and they've never tried it and they get the opportunity, it's definitely worth a look.
Yeah.
It's a very, very demanding game physically as well, like fitness-wise. I have never sweated like I did. Sweat? I've never sweat like I did playing futsal. I'm not joking. I could go through 2 litres of water just in an hour's game of futsal easily. It was just, crazy fitness levels. I nearly died the first time I played it. But it's one of them where a mate says, "Oh, we need a 10th." Yeah, I've played a lot. Yeah, I'll come and play. I've not played like football for 6 months. Maybe right. And then turn up and absolutely nearly died. I felt like I was going up against the French national side.
Sorry, I was talking shit to Parker in chat because he's talking shit to me.
Fair.
He decreed that he is hate watching me, and I was like, oh, I understand. You know what I love? So someone asked, they were just like, is it, do they always do this? And someone was like, yeah, Ace and Des Gaslit Tech Pause podcast, my beloved. Which is perfect, yes, and very much a very, very good description. Sneak did also ask, actually, I wonder how Ace's garden is doing right now. So how is your garden?
It's thriving. It's thriving. Let me tell you, it's been a perfect year of weather for the garden this year. So for anybody, I got rid of most of the garden and I put decking in and redid my patio and stuff. And we had a whole thing about it last year when I was doing it through summer. So there's not a lot left to grow in. I'm not very much of in the gardening sense, I'm not very much of a gardener. It was more DIY, to be honest. But what I did do, I did want something growing in the garden. I didn't want to leave it completely devoid of life and greenery. So what I did did was I put in a vegetable patch, like a raised vegetable planter. So it's kind of like, if you don't, like a railway sleeper type piece of wood. It's like 3 layers of them. So it's probably about 3 or 4 feet tall. And then it's just filled in with soil, essentially. So that's my vegetable patch. And I've put in there red onions, brown onions, and potatoes have gone in there. The potatoes are in there now. And honestly, it's been the perfect growing weather for him this year, because it's just been rain, sun, rain, sun, rain, sun. It's been crazy. It's doing it again now. It was like raining the last few days, and then it's now warm, and we're going to have some sun. And so they've shot up. I tell you what, come harvest time, I'm going to be laughing. I think I'm going to have like 3 months worth of onions. It's going to be brilliant.
I can't wait for you to rock up to one of our barbecues or meetups that we have throughout the year, and everyone else brings a backpack like a change of clothes, and your backpack is just full of onions, and you start handing them out, like beaming, full of absolute pride, and we look at you and just go, yeah, Tim, these great onions, mate, well done. And then we all slowly turn away and drop them in the bin when you're not looking.
No, I'm not bringing them out.
No, I can't. I feel bad for saying that. I'd cook with your
you've
onions,
gone too
Tim.
far there. You've gone too far. No. I'm not bringing any now. I've got expansion plans, actually, for this year. I've got some ground at the front. I took a tree down last year. Unfortunately, I had no option. It was damaging some other stuff around it. So I cleared a bit of space along with it at the front of the house. And so I've got this like space that initially I was just going to put a couple of like bushes in that flower or whatever. As I say, I'm not much of a gardener, but I've decided instead I'm actually going to turn that ground over, get some fertilizer in it in the summer so it's ready for like back end planting, and I'm going to extend.
Speaking of planting,
there could be a plant going on here. It's going to go in through this window. They're looking for it. There goes all the utility, candelas, smoke, plant going down, but no, Trix is having none of it. Takes down Acer, manages to stop the plant. Most importantly, Fenu tries to get in there and get it down again, but he's not going to get the opportunity, is he? He does find a kill onto Jalad. 4 versus 3, and it's chaos in the first 30 seconds.
They managed to move around to a different plant spot, but Fenner's not going to get a chance to stick it, I don't think. Hasham's still protected from above, so he's not exactly alone inside a bathroom, but obviously they're down a man. This is a great time for Rebels. Look, we're only 50 seconds into the round. Hit the brakes. Get on drones, figure out what's going on, and then you can make a plant happen. You've already won the early round. Yes, you've lost the blitz, and you've got no candelas left, but there is still time to make something happen. That looks to be exactly what they've done to him, because now we've seen Hasham drop himself back on down. Marto still dancing around the window, and Fenno, I was going to say, hasn't yet moved out of that default plant spot, but forced to move by Dov, who brings it down to a 3v3.
Yeah, this is ideal for Twisted Minds. The real threat at the beginning of the round was that jump in and try to get the diffuser down, and now Rebels are basically going to be scrambling for a plan B. But they scramble pretty well as Marto manages to take down Trix. That's the castle off the board, 3 versus 2. And because of how the round started, there's an absolute age left on the clock as well. Linku manages to find Hasham, and it is looking pretty good for Rebels here. But I was just going to say one's going to get picked up in Passport, but he doesn't, because Marto's got the cover, finds the final man in waiting, and Rebels, inside a minute and a half, managed to grab that round and bring us back to 5-4. They're hanging on in there.
I'm really glad they didn't try and force it. Once they got the diffuser the second time, once they lost the blitz, I thought, don't keep on trying to force it, boys. Like, you've burnt everything. Just go back to playing a standard round of Siege. You haven't got to rush anymore. And that's exactly what they do. They look for top floor control. They force Hasham to drop away. Yes, they lose Fenno in the process, which is a little bit unfortunate. But the way they then play out the 3 versus 3 was brilliant. Showing real maturity there, Rebels. They've got themselves now within 1 round striking distance. Before we went into that very long tech pause, please tell me it's not another. Hey, it's a time out. God bless. Before we went into that, we were saying round 9 is a really crucial one. It can be 6-3 or it can be 5-4. One feels like it's a far gone conclusion on how the game is going. As it stands now at 5-4, it could still go either way. And Twisted Minds, they know things are slipping away from them. They need to recover. They only got 1 round between them now and Rebels.
Well, this is, why we speak about round 9, isn't it, particularly, and the importance of it. we can see the importance of it. Lost, and they've drawn a tactical timeout, because that's how important that scoreline becomes. 5-4 versus 6-3. They could be sat with 3 match point opportunities here, feeling like, yeah, no problem, we take this over the line. But that's not the case. So, Twisted Minds, if they can get this one done on the attack, it gives them 2 chances at least. They've got one where they can maybe not get it done immediately, still finish it off in regulation and get the 3 points. If they lose this next round, they will get at best 1 chance. It might even be Rebels who can carry some momentum after that break that we had and start to get things done. It was actually a really good recovery. It was a shame that they got Fenor there, really, for Rebels, because when you lose that plant inside the window there, it's really, really tough to do too much about. You've got to be very, very decisive, because as soon as that smoke that you've thrown in starts clearing, you're in big trouble, because the diffuser's down inside of the vending machine, and it's difficult to recover, and it's difficult to then fight your way in. So it was really good from Fenor, really decisive play. Just as soon as that blitz goes down, bang, I'm in the window, I've got the diffuser, and I'm not going to stay there. He rotates around and goes by the bomb chassis instead, but he just got found out from waiting room, so it was a little bit of a shame for him, but Rebels still managing to get the job done. Good stuff for them. 4th round on the board, 5-4 overall in favour of Twisted Minds, and we go back up to the top floor. So complete contrast as to what we saw out of Rebels. Rebels were unable to hold on to top floor, and they won the downstairs sites. Twisted Minds have won the top floor and not been able to hold on to those bottom sides.
All right, well, let's see then if Rebels can carry on. They've got 2 rounds on the bounce. Twisted Minds are the ones who've had the attack timeout to try and pick something here. I'd be shocked if Rebels go for a big rush again, given 1, there's no shield on side, and 2, they did that in the previous round. You can't normally catch a team out twice with that kind of play unless you are really just that much better than them. But as we saw throughout most of the first half, Twisted Minds have looked like the far sharper team. The aggression that they've shown on both attack and defense has been far beyond what Rebels have been able to deliver so far, but they are within 1 round striking distance. I like this attempted C ball from Jalad. That's the Twisted Minds that we're used to seeing, but they do not manage to find a lens.
Takes a bit of damage from the barbed wire, not only that, but signals his presence. So Jalad able to come around the corner and just take that fight with the pre-fire. LM's cut down. Jalad does take a lot of damage along the way, but look who's gone. It's the Dockerby. We know how powerful Dockerby is at the minute. They're going to lose a whole bunch of those calls, but does it matter? As you say, Des, Diffuser goes down 4 versus 4, and they now on the fight back, but how about that for a fight back? P9 manages to find Asa 4 versus 2 as a shot. Picks up Marto. They're going to get this, I think. They're on a serious retake. Rebels have managed to get themselves outside, and they're holding angles. Challengers are going to start coming in from all over the place here from Twisted Minds, though.
This is the thing, you constantly got enemy outdoors flashing on your screen. They can come from anywhere at this point. And there we go, there's the Ella. And Dov still wins it as well. It's a 1v4, it's a 4v nothing, Tim. They managed to win it despite both players having great angles on the outside. Fantastic retake by Twisted Minds.
I think the angle on the outside is tough, though, because of where they tried to disable that diffuser. We saw he got himself tucked really tightly into that corner, so it's a tiny little angle in through the window, and that exposes you to the run out that they suffered too. So well played from Twisted Minds. I like the attempt from Rebels as well. If you remember a couple of rounds ago, I said, you know, maybe getting a bit rushy, getting in there and getting in their face and not giving Twisted Minds the chance to come and take the fight to you. You know, take it to them before they can get there. The best defense is sometimes offense, but you know, ultimately Rebels tried that. It worked to a degree. They got the diffuser down, but then they lost those couple of bodies crucially whilst trying to get into the post plant, and I think they just paid too heavy a price to get that diffuser down.
Well, it wasn't a bad attempt at all. They came close, but the retake was just a bit too good, which now means Twisted Minds 1 more round and they take all 3 points. Probably almost got the same feeling about Rebels as I did last week, Tim, where they've had a few rounds in this game where I thought, you know what, really respectable performance. They've done really, really well. But is it just going to be enough to be able to creep over those in the top 4? Not quite, unfortunately.
It doesn't look like that's going to be the case. Tech pause again. We've just got another small issue. We'll get that resolved.
What else do I need to ask you about today?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know, Des.
Just don't know. Got any more ranked plans this week, Tim? Are we stacking?
Well, I'm really trying to. So I played about 30 games last week. You played 3 times that. You've been an absolute fiend
I
for the rank.
wanted that first week. Yeah.
But I'm just struggling. I'm struggling a little bit this week because obviously we're working tomorrow. Wednesday is going to be my best day for it. And then there's the England game in the evening. I'm doing a little watch on for the England game, but I'm going to be doing rank probably through the daytime. And then Thursday, Friday, I'm actually tied up because I'm going to be. I do some talks at like colleges to students, and I've got a couple of those lined up Thursday, Friday, you see. So
what about Friday evening?
About casting rather than doing casting. Friday evening could be it could be a goer. Could Friday evening because I'm not too far away from home.
So I'm going to put it in my calendar that we're going to play together on Friday.
Going in the calendar.
6 o'clock on Friday, yeah?
I'm going in the calendar. Let me check. Yeah, I should be back by 6. I should be back by 6.
Well, I can give you half an hour allowance either way. It's fine.
Excellent.
6 o'clock. 6 till 9, it's in there for Ranky.
There we go.
Wow, and that's how you set up a date with your co-caster, guys. We're back into the game, though. It is round 11. Twisted Minds up at 6 and 4. If you are only just catching up with us, well, Rebels have been on a bit of a spree. They won 2 rounds back-to-back. It was looking good. And then Twisted Minds managed to pull off a pretty good retake in the previous round to put themselves up to where they are now. They're looking to take all 3 points away. However, I can't help but look at that Rebels lineup, Tim, and just see they are caked in intel. The Dockerby on side, got the Stake on side, got the Deimos. They don't want to get themselves caught out by any more ratty players coming out of Twisted Minds that have plagued them nearly every single round. You know, runouts, attempted C4s, spawn peaks, you name it. There has been everything coming out for Twisted Minds to try and make sure they are uncomfortable. It feels like they're starting to get a bit more settled in. It only takes 1 C4 and the round's over.
Soliton radar going to be giving that location away, but the FNAF's really doing their job there and preventing the Snake of Linku getting into aggressively. 5 versus 3 as Hasham manages to take down LMs. Not looking good for Rebels right now. They need a big fight back. They need to deal with these FNAFs, to be honest. They keep going in. They keep getting caught out by him. It's making it very difficult for Linku to take these fights. It does look like that has been resolved now. He knows that there's one. Ednos still there, still going to be taking the nearsighted effect, and they've got themselves here, Twisted Minds, into a little bit of safety deeper in Armory, waiting for these fights to come to them. Shalad manages to fight. It's perfectly done, absolutely perfectly, the way they've baited them in deeper there, hit them with the nitro. This FNAT has caused so many problems, by the way, and has not been taken out. It's brilliant.
It's brilliant. That's
brilliant.
all that can be said, Tim. It's just brilliant. And it is a brilliant performance. Twisted Minds gives them the win and those 3 points that we assume they'll be taking away at the start of the day. Rebels certainly gave us something to think about in a few of those rounds, but the aggression of Twisted Minds is a little bit too much to handle. We'll go to a break. When we come back, our desk will break it down for you. Don't go anywhere.
Pick up the pace, ain't no time to waste. Hey, give me the goals, breaking it right to the goal. They tried to tell me it couldn't be done. Trigger the action.
Twisted Minds set us off in week 2 with a victory for themselves. That means we get to speak to our victors. In fact, we have some of the brains behind Twisted Minds on the line joining us here. Good evening. Congratulations on the victory. How happy are you with this result today?
I'm so happy because it was a great game against a great enemies. You know, I really like the another team, so I was expecting a great game.
Little, you ran it back on Border. You played against Falcons last week on this map, and then you played again today against Rebels on the map. So I guess, what did you guys work on from the loss last week in terms of today's game?
We know they are different enemies, you know. We scream against them in the past, and we know, okay, we will do the same. We will did the same thing. Did the same mistakes what we did against Falcons. So I think we can face this map. You know, that's our thinking.
And Little, I have a question for you that maybe brings you back to Salt Lake City, as I see the beautiful poster behind you about the major. Ever since you guys had to swap Dove and Guards for the major, I feel like when Dove came back, he's less and less on the Shields role, and Trix has taken that role. At least on Border today, I saw that. He was playing the Shields all the time. And it seems to really suit Dove, because before this game, he was the best rated player on the roster. Was that a change that you guys made because of the replacement, and then you kept it after the major? Or what's the story here with the main Shield player on the team?
I cannot give too much information about it because it's with too much information about the team. But what we did was we know the good points about it's Dovahkiin when he played with Shields. And we know the good points about Trixed when we played with Shields. So we start to see who suit better, you know, in each map and in each play. So that's the point. You know?
I mean, it's very interesting because I think in a meta where shields are so important, most teams are struggling to find one great shield players. You have two, and you switch between them. Prop to you. It's really good.
Yeah, it's awesome. Also, when we was in Salt Lake City, we have opportunity to play with one of the best shield in the world, the Guards. So I think Mina, you know, have a lot of how can I say it, talents to cook in this game style, you know.
All right, sounds good. One more question before we let you go, Little. Tomorrow's big game for you guys against Virtus Pro. They're flawless so far. What are you gonna do to stop that?
Will be the first game when we play against this new roster. Also, the first game where what I'm gonna play against Dark. He's my friend from Brazil. What I can say is you can expect a great game with fast plays and, you know, fast counter plays, because, you know, it's more like our style.
Sounds awesome. It's making me excited for that. Thank you so much for your time, Little, and best of luck tomorrow.
Thanks.
Good promises for tomorrow, but we saw some of that today as well. I mean, we're talking about these attacking rounds, the Telestrator you did, then the 6th round, a 5v5 plan, the aggression that we're seeing when they're defending post plans as well. Twisted Minds have it all.
I think it's super easy to assume that the playstyle, and maybe we did assume this sometimes in kickoff, Leo. I think we assume that the playstyle creates inconsistency and a lack of team play. I think that's the one big thing that Twisted Minds have turned around. That team play, even though they've got that aggressive playstyle, and it works so well. It's what brings them through so many rounds. It's why we're seeing complete retakes in, like you say, in a 5v5 scenario. The quick counter plays, as Little said, is just to, you know, pick a round out, pick a play out, and just work it through, even when you've only got, what, 45 seconds to go and win the round out from there.
Yeah, and I would say we didn't assume at kickoff. We actually saw that it was chaotic, and sometimes it lacked cohesion. And I think, like you said, they fixed it. I think we really saw the ceiling sky high at Salt Lake City, where they used all of the aggression and firepower that's available to that team, and they channeled it into, let's actually do that, but together. 3, 2, 1, we retake. And even if everyone is taking a one-on-one, we're all taking our one-on-ones together, and whoever wins it can then help the other. And I feel like we've seen that, especially in that retake, for example, on the top floor bomb side. But I think that consistency is starting to give depth to that playstyle. And I think that what we've just heard about Lidl saying, you know, I have 2 different shields players, we rotate between them in between maps because they have a different playstyle on the shield. I mean, we're starting to see a depth that we did not anticipate from that team. And I think it's looking them further and further into the top 4 spot, confirming EWC.
Feels like they're no longer just the kind of crazy aggressive team. Like
that might just be good at one moment.
They've got the strategies,
exactly.
they've got the shields, they can mix it, they can go into a boxing match, but if you want to go into a tactical match as well, they're there and they're ready to do it as well.
Yeah, there's a really good chance to show that tomorrow as well, right? As we discussed, playing against Virtus.pro tomorrow for Twisted Minds. And Virtus.pro are also playing in our second match of the day. They find themselves against GK here. And there's a big difference in regards to the standings because Virtus.pro undefeated, 6 points. GK have 1 point so far, so it's looking rough, but we could excuse them for the fact that this is a new team, right? There's a lot of new players, a new IGL, but the only thing is, when we look at the stats, it doesn't really resemble a new team in there.
No, it really doesn't. It resembles a team that is somewhat struggling, I would say. I think when you're expecting a new team to come in, you would expect the dominant half to be the defense. Why is that? Because teams have to attack into you. You need individual players in individual moments, and you're sat behind utility. You don't necessarily need to make as many plays on defense because teams have to make plays into you. Now, GK are, for using my term, the 10th best defending team in the league.
The worst.
What that really means is they're the worst defending team in the league, and you would usually expect defense to be the stronger side, Leo.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm a bit surprised when you look at this and you think that they're actually decent in attack. What makes it a weak side? So let's take an example of one of the rounds of their game against G2. It was a man advantage round, right? Look, it's a 4v3, and you see Warden contesting against the Monty here of Alemao, and he's staying in that 1v1. And look, Mira is playing aggressive at the same time, but all on her own. And so suddenly it's a 3v3, then Warden is completely isolated, so it's a 3v2, and suddenly they've turned a 4v3 into a 2v3. Then you see Grubby here trying to hold the bomb site by himself because Starks is on the side trying to bait Grubby and trying to get enough pick here. But at the same time, Grubby is facing a 2v1, Starks is still just playing his 1v1 and losing it. And then it's a 3v1. So effectively, we've just seen G2, amazing play here, amazing triple kill from Shaiko. But realistically, what happened? They just took 3v1, 3v1, 3v1. Like it's a problem that we're seeing from GK is that don't play as a team, and you expect that from a team that is full of different imports with different cultures.
And all 4 of those defenders in that clip were in positions to help each other out and play on those crossfires. So many rounds, if you played that out with most teams, it would just be a dominant win for the defenders. That's currently what's going wrong with GK, and that's why, especially in that game against G2, they actually had match point. They had the opportunity to win that in regulation, but they lost it ultimately, and that's one of the big reasons.
And I think that's my biggest theory. If we look at the players behind me, is that we have players coming from so many different backgrounds. We have Starks, who used to play with Fnatic. You have Upor and Grubby, who came from the previous Heretics roster. You have Ask, who came from Brazil. You have Yoga, who came from the United States. This is going to take time to gel. And this is why you see mistakes like this, is because I think they're still lacking a bit of that chemistry.
If that makes sense. And then as the stage progresses, we talk so much about the top 4 in EML, and as we find it shifting a little bit, right? We talked about Twisted Mind joining in that top 4. There's a serious chance that we see Virtus.pro in there too. And the reason being, especially because we're seeing the current top 4 have some shakes here and there.
Yeah, I think so. I think Virtus.pro are looking like our best team currently right now inside of this league. But actually, I just wanted to show their stats overlaid a little bit. So what we're going to do is we're going to show you Virtus.pro, G2 and Falcons all on the same spider chart. Now this shows attack win rate, defense win rate, plants. You can see their clutch and trade percentages. And you can see basically Virtus.pro are the orange square. They're on the outside of all these. What that means is,
and put simply for anyone who does not understand math, the bigger, the better.
Yeah,
on this
exactly.
chart.
That means VP have a better defense win rate, better plant percentage, better clutch percent, better trade percent, and the second best attack win percentage. And that's when we're comparing VP up against the 2, I would say, traditional best teams inside of this league, in terms of G2 that's full of superstars, and Falcons who are in so many international grand finals. So VP are doing the business, but their stats are actually supporting that they are the best team in the league right now.
Exactly, they're reaching a point where it's not only that VP is part of that top 4, it's finally that VP is the most consistent team of EML. When G2 relies on their huge individuals, when Falcons are still adjusting to welcoming Joom instead of Shaiko, VP, they have a consistent system that works well. They were impressive at Salt Lake City, and so far, they were the most consistent team, and that's why they're leading in stats in most of the departments.
Now let's talk map veto, because surely if we talked about Virtus.pro being the best on defense. And GK being the worst on defense, surely that's going to play a part in picking which map you're going to go to, right?
I actually want to see the map, Vito, because I want to see which side VP is starting on. Because if they start on defense, it's the best defense starting the best defense against the worst defense in the league, and VP are starting on that side. Now it's Bank. It's a welcome gift because Bank in general is not as defender-sided as the other maps. I will say this for VP, it is a map they love. It is a map on which they beat G2 all the way back at Salt Lake City. On the other hand, we're the one. GK returning to Bank after getting defeated by Fnatic 7-2.
I would say defeated. I would say absolutely conquered.
Smashed.
They really smashed.
I was looking
slapped,
for the right verb.
Whatever you want to say, yeah. But we'll say is
destroyed.
Destroyed. Perfect. But I will say is that, you know, GK, they're running it back on a map that they usually never ban, that they felt like they had a lot of confidence against Fnatic, so they can immediately get back into their scrims, into their VOD review. What went wrong? How do we fix it? It's still our favorite map for a reason, so I understand why they would want to go back there. However, I actually just want to compliment VP on their map veto, which 2 years ago wouldn't have been a thing I would have ever done, because they navigated it to either Fortress or Bang, and they were starting defense against a team who, you know, really, really struggles with their own defenses in GK. So whichever way VP got it to, they were getting GK on a map that they'd already lost, that they'd got footage of them on, and they were starting on the advantageous side. So whoever's done their map veto in the background has done a very, very good job there.
All right, well, you said GK is running it back. So are we. Back to the cast as we go for match 2.
Thank you very much, Anne. Yep, game 2 coming up. GK versus Virtus Pro. Heard the dev speaking a bit about the veto there, Tim. My main concern, I know GK thought, let's run it back on Bank. We know what we did wrong last week. We could correct it. They did get battered. It wasn't 7-2, and now you're coming up against much sterner opponents in Virtus Pro. I get it, but I still think they're in for a rough ride here. Tim?
I would agree.
I think Tim's dead. Never mind, he's here. He's here. Where were you, Tim? What happened? Were you on mute?
Nothing does. This is what happens when I'm allowed buttons.
This is why I pressed the buttons for you all those years ago.
Yeah. Look, I've already declared GK as my mystery team, and I will continue to do so. If they come out and win, will it surprise me? Absolutely not. If they come out and get hammered, will it surprise me? Absolutely not.
Hang on. Are you saying that you won't be surprised if they come out and beat Virtus Pro here on Bank?
I'll be a little bit surprised, but they're the mystery team. Will I be wildly surprised that Sarks, Groovy, Yoga have come out, like Upet have come out and beaten a team? No, I won't. They're stacked with quality players, but we just don't know what we're going to get from them. We just don't know what we're going to get from them. At the minute, Virtus Pro are going to be very difficult to beat. Of course they are. They are playing excellently well at the minute. And do I think Virtus Pro will win? Yes, I do. Do I think it's going to be 7-1? Not necessarily. I think, could it be 7-5? GK making a real game of it? Absolutely it could. We just don't know what we're going to get from it.
I really wish you could have seen my camera as you were saying all that, because although you obviously can't see, I have to explain what I was doing. I was doing the circular...
I mean, you don't have to explain.
I was doing the circular like gesture around my ear with my index finger to imply that you're crazy.
I'm not crazy.
I think you might be a little bit crazy.
We've already seen it. They've taken G2 to overtime, and then they've got battered by Fnatic. We just don't know what we're going to get from them.
Maybe so, Tim. Maybe so. I'm not as much a believer in the weightings of a day one versus subsequent days, but maybe you're right. We're going to find out as they start things off on the attack of Bank, with Virtus Pro starting on the defense. And Tim, horror of horrors, we find ourselves defending downstairs in the basement. Say it ain't so. On Bank? Its best site? No, never. So that probably means we're going to see, given the lineup coming out of Virtus Pro, a lot of time wasting. We're seeing the Smoke and the Chanka coming along as a pairing. I don't want to say it's rare, but it's typical to see one of the two brought along. Tough to slow things down, the Glow for even more fire, and the Solus more to waste a whole chunk of time and/or feed information through gold on when the plant is going down. So as we work here for GK to do, it means they need to move at quite a pace to be able to get through and get rid of a bunch of these gadgets. The lack of, say, a Twitch coming along here to get rid of those glows earlier on could sting them a little bit later on. So they need to be very, very efficient with their clear of this map, given they're going top down and trying to work their way through the whole thing.
The one thing one of the main things that GK need to not do here is get themselves at man disadvantage over and over again. If they're playing these rounds 4 versus 5, 3 versus 5, they're going to really, really struggle against a team like VP. They need to be going in there, and this is my longer point is entry is going to be really important. GK go in there, get those opening kills and make it difficult. There's your opportunity, you've lost it, and that's what I'm talking about. Pasha and VP are just going to make life so difficult for you that you've got to be on it. You've got to be winning your gunfights. You've got to be getting the entry, because now 5 versus 4, VP, I guarantee, are going to play the remainder of this round perfectly. Mako has taken a lot of damage along the way, which is a good thing, given that he's on the Tachanka. He's there for the denial, so it just makes him have to be a little bit more cautious about how he does that. But yeah, VP with a great start there, taking down the knock and just removing that garage element as well. They now know that they can pretty much ignore that. It's a good shout that they're not going to get pushed from that side at all.
Let's have some questions to sight here. GK with about half the round still to play. As you can see, fire slowly being chewed on through. Got to worry about the Tachanka fire that's going to come out. You got to worry about the smokes that are coming on through. So really, they've got to be asking questions of the plant site in the next 5 to 10 seconds or so. Otherwise, I fear it could start to become a little bit too late. No doubt they want to try and challenge on towards Nako, who will be the primary time waster. Sat here behind his shield, way back over inside of lockers. As Yog's also going to fall. A bit of a freebie going the way of Dan. That is certainly not ideal. Your Capital being gone was really the one thing that could disrupt the players inside a hallway, inside of lockers. Him being offline now, like you said earlier on, Tim, it feels like it's a slow, steady guide over the line for Virtus Pro.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're going to do. They're just going to give no opportunities to GK now. They're not going to do anything crazy. You can see there's nobody up on the mid floor, up on the top floor. They're not bothered. They've one sat through in Vault, one in gold bars, one in elevators, and they're just spreading out, meaning that, yeah, maybe you can go and take a fight onto 1 or 2 of them. Maybe you can't, as Deimos is going to get taken out. But this was my point. Yes, you might go and get a fight onto 1, you take down Skies, but then the next one is there ready to just burn time and waste bodies, and that's exactly what VP have done. They've just been so relaxed in this round. It's looked really, really good from Virtus Pro. I genuinely think they could be heading to towards, I'm going to say it now, being the top team in EML.
No, say it ain't so.
I think they could
It wouldn't surprise anybody, Tim. They are looking absolutely fantastic so far, and we spoke about it before. Will it build up towards that? Very possibly, especially if Falcons can't find themselves back on the wagon in good time. But to me, tomorrow will be the really telling day, and we have a lot of, well, all of our top 4 teams, at least in theory, our top 4 teams facing off against each other. We will learn a lot. But I think in this round, as we sort of alluded to, it felt very decided once they got those first couple of kills, really. Didn't manage to get the main wall opened up. They managed to get the side wall opened up with one of the hard breach charges. But you saw for yourself with 20 seconds left how much fire and smoke was raining down on that default plant spot. There was no way in hell GK were ever going to find that diffuser going down. Really good first defense from VP. Dare I say, didn't feel like they had to work too hard for it either, which is the slight worry that I've got here for GK. Hopefully they can turn things around going into round 2. We're going to skip the top floor. We're going to open and stack.
I think it's a good choice. I actually really like this. I don't think I'm negative about top floor here on Bank like I am on Cafe. I haven't looked at the numbers for it. I will do in a moment, actually. I'm interested to see what the defensive win rate's like for top floor of Bank on a longer term than, obviously I know it for the season, but on a longer term, sort of 6 months or so. But I'm not a huge fan of it, if I'm honest. I'm not a huge fan of the top floor side. And the reason I think I'm less critical of it is because I feel like the mid-floor side on Bank is harder to defend than, say, Reading on Cafe. I feel on Cafe that there's like clearly better options than top floor, whereas on Bank, I think you kind of, it's a bit of a toss of a coin sometimes as to, you know, which one's better. But the reason that I'm not a big fan of any top floor, really. I say the same with Nighthaven Labs to a degree. It is a better site, it's a good site, but I still have preferences elsewhere because it removes a lot of, we see a lot less roaming from teams, defensive teams, when they're on a top floor. I'm not saying it's impossible, but because you've got to be able to have an impact vertically at that point, so you're limited to people with nitros or similar, they might get away with this here. You know, Rorik, I don't think they've any idea. If this Blackbeard goes in and dies to Rorik, this is unforgivable. Quite simple. Too easy. No. Rorik's played that absolutely brilliantly. And this proves my point, really. You know, if that was a top floor site, I don't think necessarily that happens. But because you're on mid floor and you've got that top floor roam, and players can affect downwards vertically a lot easier than they can upwards, I think it can be a better site because it offers the defense more opportunity and more options. Pasha taking an opportunity to take down Sarks.
It says a lot when we're not even really thinking about the site right now, and they've lost 2 players. I like this from Yog, by the way. This is definitely a bit of an unknown, a bit of a new one. It's having a Carly dangling in the middle of lobby, not even upside down, just trying to spend the minimal amount she can, just trying to give it everything. Of course, she can get the full line of sight all the way through, but those castle barricades certainly aren't helping. Yupa might be able to get away with a freebie here if he manages to catch his man off guard, but Dan a bit too wise to it. He'll give nothing over to the other side. We're halfway through the round, Tim. They've lost 2. So far, I'd say a pretty successful roam.
Yeah, it's certainly looking like that, is it? And this is my point. Top floor, you wouldn't have had that.
Come on,
Look
man.
at this. It's just so easy. Dan manages to get himself another. He is cut down. Yoga is there for the response, but in all honesty, probably too little too late. It's going to be impactless. They need to head downstairs. He's got Grubbit in support as well. It is not impossible, but they need to get the next kill. They don't want this going down to 1v4. We've already seen a 2v4-1 today. Twisted Minds were on the receiving end of that one, so it's definitely doable. Grubby's just going to be working around that breach that he's got. It's only a very small breach that he's got to work with, just a hole in the soft wall that he can start having a look through into sight, but he needs to be careful because those angles famously do work both ways.
Zooming upstairs, Yupa, I really thought should have got at least a shot off against Dan. They knew that he was dancing around. He just managed to get himself up there and meander his way through, dodging away from the Carly, but not even a single shot in his direction. It's not been a particularly pretty attack coming out of GK. They'll lose Groovy now as well from the side. No idea that Skies have managed to get in behind them. Got over the freebie. Yogg at least giving them something in this round, Tim. Good for a third, but no time left. And I doubt the last 2 players on VP are going to expose themselves here. We'll be out of time, and that'll mean Virtus Pro going up 2-0.
Well, interestingly, Des, I have done the numbers for this calendar year so far for Bank, and guess what? Top floor, 39% win rate, worst defensive site on the map. So I think, you know, again, proving what I'm saying there. When you go to those top floor sites, you're just limited. I'm not saying it's not possible to roam, but how often do you really see roamers underneath? How often do you see them having an effect? Because when you do roam underneath, people tend to just ignore you. They're like, that's absolutely fine. We're just going to play straight to site. Because they know that there's not too much you can do, or they can just hold 1 or 2 flanks and keep you up there. Whereas when you go the mid floor, you've got that option of putting people upstairs, of having that effect downwards. It's much easier, and Virtus Pro showing us that. So I really like, it's only a small thing, but it's their attention to detail, and it's that site rotation choice. Again, I think it just shows great preparation as a team.
It does, and this is where I think GK probably showing a little bit of a lack of it, at least at the moment. We were speaking and you heard the desk saying, you know, okay, you played Fnatic there last week, you got spanked 7-2. Now's a good chance to realize what your errors are and correct those, come back in, put up a good show against Virtus Pro, but they're looking, error stage is a little bit devoid in the early rounds when Virtus Pro pick them off. And the craziest part is Virtus Pro typically aren't like a high-progressive team like a Twisted Minds might be. They're not trying to trip you up at every single turn and pick off players, and you look silly when you get exposed like that. What they've done so far has been, I'd say, definitely a lick towards the aggressive side rather than more defensive, but they haven't really had a chance yet, GK. Their attacks have petered out before we even got anywhere near the site in the first place. Hopefully here, given it's a bit more focused on the top floor, you haven't got to worry about all the roaming that can happen across the map and worry about full map clears, then get a little bit closer to a win, because my God, do they need one? They go down 3-0. This half starts to look very dangerous.
Yeah, this is their opportunity. This is GK's chance. I've already said about the win rate on top floor, 39% for defenders. So this is your best moment. You don't have to worry, as you quite rightly say, Des, about so many other things. For the time being, they are still just getting themselves into position here at GK. 45 seconds into the round. Just looking, they've not got Hibana on side. The range breach option is still available, but that means that elevator wall is likely to stay closed. There's nobody else that can do, or definitely will stay closed. There's nobody else who can do anything about it if it's reinforced. So that's something for VP to be able to use. They can use top marble, they can use vending, they can rotate around there without too much of a problem. But that looks like GK are just going to be kind of forcing their way straight from... No, I actually quite like this. They're going to play above the wall instead from the rappel. Starks is going to get a kill onto Dan. How about this for an option? Ask walks up, manages to get Pasha. The top floor is falling apart until Rorik steps into the breach and manages to find 1 kill. He knows there's one on rappel, but it's such a hard shot. You just saw the tiniest little bit of his head. 2 more kills come in, and that's going to be GK taking a round that they desperately needed to. And surprise, surprise, it's the top floor that they win on attack.
Yeah, much better. And it's almost like a tempo shift again. I spoke about this a little bit last week. The teams will often say the hardest teams to face up against are the ones that can go from slow to fast. That was a pretty fast round all in overall, but for the initial part when they were still getting set up, it wasn't very quick. It's that sudden explosion as you get towards that part of the mid round where everything goes up at once. Like all angles are covered. You've got a player coming down Scarlet, one going upstairs. It's a lot to deal with. And Virtus.pro, I think, just got a little bit overwhelmed there. Really good attack from GK. Showing that maybe they have got something more to bring to this game, what we saw from against Fnatic last week.
Mystery team. Mystery team, Des. This is it. We never know. We never know what you're going to get. And look, I honestly think I'd be very surprised to see, if I'm honest, at this point, if you just asked me to call the half, I would suggest a 4-2 half for VP. Maybe even a 5-1 if they're able to get that top floor. But I think we're going to see the same rotation. We're going to see basement, we're going to see staff and open, and then it's going to come down to that top floor as to what final score we get. It's not to say that GK can't win these rounds. I'd love to see them win one of them, because I think it'll really, you know, put a bit of spice into the match, and it'll maybe just offer VP a new focus as well, you know, to make sure that they don't let this one slip away from them. But yeah, GK not particularly close on these first two attacks, so I think we're going to have to see something considerably different from them.
All right, well, let's see if we can see something, air quotes, considerably different, Tim, or if they'll find a way to somehow let VP straight back into this one, because at least getting one round, I think, in that quarter is a good start. It shows that it's not going to be an absolute rollover. I feel if we go down 3-0, you have the TAT timeout come on through, they have to decide on a whole new game plan to try and repair what was going wrong. So here, at least, they'll know what they're facing up against. A couple of players up on the ground floor looking to waste time, shoot through drones. It's all stuff we're used to seeing on these downstairs defenses, Tim. It makes sense to play on the hatches, kill a couple of drones, drain a bit of utility if you can, even better yet, get a kill, and then drop behind site and look to play behind the utility. But Virtus.pro setup overall is quite a bit different. Look back to last time we had Goyo, we had the Smoke, we had the Shanker. They really were trying to play Duggan. The Solus really was the only thing that was looking to play slightly more aggressive and be a little bit more busy. So it is a change in game plan overall for Virtus.pro too, which means GK have got to stay on their feet and adapt with them.
Positioned inside of Garage for the time being, playing a little bit less aggressively this time down there. Starks went in on the knock last time, took the immediate fight, learnt what happened when you took an immediate fight with Pasha, and didn't play the rest of the round. So this time it's just going to hold a longer angle. I think just wait, and I think this is a much better way of playing it. Wait for his team to get into a position. Now when they get aggressive and VP have to react to this vault push, Starks can then move in. Pasha does manage to get the kill elsewhere onto Yoga. Another entry for him. That's a big loss. Oh, he's just so good. He takes down Ask, make it 3. He just keeps going. Pasha is unstoppable. He's going to get 4 here. He's going to find Sarks. This gives him a little bit of a pre-warning that he's coming. Sarks actually has time to dip away. Pasha is still keen on taking the fight. Rorik's watching this angle as well, and it's back to the drawing board for GK.
It's again just that issue of a slight mistiming on the side of GK as well. The Blackbeard challenging in towards Vault, but the 2 mainstairs players were held up. They couldn't quite join him to force the pinch on towards Pasha. And look at what he's done to them. Absolutely deleted them. Sark's all that is left. Nice and cheeky, nice try from Rorik, but Sark's a bit too ready. Makes it a second in the round, but he needs to pull off a 1 versus 5 to see this over the line.
I mean, he's going to be looking for Pasha probably towards Elevator, and Pasha is on stairway. He's one step ahead of it all the time. He knows that Sarks is going to have to try and push towards site, and as soon as he does, he's already behind him. Really well played from Pasha. 4K in the round. That could have been catastrophic for Virtus.pro. The vault drop and Pasha being able to stop it, because they did push him from 2 places at once, but he just got the first kill, no panic in him, turned round, took the fight on to Ask with the Blackbeard, still manages to pop the headshot despite the shield. Brilliant stuff. And Virtus.pro take themselves another round. So this one continues largely as expected. 3-1 Virtus.pro at the moment.
That was a great shot from Pasha, especially. This is the pressure I was on about, though, right? Like, the space that Pasha then got by getting rid of that Blackbeard, let him step out to freely contest. If the Blackbeard was still alive, he can't make that challenge or that step out so easily. But sometimes, individual players will just drop a bit of a hero around him. It puts VP up to 3-1. Open and staff, we go back to again here in round 5.
And Virtus.pro played this really well last time. We need to see a better top floor take from GK. That was the thing. They never got near site. There was never, you know, the botherometer was not wobbling at all for VP. They were hands off the keyboard inside a site practically. So GK got to do a better clearance of top floor, get themselves in. The main thing I think is get in and get established. Don't lose your Blackbeard to Rorik jumping out of a window. You know, be making sure that you've paid that due diligence. You're aware of where everybody is, and you're not causing issues for yourself like that. You know, get your shielding, get established, and be able to use it on that wrong play, be able to push through and to bully these operators, because right now for me, Virtus.pro are just feeling far too safe.
But that will see the same trick attempt against him coming out from line into the window inside stock, so he can avoid that one. But I think more than anything else, it's just about the case of being cautious, right? What I think has punished GK in the first couple of rounds, especially, is playing very independently, trying to do things as one-man army, essentially, trying to find different parts of the map under their control without support from drones and things like that. That's what's got to change a little bit, and I'm glad to see that is changing here. They're making sure they've got drones rolling on through the top floor. They're sniffing out where these roamers might be. Next question is, who's then going to punish off the back of what they find on those bits of information? So one off on the window just a second ago. You've of course got one trying to push ATMs at the same time. Rorik, I think, is wise to that, knows that he only has a few seconds to work with before he has to drop away. That's exactly what he's done. Moved his way down through that first floor stairs, in towards elevators, leaving just Pasha on the upstairs by himself.
Yoga does manage to take down Naquo. Good entry. I said at the beginning, GK would need good entry here to be able to get themselves that man advantage and not be fighting on the back foot all the time. Yoga has been able to do that this time. It's Naquo on the mute that has gone by the wayside, and he's got control of main lobby along with it, so it gives them a little bit of a foundation. This is way better from GK, by the way. They've got themselves into top floor. They've taken complete control. All four of Virtus.pro have now been pushed back to that mid floor. They don't have anybody down in basement, so GK have got the run of the map here, and they can just spend their time now, 1:15 left on the clock, building pressure towards site and clearing utility.
They've learned from last time, right? Because even looking at how they've approached top floor with the drone, and that's been really smart, but also having this player that's watching in towards archives. Think about where they got shot, where Groovy got shot from last time. He was on quad wall, the player popped up in archives, and it was Skies, I believe, that got a free kill. Yogg being here stops that happening this time around, and this time, look, even punishes Skies. Like I said, they're learning, they're responding to what they've seen on this site before, and it's really good seeing that growth inside the game. Now a 3 versus 2. You think it's GK's to get over the line, but we've already seen Pasha go pretty nuclear before. By a matter of pixels, he misses his man, but no, gets the down. Yupa finished off. Down to a 2 versus 2, making a 1v2. They know exactly where he is, and one of the last operators left. It's the Blackbeard Sim. This will be hard for Pasha, but he's already hit headshot once. Will not find it again. It's another round going the way of GK.
Yeah, nice attempt from Pasha there, but the damage had already been done by GK. Very positive round from them, as you said. Excellent drone in top floor, forced all of Virtus.pro away, took what was offered to them as well, gained control quickly of the entire map, and it meant that Virtus.pro were just on the back foot from the beginning, and it came off the back of an entry as well from Yogg, so it just really did get them into the match in the right way. Brilliant stuff from GK, and they continue to surprise us at times and come out with, you know, really solid rounds where they've adapted really well based on, I think, what went wrong last time. So much so that we're going to see Virtus.pro calling in that tactical timeout.
Yeah, like I say, I honestly think the onus there is on Virtus.pro to be the ones to try something different, because I was really impressed with GK's attack. You compare round 2 to round 5, night and day. Like, all the things that went wrong in round 2 were fixing that round, down to making sure they had Skies covered when he stepped out. Why you would try and do the same thing again in that spot, I'm not too sure, because you know full well that GK are going to learn and adapt to what they saw in round 2. But at least Yogg getting a free couple of kills. They build up off the back of it. Their approach to top floor with the drones was really, really sensible. Didn't have to go in there and fight over it initially, just enough to force Rorik away and get him downstairs. All that kind of stuff, really well done. And even with Pasha still being upstairs the whole round, they didn't really find themselves losing out to him too much. And even when they did realize he was upstairs, they punished the one player remaining on site, forced into a 2 versus 1. Just a very, very good round plan coming out from GK and showing great adaptability. Now it's just over to Virtus.pro, who are going to try the same site again, Tim. They aren't going to go upstairs. They were battered there in round 3, so I don't blame them. They feel they can course correct. Let's see if they can.
Yep, doesn't surprise me in the slightest. Worth mentioning, every single round has been a conversion of the entry kill, by the way, as well. So whoever is getting that entry kill is coming away with the round. It is proving a big advantage here. And so GK, again, using the, you know, if you say to me, how do you, you know, it's easy to say, just go and get the entry kill, make sure you do better in the entry, but how do you do that? Well, you do that by informing yourself. You do that by making sure that you're aware of all 5 positions of the enemy. You need to do that quickly using your drones, and you need to identify where are the weak links, where are the ones that we can single out and that we can take an advantageous fight with. Where can we put somebody in a lose-lose situation? So we need to see more of that coming out of GK this round. Great droning like we saw last round, opportunity spotting and going in there and taking the kill.
Okay. Unfortunately, some other rehost coming on through here, so we'll go into a brief pause before we reach the epic conclusion of this first half. Either goes to 3-3 or a 4-2. Find out when we get back into things.
I don't know about you, Des, but my room is awfully hot today.
The only way you could have made that more British was saying it's terribly hot in here today.
It's awfully hot in my room.
It's awfully hot in here. You wouldn't hear a true Brit saying that, would you? They'd say terribly hot.
No, it's absolutely stifling. Like, I was just picking up a drink as you finished speaking there, as I'm
That's even better.
I'm trying to kind of recover some fluids here. It's yeah, it's I've just checked my I've just checked my PC temps. I'm like, I better check my PC temps here and make sure we're okay. But everything's at 50 degrees. We're fine. But
you know what will make everyone who's listening laugh? If the temperature's outside. What's the temperature near your house at the minute, Tim, outside?
I think it's probably about 18, 19, I think.
Yeah, mine's 19 degrees, and here we are moaning about heat. We ain't seen nothing yet, Tim. Summer's coming.
The problem is, there's always this discussion online when the Brits start whinging about it being hot, and like, 'cause obviously, you know, places around the world, North America, South America, you know, many other continents have it far hotter than we do. Our time spent in Paris during the summers, we know how hot it gets. It gets ridiculously hot in Paris. But I think one of the things that everybody fails to take account of is that not just that we don't, everybody says, oh, well, no, we don't have air conditioning. And that is a thing. Air conditioning is not a standard thing. But the more important thing is that our houses are specifically built to keep heat in. It's not just about like cooling them inside, like they are specifically built to keep as much heat inside them as possible. So as soon as it gets warm, our houses just get ridiculous.
They don't want to let go, do they?
They really don't want to let go, Des. You know, they don't like to see a good thing leave. Normally, we're paying for heating, and so they're like, no, you know, the tight British, no, we don't want to let that heating. We've paid for the heating. We don't want to let the heating go. So this is the situation that we end up with.
I have somehow managed to make it work. I got a new, like, a boom, I guess it is, for my microphone, the actual, like, cover. Yeah. The other one was just, like, torn to crap after, like, having it for 5 years. Bought a new one. It's much thicker. Before, I couldn't have a fan on while I was casting because you'd hear the fan. Whereas now, unless you're about to tell me you've heard it this whole damn time, at least from tests, I couldn't. I've got a fan that's blowing on me, so I'm lovely and cool. It's bringing in cool air from the hallway, and I'm having a great time, mate. It's wonderful.
Well, I very much value the break in between games, you see, because I step out into the rest of the house, and the rest of the house is much cooler because my office is quite a small room as well. So obviously the heat like stacks up in here really, really quickly, whereas the rest of the house is much bigger, so the heat's got more room to dissipate. All the windows are open. I dare not have my office window open. We've been down this road before, and you get, you know, trains, you get ice cream vans, you know, you get all sorts of stuff going past, and it's not particularly professional, so I tend to have my window closed. But yeah, so it is a bit of a relief to get out of here after the after the game's done and we get a little break in between.
Yeah, I literally have a train line, what, 15 meters from my window, so if I open it and a big chunker goes past, you know about it, you hear it, it is bloody noisy, so I have to leave mine closed. When I first moved in there, because the thing is, my room is also small. It's probably, what, 3 meters by 3 meters, if that? And the window is absolutely enormous. I had to buy...
That's spacious to me.
Is it really that? Maybe
I'm working out of a shoebox.
I'll tell you what. Right, I'm going to find out the floor plans for my house. I think 3 by 3 is probably a little bit generous, to be fair. I think it's a bit smaller than that. Maybe 2 to 2.5 by 2.5. I'm
pretty sure, because I've decorated my office very recently, so I'm fairly probably well... remembering the measurements. I think my long wall is just over 3 meters, I think about 3.2 meters, and then my short wall is, I think, about 2 meters.
I've just seen pictures of the garden before we moved in and tore the whole thing apart, and I'm just like, oh my god, it was so bad.
Well,
talking about
man. Talking about so bad, nobody's really been so bad in this matchup so far. I think both teams have had pretty good spells. The 2 rounds that GK have won, they've looked very good for. The entry has been particularly important. As we've discussed, every single round has been converted from the entry kill, so definitely something to keep an eye on for you at home. And I spoke about just then how do GK improve that? How do, whilst they're on the attack, it's about good drone, it's about good intel, recognizing the setup, where are all the players, where are the crossfires, where do you need to avoid pushing, and opportunity spotting. Where can you create a lose-lose situation? Where can you go in and guarantee that you're putting somebody in a bad spot? GK need to be on top of doing that. So keeping their drones alive, very, very important. There's a Mozzie on the board, there's a Mute on the board, so not running into those utilities as well is going to be a big factor, so that they can go in there comfortably with some knowledge, because you need as much as you can against Virtus Pro, because even then, Pasha's still going to win a gunfight against you, but at least you've got half a chance.
Where the hell do you find floor plans these days?
There's nobody finds floor plans anymore.
No, I found it online last week. Not last week, it was a few weeks ago now. I remember speaking about it back then, and now I just cannot find it anywhere.
Here comes a possibility. Oh, the entry. Castle's going to take a lot of damage there. Dan will manage to escape, hops himself over that marble balcony and down the stairs. But again, GK have done really quick, really great work of taking top floor. Look across the bottom right of your screen. Everybody's first floor. Nobody is up there. They've just all been pushed away. Virtus Pro not wanting to commit, and that is a big problem for them, because we saw GK use this map control really well last time. They were able to take main lobby, take archives, take tellers, and push through and power, put some real difficult angles on towards site, and Virtus Pro struggled to move anywhere.
Well, Yog's in the same spot again. I mean, don't fix what ain't broken. He got himself a freebie here last time and almost got another. Skies was the one crossing on the Mozzie. Would have been the second time in a row that he got rid of him after seeing Groovy fall down to him earlier on. I think having a player watching in towards the spot is proving absolute wonders for them so far, as it is massively restricting their movement out of sight and in towards Archives itself. So Yog doing a lot of work from that position. But look who's underneath him. It's Sarks, and he's got a question to ask here of Virtus Pro. Are they ready for him?
Yeah, Dan has dropped down to the base.
He's got Skies again.
They didn't play with anybody down there last time, and as you say, Yoka being able to take advantage and maybe a little bit of knowledge from the last time he got that kill, because Virtus Pro, only so many ways to set up, and some positions will be key that they have to hold on to them. Grube manages to find Rorik. We could be coming away with a 3-3 split at the half here. Des, you said that it may be a big surprise if GK were to come out and get a win against Virtus Pro. I said maybe not, and we're in a position whereby you start looking at that and asking questions. They are going on to the defense, so you'd expect there to be rounds for them to find. Ask managers to get the kill onto Pasha, and right now they are aware of the player underneath. It doesn't matter that Dan got the kill. 3 versus 1. GK, 35 seconds left to find the last man, and he's on site. Not going to be too difficult for them.
Tim and I'm always right. The C4 at least going over towards the side. Not going to find Yog, who's rounded onto the other side. And honestly, I think Yog has had a phenomenal half there. Things started out a little bit rough, but when he's recovered and got himself into that spot, and both of those last 2 rounds especially, he's been absolutely brilliant. A 3K in round 2, a 3K in round 5. He's got himself a couple there in round 6. They've evened things up at 3 apiece. Let's go to the studio, though, and hear what they thought of that half.
Yeah, I personally agree with what you guys are saying there. It's good recovery that we're seeing in the second half of this first half from GK, but in the first part of it, though, I think it was Virtus Pro punishing GK for playing way too spread out.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's worth saying that actually, GK getting it back to 3-3 is pretty good against who we consider to be the top team in the league. I think that's, plaudits, give them that. But it could have been better, I think, and this is hypercritical, but in the hypercritical leagues, you've got to be like that. If we take a look at the round, you'll see actually that Pasha gets a lovely 4K, but what happens? They double drop the hatch at the same time, and as he's dropping, one player goes down, the Blackbeard then gets taken out. But what I'm critical of here isn't that they've done this double play, it's the fact the supporting cast members that are pushing into site are doing it 10-15 seconds afterwards. Yep. And then you've got Sarks inside a garage who then, at this point, doesn't commit, backs all the way off, and then gets exit first. And I think ultimately that has actually been quite a symptom of the GK, especially the first half of the first half, the first quarter, if you will, where they were down. The fact of the matter is, they did pull it back around. They used the timeout. They got themselves back to 3-3, and that's commendable, but it could have been a lot better for them. There's definitely potential in this roster, and we've seen it against G2. We're now seeing it against VP, but they're yet to fully string it together.
It feels like they having great individuals on their lineup, and that they're using that to have spread out attacks. If you look at that last round, it's exactly what happens. You have two players walking upstairs, creating the vertical play. Grubby's on top square. You have Yoga, who's alone taking the Taylor's gunfight, and then you have Sarks, who's just baiting around. It's his role, he's lurking. But if Yoga doesn't get his kills there, or if he loses that 1v1 on Taylor's, then the Taylor's player does not feel any pressure except on the vert, and he can escape. And I think that's the big trouble that I have, is that because they're so isolated from one another, yes, you can play spread out, but you're supposed to help each other a little bit more.
It's a similar style to how G2 play, I would
Exactly.
say. And obviously, that's inspired, you know, Ask is kind of Brazilian inspired, and I get it, and it works well. But the one thing that maybe separates G2 from a GK, which underpins it, is G2 are a phenomenal defensive team at the same time. So as GK go into their defense on Bank, we've already highlighted it. This is the side that they're struggling with. This is where they need to back it up, because they've done the business on the attack, arguably. You could argue maybe Bank's maybe more leaning 4-2 attacker-sided in terms of how teams approach playing it, but they now need to do the business on their defense.
Oh,
Banner is open.
2 Heartbreachers banned as well.
Yeah, only one Heartbreacher, only one range Heartbreacher is off, so that means Hibana will be open, and honestly, if one of the two are opened, I don't understand when you ban a single one. I think it's a weird one. Both two shields are still
and
open.
arguably Hibana's better for the hatches.
Exactly, so you've got Hibana and you've got 2 shields. Like, why go halfway in the bans? Not sure.
I mean, they've got 3 rounds, so at least try it out like this. We'll see how this game goes when the second half continues.
Thank you very much, Anne, and the guys on the desk. Maybe we're back on board as well, where we had a hard breach ban and a Monty ban coming out. Clearly, teams just really not wanting to deal with the Monty Tim, but not wanting to full send on a double shield ban overall. Either way, really good first half for GK. I think after those first 2 rounds, I was a bit nervous, but what's really impressed me is them showing that versatility to be able to adapt midway through a game, get things back on track, and now have a real shot at potentially beating Virtus Pro. They've got to get at least 3 attacks here to guarantee overtime 4 if they want the win in regulation. Even for Virtus Pro, that could prove to be quite a big ask.
Certainly could be, even with the performances that we've seen out of them so far. Here we go, though. We're going to move into that second half. And let's see if GK can continue. It's, you know, we see that, we saw it previously, we saw it first pro against Rebels. We can see that swing quite easily in the second half. GK now have a little bit of a different task at hand. It's not so much, is of course always about intel, Siege is always about intel, but it's a little bit less about that for them now. It's about not that drone in and opportunity spotting. It's basically trying to do the reverse and trying to prevent those opportunities arising for Virtus Pro, who are in the map quickly. Nakwo on the blitz is going to be ranging across that top floor, manages to, I think, get himself to a position where he's comfortable that it's clear, and he can now move down and start on these mid-floor roamers. First one will be in elevators.
Nico's going to be the one looking to work his way forwards on the blitz. Of course, tip of the spear is off and call the blitz. You play with the information given by your team and you are the aggressor, but you're always at risk of being shot from the side as you try and work your way through, but it's enough to force Yong to drop away, and that is mostly this ground floor now established in there, controlling pretty good time. Over half the round still to work with. Ruby, the one they've got to worry about, is out here, of course, dug in deep, but there we go. Naquo's gone chasing, and he's found Ask.
Yeah, it was, I think Ask was down in basement and he was coming up marble stairs to just try and offer a little bit of support, because they've still got Sarks and Grube inside of open and staff. A lot of utility for them to play behind as well, and they really want to keep them in this position, because this is all about wasting time within this round. We'll try and get back to site safely. The Blitz gets aggressive to try and do something with them. They do lose the shield, but not before Nakwo takes down Sarks. I think Virtus Pro will take that trade. 4 versus 3, control of above now. Hatches open, they can start getting to work on site itself. A minute left on the clock, and we don't have anybody really outside of sight here for GK. So Virtus Pro have got the run of things for the last 50 seconds to try and build up to get in a plant down. They've still got hard breach available as well. They've got the DMRs to take out the soft wall. They've got the explosive canisters from Zofia. They've got everything they need, especially with those sense light screens as well.
That man advantage, they're not in a horrible spot, but I'm watching that clock as it slowly ticks on down towards the last 30. Not really much in the way of the Dolphin to work with here, Tim, but a kill or 2 could be enough.
Just the razor
one over the line. Yeah, just that's about it. That's all they've really got to work with. No C4s or smokes that you typically see available in this spot. And another kill for Skies. That could be what puts the nail in the coffin. As you hear that razor balloon go out, I thought for a second they might try and force it up main stairs, which would be very, very risky, but now that's going to hold on. Plant attempt going on through Skies. Hits the deck there. Chip down, at least a tickle. But that plant ain't going to stop anytime soon, Tim. It has been finished up, and that is it. Yog, I already said he had a great first half, but now he's got to go absolutely nuclear. Gets the down onto Dan. He's stuck in a 1 versus 2 with 1 HP to his name. Get the feeling this round could only go one way. However, don't count them out just yet.
No, I think that's a smart move to take the pickup, but it doesn't matter as Rorik cancels it out. That's 10 seconds later. It's all up to Yog now. Like you say, super low health. 1 bullet's going to do the job. Pasha takes him down, and that was a good round from Virtus.pro. Using Neko on the shield, they cleared the map really, really just like... just one step after another, ticking boxes, just so efficient. Got themselves open area, and from there it was always going to be a big ask for GK, because as we recognised, they had nothing really in the way of denial. Yes, they'd had the Vulcan canisters, that was about it. They didn't have any smokes available, didn't have Tachanka, didn't have anything else. They had 1 Razor Bloom in pocket, no nitros. That was about all that they could hope for, and so it's no surprise to see the plant going down. Pasha able to go in and find the space for that. Really, really nice from Virtus.pro, and attacking on to what should be the most favourable defensive side. You start looking at this now and thinking, are Virtus.pro going to find their way back in the second half again?
It's always a concern, however, it is just a 1 site. I guess the main worry being it is the hardest one to attack into, and Virtus.pro have done so there with relative ease, if not for a slight scare coming out of Yog. But let's see how they fare up on the top 4. They attacked it pretty well. Find out if they can defend it just as well. But I'm looking at that Virtus.pro lineup team. They are changing every operator almost for what they're bringing along here. 3 of them being swapped over, retaining only the Havana and the Blackbeard. They've got a game plan in mind. Flores no doubt going to chew through a bunch of the setup. Normally a shield he'll look for. There isn't one on the side. So instead aiming in towards things like the Kivas and those castle barricades. No doubt Pasha, when he gets into the right position, will be one of the ones to keep an eye on later in this round.
He has been consistently through the game, hasn't he? Not just consistently through the game, consistently through the season, consistently through his career. 7 and 5 he sits at the minute, and you just know there's going to be a few more on there before we get to the end of things. I think he's probably actually got a couple more than that now after the last round. That's only covering me up to round 6 at the minute, so we'll see how Pasha gets on. Castle barricades going to be taken out. Top floor was somewhere that Virtus.pro struggled to hold on to. Can GK show them how it is done? Nice angle through there into sight. If you've not used it, give it a whirl. You might just catch somebody out on double-double on the windows.
Again.
Just inside. I think we confirmed pretty conclusively that is correct.
No, that's what the rank stat calls it, not anyone else.
Untrue. I believe that is what Rogue were calling it when they won the Berlin Major, so...
Did they stop winning, Tim?
Major winning call out.
Okay, all right, cool. That's because Fresh used to stack with Leon, I'm sure, at some point. They probably got it from each other.
Either way, I'm still right. Oh, long angle being held by Rorik. Nobody's wanting to give themselves away. The pro players aren't going to move around too much in that situation. They don't need to be inside a site itself, realistically. They're just waiting for action here. They're waiting for Virtus.pro to do something. 1:20 left to go. Flashbang goes in. Second one. Nobody's going to follow it, though. He's going to turn around instead and head towards Janitor. I often talk about this. I wonder, and I say, you know, what have you got for that utility? What have you sold it for? Well, it is not too much apart from turning somebody's head towards stock, which has allowed him into top square, but not much more. Direct trade, Dan and Ask take each other down. 3 versus 2. Pasha still on side with the glass. This is a big positive for Virtus.pro as they try to close this one out. There you go. That's exactly why. Manages to get the kill onto Ruby. 3 versus 1. Yog, he's been in a couple of these situations, I fear.
Yeah, that's rough. That's rough, but we've already seen what Yog can do in this game a couple of times. Just maybe he could pull out something magic now, but the range of Pasha is a bit hard to deal with, but now finds him. That's the crucial kill. Rorik's got it all to do. DMR coming up against what was once described as the worst gun in the game, Tim. But just maybe he can come up big, but no. Rorik gets the shutdown that he needs. Virtus.pro find another. And where we thought with a 3-3 half, maybe GK could work a bit of magic, looks like Virtus.pro had something to say about that.
Yeah, they've just hit the gas when they've got onto the attack, haven't they? Looking really good at the minute, and the struggle to defend top floor continues. They made it harder than it should have been. 3 versus 1, coming down to a 1 versus 1. But as you say, Yog struggling on the UMP. And it was up to Rorik. Though, I mean, the one thing was, I'm not suggesting it should have been played any differently. It was far too long on the clock, I think, realistically, to do anything else. But Yogg didn't have the diffuser in hand. So he had to go and find the gunfight, realistically. But with 30 seconds left to go, there's no way that Yogg can, you know, go and hide at that point. He needs to just go and take the fight. But it was well played by the Hibana at the end there. Virtus.pro get the round 5-3 now. And they're going to look to continue cruising. But they do go to that mid-floor site, which does, as we now know, have a better defensive win rate than top floor.
Absolutely. Well, we're relying on Yogg to work a bit of magic today, Tim. Maybe he gets given a chance, but it probably means not being left in repeated 1v4s, 1v3s, as he's been cursed with throughout the majority of this game. I think prior to coming in towards this round, he was sat at like 10-4, so he has been absolutely fine. Of course, he's got a rehost, but he's been putting up some... In fact, no, even higher than that, given the numbers he's sets on now since the rehost. Possibly. Either way, he's looking...
Straight away taking out the drone from the Mozzie Pest. You could have been confused by that. Why was it jumping onto the window ledge and then being taken out by an attacker? Sarks had caught that one, and he was just having a look, I think, to see what was going on the windows for that top floor roam. He's not up there himself, does have Nitro in hand, and is playing underneath. That's more what he's looking for at the minute. If he can gauge that somebody's about to come in through those windows, he'll be able to play that vertical denial, of course, feeding that intel into his teammates, Ask and Gruby as well, who are tasked with holding on to the top floor. Currently, we've got the IQ of Dan working his way across the roof, just feeding that information into the Twitch to allow him to go through, take out those Valkyrie cams, and just remove a little bit of that vertical threat. 2 Nitros on side for GK, so any intel up there could be lethal for Virtus.pro.
Yeah, very much looking to clear the way, essentially, right? Get rid of the razor balloons, get rid of the Valve cams. They've got no chance that you're on. You come in. Also, of course, to try and clear things out for drones, which of course one has got stolen away, so Sarks has that now in his back pocket. It's more about clearing up the way, as I say, for the attackers to be able to move through.
We don't often see that
when they so well choose, and no, we do not.
Twitch drone versus Mozzie Pest. The drone, Twitch drone wins this time. Gonna take that out, but still 5 versus 5. GK are holding on well here. The top floor has still players up there. We've still got Gruby, we've still got Ask holding on above, we've still got Nitros in hand. Virtus.pro very slow here. Nitro goes out, also too slow, doesn't find its man. Bit of damage done on the side of Virtus.pro. They're gonna have to have a real sort of 3-2-1 push at the end here to get themselves moving. Nako does manage to find one of those top floor players. Ask has been forced back down to the main stairs as well. He's gonna be just off to the right. We saw the silhouette there, and he's going to get his opportunity if he just plays this patiently.
Ooh, so close. That should have been a kill for us as well. Golden opportunity to get rid of Pasha, who's been having not such a bad game himself as well. 9-6 throughout the game so far to Yogg's 12-5 for those who are keeping score. Would have been a nice one to find, and there's Yupa stepping up. That's his first kill of the game, I believe, as well. He was having a rough start prior to this. 0-7. Now he's finally got himself on the board. Plant going down, though, and the cover is there on the vert from Rorik. Won't be able to step out and make anything happen here. This is going to get finished off. And now suddenly, GK have got to win a 3 versus 4 in a post plan to save the round.
Yeah, it's certainly not getting any easier for them today, is it? It just seems to get worse and worse as the rounds go by. Pasha manages to pick up another headshot onto Sarks. Nako ringing out with the pistol. Ask does manage to find the late trade. Yogga onto Nako. That's the shield gone. 2 versus 2. This is doable, but the clock is becoming the problem. They've only got about 14 seconds left or less. It's now down to about 10, but Yogga, he finds Dan. It's all up to Rorik to hold on. He is above. They haven't gone near the diffuser yet. This is perfectly played by GK. Can he do anything about it? Yes, he forces Yogga off. That was an essential gunfight for Rorik to win. He takes the fight on the top floor. GK played it perfectly. Send one upstairs, the other gets onto the case, force Rorik to make a choice, but he made every one of them correctly.
Yeah, it's really hard there as well. Like, Ask had the right idea. I thought at first he was going to play a little bit of cat and mouse in a sense. Hideaways, you know, a swing might be coming on through, but without the information, you're playing best guess there. You leave it for even a second. You might find that Rorik is killing your man downstairs and you've got no chance of being able to win out that round. He had to try something, but sadly, it just wasn't quite enough. Well played by Rorik as well, showing real maturity in that situation. 6-3. Understandably, GK know this is now their last chance to recover this game. They've lost 3 in a row, and they're hoping this tack timeout can fix it. But fixing it, Tim, requires winning 3 in a row. You can't even guarantee you get 3 points here. At best, you're shooting for overtime. That feels like it might be just a bit too far in the distance because VP has shown some real attacking chops so far today.
TCSG is still, I find it, a difficult gun to use, and we see Ask there, you know, losing the gunfight up on top floor with Rorik, despite Rorik's first shot missing. And it can just be a difficult one. You got to remember, Goyo does have the Vector available as well. Often, the TCSG is going to be brought along to allow rotations, things like that to be made. It saves you having to bring a different operator. I get it. And a lot of people do like the TCSG. If you do hit your shots, you know, it can be a bit of a headshot machine, but yeah, tough one there, and he just loses the fight at the end. But ultimately, like you said, 3 match point opportunities now, draws in that tack timeout as well.
Well, no doubt. Virtus Pro themselves have had a conversation about how to see this over the line, and we speak about this a lot, Tim, typically following attack timeout. You try and do something a bit mental in the next round, a rush, something different to what you've shown before, just to try and unsettle them. And you know that the likely conversation team taking the attack timeout has had is, well, here's what they're doing, here's how we respond, here's the issues we need to fix, do that and we'll be all right. Then for the other team to wheel out something completely different just throws you off entirely and can see it done and dusted. We saw it back on Border in our previous game today. So I wouldn't be surprised if you see something a little bit cheeky out of Virtus Pro. All that said, everything looks pretty standard in terms of lineup here. Nothing too surprising, but there will be a lot of the map to work through given we're attacking into the downstairs. Let's see if GK can hold on.
So it really is a good chance for them, I think, given that they are downstairs. They've lost every site previously, but it's their best chance to get themselves a bit of something, get a foundation on the defense, get things moving. At least they're not in a position where they're having to play top or something like that to survive. So it's at least giving them the best foot forward. We're going to see exactly the same from Virtus Pro. Straight into the top floor, in behind the shield, get Neko to clear things out. Yes, they've taken away the blitz. He's just going to bring the Blackbeard instead. We've spoken about this before. If you go in for the shield, you've really got to commit to the shields, I feel, on the back, because otherwise there's always one available, whether it's Monty, Blackbeard, Blitz, it doesn't really matter. Ban all 3, use shield, but you know, less useful for something like basement on bank. Skies is going to be the one to pick up the entry, and I mentioned the conversion for entry stat earlier today. That has continued, and every single round has converted from the entry. So Virtus Pro, you might just have won yourself the game.
Very much so. I think it's both teams not really wanting to give away when they have the advantage. Granted, it has been relatively small throughout the game for the side of GK. 3 entries found, 3 rounds run. 20 rounds won even. You can figure out the math on the back of that one. This looking might be tough, and just suggest more anything else that both teams, like I say, when they get the advantage, are very good at converting from there, and also very good at not letting go of the lead. Neko taking a lot of damage, his feet being sprayed out by Groovy. Drops his way down through the hatch. Now that means Virtus Pro needs to be at least mindful that he's down there and will at some point re-emerge. Which stairway? We'll find out later.
Hear that razor balloon just being triggered there, so utility being cleared by the Blackbeard. They see the man on main stairs. Neko's taking a lot of damage along there, so you can see he doesn't want to really aggress forward and overcommit to it. Pasha doing the job again. He just continues, doesn't he? There's absolutely no stopping him. Takes down Groovy. 5 versus 3. Blackbeard deals with the next razor bloom and can now get onto the hatch. Takes down a 3rd razor bloom and will be able to pick Rorik up, who has taken quite a lot of damage there. If you look across the side of Virtus Pro, they've got 3 operators who HP-wise pretty much add up to 1, so it's almost 3 versus 3 in HP terms.
That's not how the game plays, though, is it, Tim?
Not in gun terms, that's the problem, isn't it?
That is the big problem, Tim. It only takes 1 shot in Siege, as we all know, and a life can be extinguished. Doesn't matter how much HP you've got to your name. Just make it a little bit easier when your opponent is on low health, though. And sure enough, here we go. The intensive pushing forwards. Yupa going dangerously low. Gets the down on towards Neko, though. Can he finish off the next? Finds 1, finds 2. Like that, Tim. They've flung 3 back. It looked like a massive advantage for Virtus Pro, but they might have crumbled at the time it matters most. They've got 20 seconds left. Fuse going to have to be recovered here from top blue. Sky's working his way down. Has to win this gunfight, though. And sure enough, Yupa... Is he deaf? Did he not hear it come through? Pays the price. Down to a 2 versus 2. An opportunity here to win, but there's so much fire. Sky's gunned down on his way on through. Burns out in the end by Ask. And that'll be a great hold and recovery by GK, who, despite losing the entry, managed to hold on.
Yeah, I think through that, Virtus.pro just taking too much damage along the way. You know, having to collect Rorik, for example, the Razor Bloom damage that had been done to the Blackbeard. Everything just mounted up towards the end, and those first 3 kills that we saw come in for GK were against all those low HP operators. They were easy fights, 2 of them to be taken at the top of blue. The first was a headshot here beautifully onto the Blackbeard, but then you see the second challenge come in, and it's the Hibana that's so low health. Couple of body shots, that's all it takes. Sorry, no, it was Dan on the Sphere who was low health. Couple of body shots, it's all it takes. Down onto the ground, and then they're able to fight back, and all of a sudden 2v2 Virtus.pro find themselves rushing. So I suggested that basement was a good foundational site for GK. They've been able to get that one done. They now need to find a win somewhere else, and this is where the big problems might just come for them. They're going to take open area. I'm kind of glad about that. We've spoken already about how it does have consistently a higher defensive win rate than top floor. So I think play the numbers here. Give yourself every chance to get this one and take it to the final round. The problem is they've always got that top floor looming.
5 seconds to insertion.
All right, that's if they choose to go there. Dare I suggest we might see ourselves going towards the true offsite, which would be very, very shocking if we went towards Stella's Archives. We'll see, of course, if we get there. The top floor has proven to be pretty lethal for everybody so far. Defenders don't really like it. Don't see much success there, so you choose to go instead and play elsewhere. However, as you said, open and staff for this one, which means more of the same. Skies being on side on the Ram tells you all you need to know. They want that top floor control, rip up those floorboards, and then start getting yourself set up for an execute. Dare I suggest him. Might see ourselves running in towards something like a hatch drop execute off the back of that one once they get that top floor control. As that said, I haven't seen many hatch drop executes so far yet.
No,
not in this game, but in general on
stage.
Bank lately.
Yeah, throughout the stage on Bank lately, it seems to have, like you say, lost its popularity. A lot
I guess
more.
you don't want to go dropping into traps, do you? That's the worst
This
part.
is the thing. You're going to drop into barbed wire, razor blooms. You're going to, you know, there's going to be so much tech there that you just don't want any part of it, do you? But yeah, a lot more of the pressure as late round, particularly for this side, focused on getting towards, you know, getting the breach open, getting into double door, and getting into that side of things rather than trying to push through and drop the hatch. So still 5 versus 5, halfway into the round. GK preserving themselves well, still 2 up on the top floor, as I said was the case last time. Groovy and Ask, it was them 2. Last time it was Goyo and another. I can't remember who Groovy was playing. I will find out in a second. It was actually Castle that he was on. So this time he's going to have the DMR, a better weapon to challenge with. Tries to do so onto the windows, takes a lot of damage himself. Ask is still there supporting him on that top floor, but here comes the shield.
Yeah, that should give him a bit of pressure upstairs. Assuming, of course, Neko can find himself one. And yeah, it's the timing as well. If it was half a second faster, his teammate is probably still alive, but that's down. The IQ falling down. Neko now into another 1 versus 1 against the Aruni. Groovy ready and waiting. And look at the long angle. Rorik just begging anyone to step out into that long haul, but no one's going to give anything to him. It's 2 kills. 1 for Neko, gets rid of Groovy. Rorik into another. Off the back of that, it's a 4 versus 2 and a lot to recover for GK.
Yeah, Neko did everything he could there. We saw a really nice snapshot of the teamwork coming in from Virtus.pro. Neko dumping the nade down at Groovy's feet, trying to force him out into that corridor, knowing that Rorik had the line and was waiting for him to move, but ultimately had to take the kill himself. 4 versus 4. Sarks and Yoga tasked with doing it all. Pasha manages to find yet another headshot to take down his man. 1 versus 4 now. It's up to Yoga. He's had a big game so far. He's going to have to go massive now. Manages to find Skies. Can he find his second? The diffuser's going down. Pasha is almost certainly going to stick this unless Yoga dies beforehand, which he doesn't. Finds a second. 1v2, Des.
I mean, he's having a pretty good game, Tim, but a 1 versus 2 post plant. This one might be a little bit too far beyond him, I'm afraid. 1 in Archives, 1 hanging near Beepers towards site itself. Looking like this might be a bit of a rough recovery, even for Yagu. Like I said, has had a phenomenal game, but it's simply not going to be enough. Rorik, he's won out a couple of 1v1s and 1v2s in this half, Tim. He gets the closing kill, and Virtus.pro take the win 7-4.
Brilliant, brilliant stuff from them to get the job done. Get it over the line in tough circumstances. They take the full 3.
Absolutely, 0 complaints there, and I'm sure that's what I've lost to break down from this game. Back with you in just a few.
wildin' out. Throw my elbows up and my money out. Cause I came to get down, so let's run it up. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Keep it going till there ain't nothing left.
Virtus.pro remain to be the only team that is flawless when it comes to points, and that means we once again have the pleasure to speak to some of the brains behind the team as we're joined by Dark. Good evening, and congratulations on yet another victory. You're flawless so far. That must be an amazing feeling as a coach.
So much. Yeah, we have a good start in this season for sure. I don't think we have a really hard match until now. Maybe tomorrow we have some more hard with this mind, but game by game, right? We are working well. We are not thinking so much for sure about who we are playing, so we dedicate 100% against everyone, and yeah, just starting, right?
Dark, am I right in thinking that you took your tactical timeout after 5 rounds today?
Yeah. It was in the last defense.
Can you enlighten me as to why you would take it? Because that's presumably a very specific timeout for 1 round of play.
Yeah, on that round, I can't explain exactly what happened at the moment. I think for one detail, my pause was not so good. But basically what I want is to say for the players who play open air one more time, we lose the second open air and I don't want to be going back in CO. So in that moment, GK was playing 2 times in a row domain top floor, and I was thinking they're gonna come some different thing for side or lobby, using Sarks coming lobby and doing some things like that to kill archive player. So I say to Rohik, don't play on the top floor, play in archives, 2 guys together, 3 guys in second floor, so we can count anything to bomb site, anything horizontal. But the problem was they repeat 3 times the same attack. And I forgot to say a small detail for the players for don't give kills for them in archives and tellers because they have a really bad operators for execution, more about domain the map. So they get 2 kills in archives and you lose that round. But yeah, my mind was bank defense is really hard. Yeah. I know attack was everything good for us, I don't have to say nothing. So if I can help a little bit for defense, it's fine.
So the aim was just to win that one specific round completely tactical.
Yeah, for sure. Cool. A 3 defense on bank is good, but if you can make 4, it's perfect.
Yeah, perfect.
Actually, doubling down on these defenses, it's a tricky opponent to play against because they're playing super spread, and then Sarks is always lurking somewhere. It's a nightmare. Watching him from the top-down perspective, he was on open area, he was lurking for your basement. On the other bomb side, he was lurking up main stairs, and then he was back again into blue stairs. When you're a coach and you're preparing to play against a team like GK, who loves to spread out and have lurks all the time, baiting around, how do you prepare your players to face a team like that has such a specific playstyle?
I think in general, when I see the things when they play, I think today I want to play Fortress, but they don't have they're not brave enough. I think they have a really bad Fortress, and I don't know how just to almost lose that. And when you see they play, I think it depends so much about Sark. Sark is a really good player when you see outside. I think the team have a kind of dependence on him, and they don't have a good shoot player. So in general, for my team, the prep today was I don't think we need to give too much kills initial for them, and I'm saying very general, right? Because if you go bomb site for bomb site, it's different. But basically, you don't need to die on the beginner because in the beginner, when Sarks have a more powerful moments, right?
Yeah.
And the final rounds is kind of different. But yeah, talking about very general is something like that. I cannot go more details like this, right?
All right, Doc, you already mentioned it is a more difficult match tomorrow. We just had your friend on here. We spoke to Little, the coach of Twisted Minds. Any thoughts about that game they have tomorrow against Twisted Minds? Maybe anything you want to say to Little as well?
Yeah, Liddell is a big friend. Many years ago, I was a player. Liddell was my coach when he started being coaching Siege. For sure, this is going to be a good match. Finally, we play against. No trash talks at all. He's my friend. Just going to be a big match. Let's show a good Siege tomorrow, right?
Awesome. I love how it's very wholesome. Thank you so much for your time, Derek, and best of luck tomorrow.
Thank everyone. Thank everyone, guys. See you.
All right, good stuff there coming out from Virtus.pro. And like we already said in the halftime break, they were really capitalizing certain players playing so individualized on the side of GK.
Yeah, I think we just saw a team play versus a bunch of players that was put together and did not have the same cohesion. And what better way to show this than to show this great example of not trusting your teammates. It is when Yoga is trying to defuse here. There's the 1v1 going up the stairs. It's a 2v1. Roik is stuck into that 1v1. All you guys do is stuck it. Look at the time on the timer. It's too late. He stuck it and then he would have won it. But then, no, he stopped defusing at 8 seconds left. Realistically, there was no chance in any world.
Yeah.
He was going to kill Rorik and then go back to diffuser. He lost it by not trusting his teammates there.
I'd have been very, very disappointed. Very disappointed. I think, you know, Yoga got a lot of kills today. I think it's worth saying he's an exceptionally gifted player.
How many
there
of
were a
his
lot
kills?
of ineffective exit frags.
That's the thing.
Even the decision to jump off the diffuser. When he jumped off the diffuser, his team had a 0% chance of winning the round. They maybe only had a 2% chance if he stayed on it. By some grace of God, managed to defuse. But you've got to take those chances rather than play for yourself. And ultimately, he tried killing the guy for KD. And that was a little bit disappointing because GK looked so disjointed once again with individuals spread all over the map today.
It is really rough, and you do not want to see that for a team like this, where we look at the highlights of this game once again. I mean, Virtus.pro, they remain to be the only team that is flawless, and as we talked about in the pre-show, they might be solidifying themselves inside that maybe even top 1, top 2 right now.
I think we're going to see that first test tomorrow. I think Darks mentioned it himself in that interview. They're going to be confronted for the first time to one of the teams of the Big Four and the best team at Salt Lake City, so representing EML. So this is going to be a great test. I think where really GK, you know, struggled, and we mentioned it during the halftime, the bans, right? They get rid of the Montagne and then they get rid of Ace. So basically, you remove one shield and one range Harbinger. Why is that a problem? Because you're not fixing any issues. You still have 2 shields to play with, and you still have 1 range Harbinger. So commit to either one. And then when you focus on the rest of the bans here, they eventually ban Blitz. And so what do you see Virtus.pro play in that last round? Blackbird and Hibana. Realistically, by banning away these few operators, they've achieved nothing. You had on one end Virtus.pro who could always play the shield. Nako played Blitz the first 3 rounds and then played Blackbird. And then what happened for Rorik? He could play Hibana the whole time. And so they were limited by their playstyle, they were limited by their bans, and they were limited as a general unit, not playing well together.
Really, you've got to target a specific. You've got to target a player and an interaction, being Nako and the shield.
Or a group of operators.
Or you've got to target a group of operators and the map specifically, in which case that would have been Hibana.
Exactly.
When GK do nothing, like you say, Leo, they don't solve a problem. They don't solve the problem that Hibana can open up all the hatches, the Kanto wall, everything that makes us so strong on bank, and you don't solve the problem that Nako can play any of the free shields available, and he's probably one of the best shield players in our league. So they definitely got that game plan wrong as well.
Yeah. And given it's Shepard as well as the coach of GK, you'd figure that he would know something at least about the core of Virtus.pro, about what they would do on this map, given Bank was such a good map for them as well.
Then again, the old guard from Virtus.pro they've never have been known to be great innovators, to really follow modern meta, and so I'm not saying that Shepard doesn't have that understanding, but clearly right now it's not applying to the game.
We finished our second match of today. I want to focus our attention to the third match of the day. We have G2 going up against Shifters. As we said, our match of the day. And now there is one really important thing that could be the difference when it comes to these 2 squads when we look at the lineup of the teams.
Yeah, I think so. I think when we talk about teams and I talk about IGLing and top-down perspective, that's all great. It's the theory. But you want your fraggers to go and execute it. Now, here's the fraggers for the 2 teams that are going head-to-head here. And I think it tells a really, really big story because I think on the left-hand side of your screen, we see an incredible amount of fraggers, but we see maybe a little bit of inconsistency. Freg, over a long period of time, has been the kind of front man for this team and has been consistent. Robbie has been up and down, more recently up, and Lasmo has been up and down, more recently down. And I think you can see that in the stats. When you flick over to the side of G2, you've got Shaiko, you've got Doki, and you've got Bender on that kind of backstab lurk. And in terms of his operators as well, you see a very consistent storyline there. All of them are getting their kills and 10-15% more.
Realistically, you cannot beat G2 at their own game. It cannot become a frag fest because you're going to lose the game there. And it's exactly what happened when these last 2 faced each other at kickoff. As a reminder, it was on Fortress. Shifters in general were winning the game strategically, but G2 were clutching their way out of huge man disadvantage situations all the time just because of crazy multi-kills. And so if there is to have a chance here for Shifters to beat G2, I think it needs to happen with a strategy, with team cohesion, with utility, rather than win gunplay itself.
And there's one more factor we can add to that, because during kickoff we talked loads about how Blaz left G2, felt like he was a bit of a scapegoat and got rid of, left that team rather, and
left
then
the seat as well.
Yeah, and then played against G2 for the first time. As you said, it was a rough matchup, a 7-2, but he must have felt that pressure as well, playing against his former organization.
Just like on his camera, he completely disappeared from the game the last time he played against G2. It's an emotional matchup. You're gonna face a team that decided to get rid of you, and realistically, when you get kicked from a team like this, it feels like they put the blame on the poor results of the team solely on you. You're the only one that has been kicked out. So it feels like, oh yeah, if we didn't live up to the expectations, if we didn't win a title this year, oh yeah, it's because of Blaz.
Yeah.
And that just feels horrible for a player that I think in general had a great showing with that roster, Jack.
That's the big point. He's come onto this roster, he's dropped to 1.4 KD in pro play. He's been a phenomenal pickup for the side of Shifters, but I think a lot of pro sports comes down to mentality. Blaz had a bad day when he played up against G2, which makes sense. It adds pressure. He's got a point to prove, maybe sometimes overplayed. Now he's got another opportunity to play against G2. Hopefully that stage fright, as the title of the graphic there, doesn't come back to bite him again, because already when you're thinking G2 man for man are one of the best teams, you know, in terms of raw firepower. If you have one player having a bad day, you're going up 4v5 against G2. It's not a great place to be. So hopefully for Blaz's and Shifter's sake, that he's got it in hand.
It's the kind of comparison we made as well, right? That frag and power against the raw frag and power on the other side we see as well. One more thing to mention is Shifters are no longer on their bootcamp. So they're playing from home. That must be different with the synergy. We talked to Doki as well last week about how important these vibes are in the team and how much they can help you win a specific game here in these best of ones. But one more thing we need to know before we dive into this matchup is our map selected for this best of one series. Any thoughts, any ideas where we might go to?
I think it's gonna be Concholis.
Oh,
okay,
wow.
Who would have known? It got revealed. Okay, it got spoiled as I was saying.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting one. It is the favorite map of Shifters. They've showed it. Not that much, actually, because not a lot of other teams are willing to play it against them.
It's a rare map these days.
It's the map on which I remember Virtue getting his crazy, like almost a 20 kill game last year.
Yes, he did, yeah.
On that one and clutch a 1v3. It's a map that Shifters have loved a lot for a long time. And realistically, I think if G2 wanted to go on that map, it's only if they can start on the defense side, which they did. It's not a map. It's a map that they used to like, but it's not a map that they won recently. They struggled on it at kickoff, at SI. So it's a gamble, but they've had time to rework on it as well.
And even though the game is, I would say the game is generally leaning more attacker side. The attackers have the most choice they've ever had inside of pro play right now to play on any map. I don't think any team is really scared of attacking any map. I will say Consular is very snowball, very momentum driven. The fact G2 are starting on the defense means that 1, 2, 3, 4 rounds can rack up very, very quickly, and Consular can sometimes look impenetrable to attack.
Ooh, I like what this is building up to be. I think we're in for an absolute frag fest. So without further ado, please, ASNS, take us to Consulate.
Thank you very much, Anne. Indeed, G2 coming up against Shifters. Back in game one, Tim, we said this is the game that we were looking forward to most today, because on paper, you look at this and say G2 win. But we also saw Shifters last week, and they impressed us across both of their games. I don't think it's going to be a walk in the park for G2. That much is for sure. Tim, mute yourself again.
I would agree with you, Dej. G2 have got that star power. They can turn up on any.
Come on, man!
I think I must be having some internet issues. G2 can turn up on any given day, and they can just absolutely light up the server. And that's it could be Falcons, it could be Dark Zero, it could be Shifters, it could be anybody. It doesn't really matter. And so yeah, you've always got that kind of like factor of is it going to be one of those days, or is it going to be kind of an average G2 day? An average G2 day is still better than a lot of teams like good days. But yeah, I think Shifters, like I said, I like what they're doing. I think they're building some great momentum. I think they've got a fantastic backroom staff. I think the players that they've got in now are starting to gel well. I've really enjoyed watching them so far. They've had a couple of good games. Tough result, losing 7-5 in that first play day against Twisted Minds. But other than that, good win against Secret. Maybe a little bit closer than we might have expected, given Secret's first week performance. But everybody's just growing into EML at the minute. So I don't think that's a big problem. And yeah, I could see Blaz coming out and saying something to his old Orgia.
Yeah, well, let's find out how it goes then. Let's see how things go up on this defense of the first floor, I believe that we are on, which means starting up on the top floor. We've seen it a million times by now, Tim. We had it on back not too long ago. When you're defending downstairs, you want to have some control on the floor above. If you're defending down in the basement, you can control all 3 floors. But at least being here, it means there's going to be some presence up on the top floor to deny the vertical takes coming in from the attacking side. Inevitably, G2 will have to fall back and give Shifters that control at some point. You can't afford to control the site and that top floor, but for now, they'll try and waste as much time, as much of Shifters' utility, and ideally, get a kill or 2 before they drop away. Maeve, no doubt, going to be the main driving force in this round as well, with that Ying on side. Lasmo on the blitz, going to be charging in forward and trying to be a bit of a nuisance for them. And Freck, you'd hope at least feeding a bunch of intel across to them on the back of playing that solid stake.
Yeah, Snake's a really good operator for Consular. It's another one of those maps where with a couple of repels, he can actually feed a lot of intel about an entire floor. You know, if he goes down one side of the building, he can see about halfway across that top floor with his Soliton scanner. He can kind of see just past, you know, Visa Stairs where we are now, so maybe a third of it. So you're picking up an awful... There you go. You can see he sees the entirety of Visa there. So that's just with a quick repel down, bang. I can see all of Visa, I can scan it out, I can give that intel, I can get back to what I'm doing. Snake just speeds things up massively. Freck managing to pick up the kill onto Doki as well. Again, using that intel. Doki just pushing almost at the right time, but he was just half a second ahead of himself. And Freck managed to react. There's the second kill. Wow. This is a great clearance from Shifters. They look electric in round one. This could be flawless.
Quite literally zapped the life out of G2. 4 players have fallen in the space of, what, 15 seconds of each other? Dare I say, almost somewhat caught off guard by it as well. Like half the time, they didn't look ready for those gunfights coming on through. Valentine going on through now up on the vertical. There's Blaz being taken down by his former team. Not really former teammate, but I guess replace the teammate is one thing. The only death in the round. Very comfortable for the side of Shifters. And that kind of pace will set them up well for a good half here if they can maintain it.
Yeah, fantastic start there. Love to see it. G2, I'm sure, will react. But, yeah, perfect. A really good example of the use of Snake as well there, by the way. You know, exactly what I was saying. Just the ability to just so quickly check such big area. You know, how long would it take you realistically to drone all of Visa? And I'm not saying, you know, it's not minutes of a job, but it's going to be, you know, maybe 10, 15 seconds to really make sure you've checked everywhere. Check all your corners, check around the back of the little half wall, check the bottom of the stairs. You know, do all those little places. Snake does that in like 1 second with the Soliton scan, and then he's up and he's into top floor, into admin, causing trouble up there, finding kills. Just, you know, really great use of Solid Snake. So we move down for G2 then to basement this time, just having a look at the setup that we've got. Keep an eye on Doki and Alamo. They're going to be the 2 main win factors, I would say, here, or win conditions. We've got the Clash, we've got the Echo, so they're going to be looking to cause as much delay as they possibly can. Alamo needs to stay alive to the late round as well, try and be in position to be able to deny any plants that might be going down.
So seeing Doki jumping onto the Clash here on console wasn't really on my bingo card. I was quite curious actually how much he's played throughout the year in terms of Clash. I don't think he'll have played a whole lot, maybe once or twice. Twice. He's played it twice all year long so far. Doesn't really scream out as he was being a Doki operator, doesn't, but at the same time, I can imagine Doki just cackling away from behind that shield, so it also does strike me as quite a good Doki operator to play.
We have seen him playing a little bit more with the shields recently. A couple of times, you know, it would never have been happening for Doki prior, but we do see him occasionally picking up the Monty or the Clash and having a little go. Top floor control is going to be Shifters. There is nobody up there for G2. There's nobody on mid floor actually as well. They can get themselves in. This is very quick, 50 seconds. They're already starting to open up verticals. Need to be careful. They do have 2 C4s to be cautious of. It could be launched skyward towards them. One goes out, will be detonated, does not do any damage, so that is at least 50% of that resource absorbed by Shifters, and if anything, it speeds their work up a little bit because it's opened up a big vertical hole for them.
Absolutely. Like you say, the drop away from G2 was pretty quick as well, so Shifters have made very good progress getting inside, and that gives them now tons of time with which to work on getting themselves set up, hatches open, verticals exposed. Even if it needs to do thing about maybe getting the main wall opened up, but only the Habana on side, that doesn't really look like it's going to be a massive consideration for them. It's certainly not a big part of the game plan. But like I say, time is 100% in their favor now. All they need is a couple of kills to go with it. Shaiko, the first of 4, Robbie just peeking and deleting him there.
It's going to be the start that Shifters were looking. Look at all this vertical that's going on as well, by the way. By having the sledge and the ram, they're just ripping up the entire floor here. There's going to be nowhere inside of sight safe for G2 to sit, and they're starting to find that out. Freck takes down Doki. That's the Clash gone. One of those big win conditions that I spoke about. They do still have Alum out on side with the Echo drone, so that is going to be a big one. We can see he's got both left after it, actually. One in garage, one in servers. Blaz does pick up stomping. Alumau's got a problem now because he's going to have to, he gets taken down anyway. He's going to have to come onto the gun to take the fight. Spencer does manage to find Nerf. He already got the first kill, would have had to be an ace, can't get near it as Freck is just going ballistic today. Gets himself another to finish off the round, and it's going to be Shifters 2-0.
Well, Well. They are making it look easy so far, Tim. And on the attacking side of Consulate, no less. Always been one of our top 3 defender-sided maps. It's always been quite difficult to attack into, what with the pokey rooms, not really any big, massive wide spaces through which you can work. And lots of bottlenecks throughout the map, but they are making it look very simple. So much so that G2, they're feeling the heat, Tim. They're feeling like, whoa, okay, we did not expect this coming into today. We need a course correct. And that is why, after just 2 rounds, Romalio steps in to have a word with the boys.
Yeah, we know all about the Romalio tactical timeouts and their proficiency, efficiency, their success rate. Certainly gets a lot of information into a short space of time. It's been the subject of conversation over the last year or so, but the team have always been very positive, you know, in their words, in their thoughts about the impact of those timeouts. So we will see whether he can turn things around here and get them a couple of rounds. We did see some graphics, I think it was at Salt Lake City, about the success rate for tactical timeouts and which coaches were the best, which coaches, you know, won the most rounds following tactical timeouts, and Romalio was right up there towards the top. I think he was in the top 2 or 3. So yeah, we're expecting, he may have been in the top 1, I can't remember off the top of my head, but yeah, we're expecting big things after that tactical timeout.
You'd hope so. It has to be a bit of a shift up in game plan, and by the looks of it, a bit more comfort on the operators is coming to the fore. Doki onto what? He did describe this last year as his favourite operator in the army. Loved the gun, and of course, Keybers were pretty ridiculous back then as well. Nerfed a few times since then, it's fair to say, so maybe not quite up there as his top anymore. I'll have to ask him later on and find out what the new one is. But it is up on this top 4, which we're going to get ourselves set up. The attackers, they're not looking to slow down, Tim. We've still got that blitz coming along, the DKB coming along for Robbie. And the sends for Blaz also on side, which we've seen many a time be very, very effective. But it does communicate, at least to us. Of course, the defenders don't know it's on side yet. But when you see a sends on side, Tim, you know there's definitely a use case intended for it, either to get control of, I think on things like Chalet, to be able to block off Ivy windows so you can't get challenged onto the balcony. More often than not, it's about hitting the site itself.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you say, we'll see where he lines up. Where does Blaz go? At the minute, he's up on top of the roof. Nade comes in. That's just going to force Alamau back. He had Nitro in hand. He's going to go straight back to it. I imagine that they are likely aware of his position here. They shouldn't be falling foul of a Nitro coming up through that skylight. Shifters, they should be definitely prepared and ready for that. Instead, they're going to be heading towards that coffin wall and just trying to take out the keeper barricades and prevent some of that hold. G2, of course, you know, were the pioneers, really, of the hold over on the admin side, around the vending machine, around the top visa stairs. We don't see it as much anymore. You know, the meta and the method of defending that side of the map has shifted a little bit since Consulate rework came back into the map, but they are certainly poised and ready to go here, Shifters, and the shield gets on the move. Here we go, Des.
Yeah, got to be careful here. I was going to say there's Razor Blooms. It will slow him down temporarily, but there we go. G2 slowed them down behind the barbed wire. The Razor Blooms, one came through, but no, can't even finish it off. Alamo's on the deck, but Naif has got it all to do in a 1 versus 5. This feels like it could be a little bit of a tall order, to be honest with you, Tim.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think the rush didn't really work out there. It wasn't a rush at the beginning of the round, but it was still that point. 3, 2, 1. Here we go, Nif. It's a beautiful headshot there onto Alamau. A little one tap as he was peeking away. Flashes himself, but he was just trying to bait the... He did that on purpose, effectively. He threw the flash round, trying to bait the swing from the player, thinking he was going to attack, and then he'd be ready for it. 1v4 becomes 1v2. This just became doable, Des.
Check his PC. This is not normally. That was a pretty scary third shot as well. Looking good. Being recovered the diffuser here, we start having a very interesting conversation about where he can get this one down. And knowing how good friends he is with Doki, he'll certainly be letting him know all about it in the chat as well. But hopefully G2 here have the composure to not let this one go. And sure enough, Benja off towards his left will find the kill. They'll be worried there for a few seconds, but G2, they get it done.
Yeah, a little bit of patience there from G2, slowing things down. I think they were just maybe getting a little bit aggressive in the 4v1 to begin with. Something, it's not the end of the world, you 4v1, but you've got to know when to put the brakes on as well, and Doki and Benja really did there. Just being able to say, right, that's enough now. We just need to slow things down, force him to play the game, force him to go for the plan, Tor come and find us, and Benja takes down that final kill, so nicely done. And that takes us into 2-1 on the scoreboard, and the final banning stage stage. Blitz and Azami being taken away. We've seen plenty of use of both, and both teams deciding they don't want to deal with those anymore, so they will go by the wayside, and we will see G2's defense continue, and the next one looks like it's going to be Piano.
So there will be. So back to where we started things out with that quarter again, that full rotation to work through. G2 sticking to that plan. We still got this a little bit yesterday. Teams how they'll sometimes work their way through the same 3 sites regardless of outcome. Others will retry certain ones when they see that the tertiary site, for example, isn't a particularly great site and it's just there in case you don't get the first 2 wins. G2 here sticking to their 3-site rotation. Lineup-wise, Doki slowly got himself onto more and more slippy operators as we've progressed as well. From Clash, across to his army, and now on towards the Solus. His job will be getting up there, chewing away those drones, staying mobile around the map, just trying to keep Shifters slowed down, because really that was what helped G2 in that previous round, was the number of the gunfights and the kills that they came into were very, very isolated. It wasn't like they were dealing with a swarm of 5 Shifters players all in the same second, being impeded by the razor blooms, being impeded by barbed wire. Let them deal with the threat coming in from one direction, and then turn around and deal with the shield straight after. So the more they can do to make Shifters uncertain of themselves, or have them running in towards blind alleyways where they get themselves gunned down the second they step into the room. That's what they're trying to do. They've got to trip the other side up before Shifters can get into full flow.
So far, the entry has been favourable for Shifters, and like you say, that part of that full flow is getting in there, getting that first kill and building from there. You see the Soliton radar just giving a warning that somebody is playing in and around yellow as well, so Shifters starting to build a little bit of a picture here. If we look at G2, they've got 3 up on the top floor at the minute. We've got Doki outside. He's going to get himself back in. He doesn't, though. Takes an awful lot of damage along the way. Cut down again. Shifters are just everywhere. As soon as they get that sniff, as soon as they get that little bit of information, they are in position to be able to react to it quickly. Great stuff.
Let's have a good laugh together, and sure enough, it's carrying on even at the very, very starting point of this round. Robbie, the one moving, does he know that off towards his right? He's got one ready and waiting. It's Benja with a shotgun, and it's a freebie. Down goes Robbie, and most critically, Tim, Dockerby removed.
Stompin and Shaiko both a little bit quiet so far, but it's not going to matter too much if Benja continues on like this. Absolutely flying at the minute. 7 kills to his name and doing some serious damage now as G2 start to wake up in round 3 and 4. Shifters need to make sure that they're not rattled by this. Shots come in from the spiral stairs, do a little bit of damage to Blaz. Lasmo taken down elsewhere by Alamo. It's going to be all up to Blaz. 1v4, we've seen this before, and I don't think it's likely to be successful as the Toxic Babes canister starts to come out. There's 2 more of them left, by the way. And there's the peak coming around the corner. I said Shaiko hadn't done too much, so he says, you know what, I'm going to get a kill. Will that be the start of the boulder rolling down the hill towards Shifters? G2 level things up 2-2, and there was no need for any panic for the G2 fans.
Well, is there still reason for concern? There's a little bit. Yeah, they're dealt with a couple of moments there good in that round, but yeah, Benja's been kind of saving them in a couple of these very precarious situations. In the starting part, at the very least, then getting rid of the Dockery was the key one as well. But you see now Benja, even in that kill there, was sat on top of a mute jammer. They have no way of knowing he's there unless they can get a drone in from another angle. The difficulty being, like I mentioned earlier, this map is quite bottlenecky. There's a lot of single doorways to work your way through. You aren't going to be able to get full intel all the time. So mute is proven to be quite a frustration for them. No surprise at all that it'll be sticking through the vast majority of these rounds. But they are up to 2-2, Tim. They've recovered well. Can they push on for a 4-2 half? Because I can only imagine Shifters will feel quite disappointed if that's the outcome, given how well they did in those first 2.
Not often. Not often do we see the split side. G2 going to bring it along. What are we going to see from the attackers?
You don't play this map enough in ranked, because all my teammates love picking this site.
And then I've no idea how to defend it, I would imagine.
Oh, don't get me started. Honestly, it kills me.
Not one of them up on top floor at the beginning of the round. No.
All in basement. Yeah, we'll play Pulse, it's fine. That's old school consulate, guys. Come on.
I would have thought so. Alamo is the one for G2 who is up on that top floor, because he's going to be joined by Benja as well. Because guess what? You need to hold on to the top floor if you're going to defend the split site. It all starts out with the attackers trying to take that top floor, work a bit of verticality down into site, and then they've got a choice. They can do as Shifters are doing here. You have another
Tim,
team.
I'm really sorry if you're talking. My headset has just died. I can't hear you. It's probably a good thing. Please keep casting this round while I sort it out.
Why am I answering him if he can't hear me? Yeah, so you quite often will get the push coming across from the garage side as well. So you kind of get two teams going on. You get one trying to look for a little bit of top floor control because the verticality is going to prevent any plant going in around towers. And then you also get one working in towards basement to have a look towards archives. That can be for two reasons. The plant can go down in archives, but alternatively, it can also be to stop something like a pulse or a nitro being able to do anything. The top floor clearance starts well as Robbie manages to find the kill onto Alamau. 5 versus 4 now for Shifters. 5 versus 3 as they pick up Benja, the other top floor hold as well. Blaz manages to find Stomp, and it's falling apart quickly for G2 here. They've taken a chance on this split site, and they might just wish that they hadn't. We're going to see utility going out as Doki's just trying to find anything really at this point. That's all they can do is look for kills, but in comes the Dockerby call. He's going to tank the damage. He's going to accept it because his phone is now destroyed. Dockerby cannot call him again. Means, unfortunately, that he's probably going to pass the baton to Shaiko because there's 3 calls left for Robbie, and he will start calling him later in the round. Nade comes in, and Doki is under serious pressure. Blaz moves in from behind, finds the kill. It's all up to Shaiko. It's a flawless round for Shifters. Unbelievable stuff from them. That was an absolutely clinical attack from them.
It was brilliant stuff, and into a flawless. Just kind of goes to show that they've still got fight in this one. They're not going to let it roll over. I was really tempted to come back, by the way, and just be like, my headset didn't really die. I just wanted to break Tim, that's all. But no, my headset did actually die. And now I just feel like a moron sat here with a wireless headset that's plugged in.
That's wired, yeah.
Yeah. What a step back into the past we've gone for. But no, really sensible. And again, just the changes based on what you saw across those previous 2 rounds. Very, very good at being slowed down almost. But this round was more about isolating these picks and getting rid of players that were in these odd spots. Previously, it was that being done to them in reverse. But Benja here has had zero idea that Robbie was sat there ready and waiting. Alamau, the first one, was being hunted down. Just a very, very good change in game plan overall from Shifters, and it's worked wonders for them. They're up 3-2. Could yet make this a 4-2 attacking half on Consulate. And if you ask me coming into this, oh, will Shifters get 4 rounds on the attack against G2 on Consulate? I'd have laughed at you, but they're potentially about to do it.
I've been saying it, Des. I hate to say it, but I've been saying it. Look, Shifters are building something, and I think it's starting to come together. You know, are they going to be top 2 right now? No, I don't think so, in honesty. But are they might not even win this game, look, but are they going to be fighting for 4th spot? I think they absolutely are. And I will keep saying that. We will see how it goes. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But I don't think I'm going to be. I think they are going to be up there fighting with Twisted Minds to get those latter spots. The big question for me is not actually going to come through the best of 1 stage. It's when we get into those playoffs and we go to best of 3s. That's always, you know, the real kind of acid test for me of teams when you get in there and see how you can do in the longer format. Nitro here in hand for Alamau. They've seen him doing it a couple of times. Falls out. Not going to catch just a little bit of damage, but not quite enough.
Yeah, I mean, they got rid of that. Again, spoke about the Sens in the earlier round. You see a Sens picked up, you know it's being picked along typically for a slight execute of some kind. Given the pairing that it's coming along with, things like that, Blackbeard on side, everyone repelling in towards the top side of admin to move their way across. It screams that that is going to be the game plan. So Blast still being alive here with all 4 in back pocket and a couple of nades. That is a lot of utility that he still gets to bring along to this round. Admin now in control, though, of Shifters. They've got him where they need to. Typically used to say, at least on old Consulate, it was always harder to start with the side of admin, but it made your later attack easier. Whereas Yellow was typically the opposite way around. Here, though, I think with how things have changed up, it can be quite hard to attack from this side of the map when, as you say, we've seen teams like G2 pioneer defending this hallway extremely tightly with things like a clash on side. There isn't one in this round, but there is a lot of utility to chew their way through. There's fire in the back pocket, a stomping, the C4s on side. Still got the work cut out for them here, Shifters.
Nade is going to go into... force this player out from behind. Long Death needs to be careful. Nave taking a little bit of damage to the feet there. Needs to be getting his head angled down a little bit to make sure that the toes are covered by the front of the shield. Nade goes in, but he's going to be just caught up in the FNAP, manages to take it out so he can start to aggress forward here. Nade goes in again. He's trying to move these defenders around a lot. Does manage to get the kill onto Shaiko. He's doing great work with the shield, but Doke gets the double on the Thorn, holds on. Looks like this could be an even split at this rate as Benja manages to find the kill onto Lasmo. 4 versus 2. And it is all up to Freck and Blaz. Freck's been having a real game so far, has as Blaz. And they start the process. 2v4 becomes 2v3.
Got work to do, but these two have had a good half so far. Standout performers for their side. Again, the utility that's sat ready for stomping. Now would be a good time to get it raining on immediately. Know where they're coming in from. Drone certainly one way of baiting out a swing, but nothing going to coming on towards long death. Final 10 seconds, so I fear they're out of time, but he gets into the soft wall. That's not ideal. And Blast is going in for it. Can he hold on? No, he cannot. Unfortunately, Alamau comes up big when required, and they get the 3-3 split, Tim.
Yeah, it was, you know, it was an effort. It was an effort from Freck and Blaz at the end. It looked like they might be able to get something going, but ultimately Alamau had the situation in control. He's having a great game, is Alamau as well. He's had a couple of big moments like that. Maybe, you know, not throwing in too many kills, but he's doing well.
Ann and Co, what you got for us?
Well, actually, it's Leo and Co here for you. I have a illustration for you, Derry, and it is about shifters, and that's a cool thing you guys can spot every time you see a pro player repick their entire lineup as soon as they spot the bomb site. It's an interesting thing, right? As you can see here, very first round, what do we notice on the side of shifters? They repick every single operator as soon as they spot that it is the piano bomb site. And when a pro team does that, generally, they're cooking something. And the cool thing is, it's actually G2 playing their usual piano setup. They will have a full extension up top, 5 players holding the vert, and usually the way they do it, they have Doki alone towards admin side, and then the rest of the team, you can kind of see them here towards CEO bomb site, Alemao, Shaiko, Benja, Stompin, all 4 of them are upstairs, just looking at the vert on the bomb site. And what Shifters is cooking is brilliant. As you can see, Freck with Solid Snake is rappelling into admin. He's got the gadget to know if someone is close to him, and so he spots here Doki and gets the first opening pick. The cool thing, it's all a bait. He's alone on admin side, and they're baiting Yellow Rush with smoke, Ying, Candela, everything to bait Alemao here. And what does that enable? Shaiko is completely alone on Satu. Pay attention to him. He's going to be the target. The rest of the team, as you have Freck going on the other side, is focusing on Shaiko. Lasmo is pushing with the blitz, Robbie, Ying, all of them together, and they get rid of Shaiko. And then what's the cool thing? Well, actually, Lasmo can take the gunfight onto Alemao alone. Robbie can then go and get aggressive towards Stompin. And it's a beautiful 4v2 play upstairs. As Lasmo is pushing in with the blitz, he gets his 1v1. Free kill for him. And then look at this, the only player upstairs, Stompin, getting killed. It's a 5v1 at 142. That's the beauty of a counter-strat, well executed by Shifters, and especially so important in the very first round of the match.
Yeah, I think so. I think when you're attacking on Consulate, when you're up against a supposedly bigger and stronger team, the fact of the matter is you had to get off to a good start. And we saw Shifters do that. They snowballed into 2 rounds, forced G2's timeout. The one thing I really liked about that clip and the rounds that we generally saw them play where they were successful was the pace that they played with. It wasn't, the time of the first kill was what, a minute in there, but the round was over 15 seconds later because they were all playing at the same place, at the same time, and it was so strong from them. When they were slower, when they were trying to work through utility and try and problem solve in a more traditional manner, that's where they came unstuck against G2.
Counter-strat. Did you see that? Did you see the Tachenka ban? That is 100% counter-strat to one of the Shifters defense. I don't know if it comes from a scream or from Shifters showing the map a little bit.
I mean, it makes the top floor much harder to play. We know G2 like to go top floor and fake the plants, and they've got a various different amount of strats in terms of attacking onto that top floor.
But, well, I guess we can say Shifters have a bit of a buffer, though, because 3 rounds on the attack is pretty good for them. We'll be going into the second half right now.
Thank you very much, Anne, and the guys over on the desk, couch desk? What do you call it? It's couch. It's got the same thing as a desk, though. Desk sounds like professional, analyst focused, you know, like proper broadcast. Couch, that's where you watch a show, mate.
I don't. I'm in a comfortable desk chair.
10 seconds to go.
That's because I've got a commentator as well. I don't get to just sit back. On the days where I don't, I quite like to watch on my projector and get very relaxed.
Mate, you can never say that and not sound Tory as all hell.
No.
Sorry. I watch games on my projector, you peasants on your monitors. Just threw that, Tim. Do this properly. But yeah, those bans are really interesting.
For the win.
Great for the World Cup, I imagine. But yeah, the bans are really interesting. The cast, I agree with what Leo was saying. It probably comes from a scrim. The last time that we saw Shifters play on this map was 2 months ago against Secret. So you look back at that old knowledge and kind of go, it was that long ago. Things are going to have changed. It did play Chanka back then, but didn't play any Clash. So maybe just be a case of looking at it and saying the Clash is more reactive, but seeing the Chanka could be what they've seen before. Alamau eats C4 to the face down to half HP. Certainly not the end of the world, but one thing it does enable Tim with these things being taken away is denial becomes a lot harder for the side of Shifters from G2. They wanted to go at pace.
Yeah, I mean, it could be kind of bluff and double bluff, couldn't it? It could be G2 preparing for the Tachanka coming. Like you say, Shifters could have read into that and thought, you know what, they're going to take away the Tachanka because that's what we've done before, so here's another plan. Or, like you say, it could be reactionary. We'll see just how organised they are when it comes down to it. Alamau is going to get himself into top of Secret for the time being. Lasmore does manage to take down Benja. That's going to be the Twitch off the board. Could be problematic given the number of electronics that they're facing. We've got FNATs, we've got mute jammers, we've got Geschmack mines, we've got Electroclaws, we've got Stompin finding a kill onto Robbie. That's going to be a headshot to take down the mute. 4 versus 4. G2 can start breaching and working from this rear side, looking to get themselves into servers, but are they aware of Blaz's position there? He's holding, ready to challenge.
I like what Benji was trying to do. He was very much the lurk in this round for G2. He pushed his way in towards Expo, came in through Art, was working his way across from the west side, across towards the east, and trying to cause a bit of bother while everyone was super focused on the shield. But fortunately, I think Lasmo heard him, and it was a bit of a freebie that came off the back of it. Either that or caught him on a little bit of utility. So not the end of the world to lose him, but it does remove that backstab threat for G2. Now everyone has been focused on getting the shield inside and starting to look inside of servers. But looking at this, they still haven't got full control of the upstairs. Nate is up here on the hatch. So G2 have got to be really careful here. As long as he's here, this is nearly impossible to do.
Yeah, Nif does a really good job of getting out of the way the nade there as well, just using every little inch of space around that hatch to be able to find at least a little bit of safety. Took some damage trying to do work with the Reaper, but look at that, the pressure just comes in from G2. They just needed time to get into position so Stompin could walk in and find the kill whilst the challenge was coming from the hatch, but G2 not really in a position to be getting this plant down. That's going to be the problem at the moment. 3 versus 3 as Blaz fights back. 15 seconds left to go. Diffuser down cold at the minute. 2 versus 3 as Alamau manages to find a kill, and that could be the win method here. They might have to go for kills. Alamau manages to recover the diffuser. 2v2. Can they stop him? They find the angle, and Shifters are going to get it done. They hold on.
Excellent defense of that site, I've got to say, from Shifters. One being so committed towards that hatch in the first place. Like, Fret being able to retake that ground after Doki and Stompin have gone for a 2v1 swing to get rid of the Nafe. I was like, okay, they now control Visa. Do they naff? Because immediately Freckers then bottled it across from down Visa stairs, has got himself back into the same corner and is sat in the same spot. The crazy thing was he wasn't even necessary in the end, because the kill that he was looking for was collected by Blaz, who was already downstairs on site. And even the closing couple of kills that you saw, they were just coming out of the walls at G2 there. I think losing Benji, even though I said at the time it's somewhat inconsequential, it gave that free agency for the side of Shifters to be able to work their way down from the backside. They knew they had full control of lobby side because G2 had sent everything as a Hail Mary down and towards Secret, down through blue, down towards site. It just became a little bit one directional, I think, and that gave Shifters a hell of a lot of comfort. So G2 maybe not quite as confident in their first attack as you might expect, and they pay the price.
Shifters, honestly, they are looking good for this one at the minute. There could be an upset on the cards. We spoke about this coming into play day 1 and how we expected G2 to be taking that top spot. And there's kind of 2 top spots to take. There's obviously the regular league, and then that feeds into the playoffs. So you could finish 2nd or 3rd, you could finish 4th, and still finish, you know, higher in the sort of technical overall standings when it comes through the playoffs. But in terms of the league phase, you know, we were expecting G2 to come through here and continue getting lots of wins, but right now Shifters are making it very, very difficult for them. They had a tough start with the loss against Twisted Minds, but they bounced back well, and they are showing some real team cohesion at the minute.
Yeah, like I said, I'm really impressed with what we've seen, and I think if they keep on building on this from what we saw back in the first week to how it's now going today, fingers crossed they can start taking down some real titans the longer this league progresses. And, you know, we were kind of having a discussion back in week 1 as to who would be our 5th, 6th place teams. Shifters are looking pretty good. Obviously, I want to see Fnatic play a little bit later as well because they were my other team that I've sort of coined to slot into 5th and 6th, but time will tell.
Just looking across the defensive lineup, we've got 3 Nitros on side here, so something that G2 need to be aware of if they get control of that top floor. Robbie, of course, has the black eye cameras as well, but Shaiko has brought along the IQ. Shaiko's been very quiet today, by the way. 1 and 6 so far.
Yeah, don't remind me, mate. He's in my fantasy team and he's my captain.
He's not my captain. Fortunately, Pasha was my captain, but he is in my fantasy team as well.
Saying that, Shaiko was like 1 and 6 last week and then got like 6 kills out of nowhere, and I was
it's
like,
still very possible that Shaiko goes 20 and 6. We'll have to see how it develops. But look, at the minute, Shifters are on top of this. Shaiko's got work to do to go in and take out those black eye cameras, because otherwise they are going to get hit by Nitros. You better believe it. So G2 need to pay attention to utility this round. It's not just about map control. It's about making sure that they're not giving away easy kills.
Right, well, of easy kills. Could be one of his finger across the wrong time here. Ben just waiting, but there could be a double swing coming on through. Instead, nope. C4 comes over, but it is shot out. So that's Blaz extending that one. Another one C4 left in the back pocket of Freck now to make use of if the round so calls for it. I think it's fair to say to Ben just having a good game so far. Shook him on the Ash, let him run a little bit wild. More importantly, making use of that utility to try and clear away the mirror windows. One there has not been touched. So surely eyes now turn for Doki, for example, on the Hibana to help clear that one away. In he goes, to take that one off the board. Could find those shot off if he's not too careful. Not able to get the assist on it. Nope, that will at least push Lasbo back that tiny little bit. Eventually will have to drop back away down towards site.
At this point, they've still got Blaz up supporting. Lasmo takes a little bit of damage. Blaz is I think there's a decision to be made here. I was just thinking, this is the tipping point now for Shifters. Do you fall back and give up top floor, or do you continue fighting? 45 seconds left to go. They take the decision to drop back, and I think it's the right one. Keep yourself alive. Gashmot mine out. Make sure you're using that utility, and now you're forcing G2 into that late round play. They've got to make the move. They've got to Razor Bloom. They've got utility still to get through before they can think about putting a plant down. We hear another Razor Bloom going off. Robbie manages to get Stomping 4 versus 4. I think G2 might be leaving this a little bit too late, especially with Nath on yellow to deal with. Shaiko finds the kill. Alamau with another. G2 go. 10 seconds, Des.
Down to the 3 versus 2. They've got to find these last couple. They must now know. And sure enough, there's the cross they need. But look up above. It's Robbie, like an angel of death, ready and waiting as long as he can find the angle. This one's going to be cooked, but no, can't quite find his man. They'll get away with it. Tim Alamau will be able to stick this. And now Robbie has got a mammoth task before him to try and recover. Unfortunate, but well played by G2 here to get this round down to a 3 versus 1 and to get away with the plan.
Yeah, they're really having to battle it out here at G2. Every inch they have to fight for. Ben just waiting at the bottom of these stairs. Does not get the kill as Robbie hits him with a little deagle headshot on almost a drop shot there. Beautiful stuff. Comes back to a 1v2. Likely to be impactless. He's only got 10 seconds left and he is cut down by Alamau, but still. G2 take the round and level us back up 4-4.
All right. This is where, you know, a game could get pretty interesting as we head in towards the deeper parts of it as well. Back and forth nature that we've seen between the two. G2 again, it's the same thing we spoke about in our first game of the day, being able to go from slow to fast and change things up tempo-wise throughout a game can really leave opponents on the rocks. And for a while, things would have sort of slowed down here, but you just look to the side of your screen. As this play was coming on down yellow, you have Benja also moving forward at the same time across that top floor to clear out anyone who was still hanging around on the upstairs. Ends up chasing Robbie for too long and gets put down, sure, but ultimately, Robbie, as we saw, was then left in a 1v3. Had he had the right vertical angle, it could have been Shifters up at 5-3, and then you start to get nervous with the side of G2. They keep things in lockstep. 4 apiece as we go down to the basement.
Freck is the one to watch here. He's going to bring along the score post. Interested to see where that second shell goes, particularly. At the minute, he's just doing hatch reinforcement, so I would suggest there's probably a shell still down inside of site. We've not spoken about this for a little while, but Scorpos, if nothing else, even if you just play Scorpos and play one of the shells as a standard operator, Skopos brings an awful lot of utility. So he's got the destructive punch. So they've got the destructive punch now. They can go in and open up rotations with that. They've got 2 impact nades, and then they've effectively got a deployable shield to a degree. It's not quite as clean as a deployable shield, but you can put, you know, the shield of your second shell up somewhere, which we quite often see the case. And it's got a bulletproof camera behind it as well, to many degrees. You know, it can be shot out, can be dealt with, but so much utility. You've effectively got 3 items coming along with Skopos and the gun on top. Can be very, very valuable.
Breck's just doing his best Marto cosplay.
Yep, still top.
That's all he's after. He wants that moment. He wants that moment in the spotlight. He wants to shine bright. But I'm hoping for G2 a little bit of variance comes through this time around. We aren't quite attacking the same site, but last time they tried to push their way through servers, it was 3 or 4 players all focused on trying to make this happen. This time at least looking a bit more spread. You've still got Benja trying to work his way in through that first floor. He was into Expo last time around before he was gunned down. Loki's going to join him. But once again, no real focus on the main breach, it seems. It's more about Alamar working his way in from the backside and looking to pressure them out from kitchen, force them in towards garage itself, and maybe try a plan from this side instead.
Just cautiously approaching here, knows that there's likely some presence there, given that the destructible ingredient has been shot out but not yet exploded. It does give you a little bit of a heads up. You know, it must have been shot within the last 5 or 10 seconds, so it's got to be somebody somewhere present. Grim Bees go out and they're trying to get moving towards start here, G2. They've got themselves into servers much easier than they did last time they tried this sort of approach, but not getting much joy as of yet, not getting much movement. Robbie manages to find Doki. Freck has taken some damage on the Skopos, is back inside of sight now. I don't know whether that other shield has been, that other shell has been cleared out or not, but there is, if it's still alive, the opportunity maybe for him to jump on over to it and see if he can hit them on the flank. But for the time being, he's going to be holding from yellow, but taken out. Stomping with a big double when G2 need it. 4 versus 3. However, Shaco taken out. Nif online now. 2 versus 2 as we're into an absolute bloodbath. 30 seconds left to go. Alamau diffuser in hand. Definitely winnable for G2.
Robbie has been so slippy this game, by the way. He's 4-0 on the entry. An absolute terror to deal with. Only traded out the once, I believe, as well. Constantly catching players on the flank. He's been really hard to shut down, but G2 are back where they are in the 2 versus 2 can still win it. They've got to be careful of the C4, but no, taken offline. Lasbo now with it all to do has got to win the fight against Benja first and foremost. And sure enough, off towards one side is Benja ready and waiting. Alamar now shield up, though. This is going to be so hard to recover.
Yeah, great cover from Benja there. He didn't overcommit to it. It's something that we, you know, often see sometimes. 1 versus 1 now. Alamau's going to have to show us a real dance here to get himself away and keep himself safe. This is now winnable for Lasmo, but he's got to put the moves on him. He's got to get round the side of him, and I just don't think he's going to be able to do it. Alamau is playing this really, really well.
I tell you what, good shield players are an absolute terror to deal with, and Alamau is showing it up like the best here. There is simply no time left. Saw his back for a brief second, but he simply will not have enough time. Down to the final 5, and Alamau is going to win it out for his boys. G2 will go up to a 5-4 scoreline.
That truly was the Uwu onslaught there, wasn't it, from Alamau?
It's the most tilting thing in the world, having to beat down the shield that says Uwu onslaught, isn't it? Horrible.
G2 get themselves in front then. 5-4 now.
Ooh, okay. At least now we get to have our other operator bands coming away. I wouldn't be shocked to see the Monty disappear, honestly, because although the Blitz was taken away early on, Alamau has then spammed the death out of the operator, and it has been a bit of a nuisance, and sure enough, away it will go. I also referenced the mute back in the first half and how frustrating the mute can be. Robbie's been collecting free kills all half as well on the entry. Like I say, 4-0 so far he stands. Benja also had a great time with it back in the first half. On a map this tight and bottlenecky with a lot of single doorways, mute is really effective, so that being taken offline should ease G2's woes just that little bit more.
Shifters, after losing back-to-back rounds for the first time since round 3 and 4, by the way. They've been back and forth since then, but Just having them back-to-back rounds has drawn the time out from them, so they're going to try and get things switched up. Just want to look at the entry's actually gone largely in their favour so far. G2 have only been able to pick up 3 rounds on entry, but the conversion rate hasn't been maybe as high as we've seen in some other games. So I'm sure that's going to be something Shifters will try to maintain, but right now it just feels like G2 are finding a way to win those gunfights that they weren't earlier. The 50-50s, they're coming out on top of them. You know, if we have a look across, Benja 9, Alamo on 11 now, so 20 kills between the two of them. I kind of feel like this map is poised for Shaiko, Doki or Stomp and one of them to really come online at this point, because G2 have kind of kept themselves in touching distance, and if they can just get a big couple of rounds out of Shaiko, for example, I feel like that'll tip the scales.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
If he keeps on playing the same role, which he may well not, I think a person that stands really well to benefit from the mute ban, honestly, is probably going to be Benja. Because he's been playing this solo role an awful lot, as I've remarked. He's been the lurker almost for his team, pushing in from the opposite side of the map, impeded by drones on his way through and by gadgetry. That being taken offline now means that he won't be going in as blind as before, won't be relying on himself swinging around a corner and hoping to win out on the gunfight. Instead, he can rely on the information that's being fed to him instead. And look at this straight away. G2, with the mute now banned away, Flores comes out, Twitch comes out, of course the Doc and the Deimos are there because that can't be blocked away either. They're looking to capitalize on this ban to the max.
Drone goes into top secret to try and clear that out, but it is going to be a top floor attack. Look at this from Benja straight away, getting in there aggressive. Actually takes more damage than he does though. Blaz comes out on top of that fight, and they don't want to be losing. They've got one Deimos track left, don't want to be losing that just yet. I think they were hoping to get themselves a nice early pick there and set themselves up, but hasn't really happened. They're having a look at an admin-sided push at the minute. Doki on the Twitch wanting to get inside and put that F2 to use, but right now he's being held at bay by Robbie inside a coffin. Manages to get the kill as well as he comes in through. Brilliant nitro there, just showing it doesn't always have to be a big elaborate throw. It's just right place, right time.
And the real frustration, honestly, I looked at the clock at 2:27. G2 have 2 drones left in back pocket, plus whatever they had from Doki, which I think is 1 shock drone left out in the field. Either way, they are so devoid of information so early in this round, which now means all these little rat spots that Shifters want to play in, going to be absolute hell to get them out of them, Tim. Maybe you rely on the calls coming out from Stompin and the track coming out from Benja. Maybe you just throw Roteros in and say, you know what, we ain't got to use them to destroy anything, but we do at least want to know where people are. Either way, it's been great work by Shifters to chew through all that intel, really try and slow G2 down, and so far, it's working.
Yeah, I think they're using the utility brilliantly as well. We've seen, you know, the electrification slowing G2 down. We've got Kiba barricades to enable rotates. We've had nitros coming out. Just really great. You know, it's basics, but it is being done really well by Shifters. And we've got Alamai last alive now as we get a couple of kills from that man again. Freck, 11 and 5, going absolutely massive for his team. You know, him and Robbie are the answer to Benja and Alamo. They've got 20 kills as well, but the thing is, if we look around the side of Shifters, they're just stepping up a little bit more. Lasmo, Blaz, Naif, those other, you know, if we call them the other 3 with 20 kills between Freck and Robbie, they've just got that little bit more between them, and that's why I said if G2 can get a little bit more out of Doki, out of Shaiko, out of Stompin, that could make the difference for them, because at the minute they're just kind of fighting. It's almost like it's a 5v4.
Well, I honestly think so much of this round wasn't decided down to individual players, but again, that intel blackout for the side of G2 absolutely sucks to play through. It's really good effort by Shifters to chew through that early on, to be aggressive in removing drones. We saw a player come out from Coffin and do just that. He swung in not to go for the window, but to get the drone that was off towards his right-hand side, one of the shock drones, and I was like, that tells me nothing. They're focusing on getting rid of intel here. It's going to mean G2 are blind, and they lost 2 or 3 players just trying to get into the building because they had no idea that a swing was coming in. Really good round. Now we find ourselves down onto this split site again. Tim, it remains increasingly popular, it turns out, at least today. Now, Pulse being on side, a couple of C4s optional there for the Pulse and the Bandit. Otherwise, it's about the trap ops, Tim. Can't blame them. This site is perfect for bringing trap operators along for.
Yeah, of course it is, absolutely. And when you're dealing with shields consistently as well, you know, it just goes hand in hand, doesn't it? You know that Alamau is going to continue bringing the Blackbeard now, so get the traps out and just slow down any top floor progress, any horizontal basement progress, wherever G2 want to play. I was going to say, I think we'll see a bit of that utility being kept in hand. It's not the Razor Blooms, but it is the Geschmack mines. So Freck, he's going to be reactionary to where G2 are pushing. Now that they hear the noise, they know that they're coming in through the basement. I would expect to see maybe that Ella in position. He's on first floor yellow at the minute, so he's, you know, in a position maybe to get in behind these shields and start putting some of those traps down to try and force a little bit of difficulty for Alamau and others.
Oh, well, this is looking a little bit cheeky for G2. They go at pace, they may well catch the one by surprise here. You've got Alamau ready and waiting. Once that hatch is open, it makes it a little bit risky, but playing inside a Visa right in front of a double door equally is not going to be a good time. Either way, they've got themselves in direct on this ground floor. So far, looking to cause quite a bit of bother. 4 players inside the building. As you can see, a C4 not quite enough to dispatch of Alamau, but he is pretty low at this point, Tim. So asking questions is still sniffing, but no! You know that wall was soft. You knew it was a rotation, but he's got out and got rid of Stomping for free. A trade is there, but Alamau dangerously low. He'll find at least one more for himself before he hits the deck. And now it's a 4 versus 3 for Shifters.
Yeah, it was a matter of time until Alamau lost his life there. As soon as he was left all alone by Nerf picking up that kill, he threw a nade to protect himself. He didn't have any other utility to play behind. Big Shaiko double door can't do any more as the final kills come in, and it is going to be Shifters 6-5 with a 3-point win opportunity if they can close out this match point.
Well, 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 isn't this proving to be interesting? G2, I think it's worth touching on the map ban phase for a second. They banned away Lair, which Doki has always said they're a brilliant Lair team. They'll play it against anyone, they don't care. They banned it away as their final ban, leaving Clubhouse and Consulate in the pool, only for Shifters, of course, to ban away Club. Not a map that they particularly like, not one that G2 like, but will happily play and go into Consulate. Consulate, at least by the numbers, is Shifters' favourite map. They might not have played it a ton, but in terms of preference, they always want to play this map when given the opportunity, and G2 have somewhat given them a little bit of a gift, it feels. They've been ready, they've had some really cool strats. Their defensive path was an absolute nightmare, but what has been a nightmare for G2 to deal with. Their attacks, as we said, look brilliant. They were moving at pace through them as well. They're looking like they've got Consulate nailed down. And I'm nervous here, Tim, that G2 might see that crown that we all placed on their head in week 1 slowly starting to slip.
Certainly could be, couldn't it? Shifters definitely looking like the driving force at the minute of this game. 22 kills between Robert and Freck as they continue to dominate this matchup. And like I said, G2 are a tale of 2 teams right now. It's Alamau and Benja, and then it's the rest. And they just need that little bit more, but they're not going to get it out of Doki as that man Robbie once again steps up, and it's just too easy, Des. You cannot be getting taken out by spawn peaks like that at this level.
No, you can't, and that really could be that final nail in the coffin, certainly mentally for Doki. The rest of his team, you're hoping, can carry on. You're speaking about players that have stepped up throughout the game. You know, Benja had a fantastic first half, not forgetting he was 7-2 at one point, but the sides have shifted. Sadly, the kills haven't been carried across with him. Alamau's done all he can to keep them going. But Shifters just look a cut above, at least here on Consulate. They'll happily hunker down now, knowing they've got that entry, play things a little bit safer. G2 are now the ones who have got to problem solve their way through what looks to be a very precarious situation.
Yeah, I love the game management from Shifters. You know, they've got their opening kill. Yes, there's a lot of time left on the board, but there's also a lot of utility. You've got Razor Blooms, you've got Geschmotts, you've got mirror windows to deal with, you've got multiple nitros, you've got 4 barbed wire. There's a lot of work for G2 to do. Alamau does manage to level things up at 4-4 by taking Nerf down, but we are now at the halfway mark. He's going to lose his life as he tries to call in for Dokabit. Blaz manages to get that kill with the shotgun again. Shifters keeping themselves on top, and this is what they can do now. They can just play a game of attrition.
I saw Blaz appear around the corner and I thought there's no way he pushes Alamau while he's calling, right? But he does just that. Alamau must also not have heard him because of what was going on for himself there. We're getting the camera call through, I don't know. But either way, it is bruising to lose your top fragger, who no doubt has been your best player throughout this game, whether it's on Monty or Guns. He's put in one hell of a shift. Now it's down to Stomping, Benja and Shaiko. This trio, as I say, have got a hell of a lot to do. A opportunity for Shaiko presents itself, not quite getting the down, but Robbie is dangerously low. Down to the last 60. Benja gets blast. It's 3v3 to decide it, Tim.
They don't have the diffuser in hand. That is a major problem. Shaiko going down is another. Freck managing to find that Nitro kill. Benja does finish off the kill onto Robbie at yellow. Stompen has recovered the diffuser. 45 seconds left to go. There is plenty of time for Stompen and Benja to get this done, especially with those Deimos tracks still in the bank. So they now know where Freck is located. The problem is they've got one above and one below. Freck does not have Nitro in hand, so he can't necessarily impact onto a plant attempt. That's going to be up to Lasmo to hold them off. He hears it going down. Stompen will secure it. Benja with a double. G2, they take us to overtime, Des.
Just when I said for a second there that Benja has been quiet in this half, he comes up big when they need him most at the end with that big 2K. You said round 15 is your favorite round, Tim. We could yet find ourselves heading there. We'll see, of course, which sides the team start on. This one could honestly go either way, but at least one thing is guaranteed, Tim. Both get at least a point.
I think Shifters are going to be kicking themselves just a little bit there. There was an opportunity for them when they get this opener. Doki just runs out into no man's land. Obviously hasn't checked the peak on a drone or anything and gets punished for it. This was the 4v3 with the Dokkaebi offline. You think, you know, this is doable for them now. But they just kept letting that man count slip. They kept letting G2 back into it. It can be difficult, I'm sure, to hold them out of it sometimes, but you just feel like, was that the opportunity? Was that the chance? It's been 3-3 halves both ways, so there's no real advantage in starting attack or defense. You could make maybe a small argument that G2 have just won an attacking round, so maybe continuing that momentum might help them, but we will see who's on which side in just a second after we've cleared up this tech pause. But this is turning into, we knew it was going to be a good game tonight. I didn't necessarily expect we would see overtime out of it, but what a matchup this has turned out to be.
Yeah, it's like I said back in game one, it was the game I was looking forward to most of the day because Shifters have been on that up and up. They were really impressive last week in both of their games, and yes, G2 were 2-0. They're kind of the unofficial kings at the moment with how they've been playing. You know, Virtus Pro, I think, certainly making a vie for that crown as well. With how things have shifted a little bit today, pun not intended, may well be the Shifters pull G2 into a bit of a scrap for that mid-table. It is very early on to be speaking about, you know, how the table's going to finish, what we've had our predictions based on how those first two play days went. But it is also important to remember, after today, we are a third of the way through the stage. It does already start to carry weight. Games like this could be the kind of game we look back at the end of the season and say, a couple of points got dropped here and there. It's where it starts costing you on those positions and gives you that seeding going into playoffs.
Fresh has just hit me with a beautiful stat, actually. Full credit to him on this one. But Benja has played more unique operators just today than he has in the rest of the stage. So before today, he'd only played 7 operators, and he's played 9 today alone. So definitely.
Curious then for a second.
Yeah, just getting himself in the mix, just, you know, really doing what the team needs, just being that player, you know, that's going to pick up the operators, keep the enemy guessing as well, but just fill in those gaps, I think.
I was very curious as to what else he's played this stage, and bearing in mind they played Fortress twice, you probably are going to end up in a lot of lineups with the same operator being played. And then looked at their attacking side of Fortress against GK. He played Twitch 7 times in a row. 7 times in a row. Like, what is that? Played Aruni 6 times on the same map, and then the other round was Azami. But that kind of tells you the story, really. You just really get a lot of flexibility when you're like, Benja, I hope you don't mind, but you're on DMR Twitch duty today. Sorry.
Well, he's been unleashed today. He's been unleashed, and it's worked wonders because he's got 13 and 9 on the board. Alamau 14 and 8. 27 kills between the two of them. They are well and truly keeping G2 in this at the minute. And I can't honestly say that the lack of kills elsewhere is necessarily, you know, quite often I'll say, well, you know, if 2 players are going to pick up 27 between them, then, you know, obviously there's fewer kills to go around. I don't think that's the case here. A lot of the kills that we've seen from Alamau and Benja have come towards the end of the rounds, I think, have been in the second half of the rounds. So, you know, there is opportunity there. It's just that a few of the G2 players are struggling to maybe find their vibe today, get themselves going. But G2 will start on the attack again. Like I say, whether there's any bonus in that coming from attacking round 12, which they won, maybe carry a little bit of momentum, I don't know. But it does mean that Shifters can go back to top floor, and they won that fantastically well when we saw them play it in round 10. They only played it once, they won it once. and it was such a solid defense from them. It was Robbie playing in Coffin, hitting him with the Nitro. It was Freck on the Azami playing in and around Break and using the Keepers to allow rotates. They had the deployable shield set up at Vending. They just completely stacked the admin side between Freck and Robbie, and G2 could do nothing to break it down. So my question here is, what's the adaptation, G2? What's the plan to move those two players out of those positions if you want to take the admin side?
You'll probably notice it then as well. Robbie concealed himself for the whole of that setup phase, just sat inside the little walk-in, and then has exposed himself with only 5 seconds to go. He's got a mirror window down onto that external wall so they can deny the hard breach of that walk-in. I'm not sure where the second mirror window has gone just yet, but seeing that, he clearly didn't want G2 to spot him, has got away with it because they haven't really brought anything to help deal with that outside of maybe Selma's, but I don't know, they can trick that away all day long and really force Doki to use everything on trying to get this opened up. There's the second one. Thank you very much, observers.
Just a little bit of a shift from Robbie. He's going to dip a little bit deeper rather than playing into Coffin. He's playing more in meeting, so G2 might just be able to find a little bit of space that they couldn't last time around. We've got Shaiko on the Flores. He is currently inside of Copy and can now start pushing forward and taking out this utility. I like this because remember last time we saw them defend this side, I said it was utility that Shifters had played really well behind, and this time G2 have got a plan. They've got themselves established. They've got a beachhead, and they're now starting to remove some of that utility. We see the next Rotero drone coming in as well. Loving this so far from G2.
Sure, as long as they can clear their way through on these mirror windows, as I say, and force players backwards is the crucial one. Time no doubt going to be of the essence, so the longer they leave this to get into it. A call from Benja, the first one coming out. Stomping's going to fall down here on the Sophia. Not ideal with all that utility in back pocket to disappear away. Doki at least gets one back, and that's a cheeky spot to get into, but no! Just as Dave steps out, he does get Alamal, but Benja is there for the collect. But not the first time in this game, and I'm pretty sure not the last time. We're down to another 3v3.
Yeah, G2 playing a really good trade game there. They could well have found themselves seriously on the back foot after that little passage of play, but with Benja still alive and still in a 3v3, you know they've always got a chance. Damage is going to be done to Blaz. Doki aware of his position. I don't think he will peek so aggressively next time. He's just going to hold that inside angle tightly instead, but he's just concerned about the switch around, and he's right to be, because Doki has moved away. We've got a little bit of ring around the roses going on here. 30 seconds, Doki picks up the kill, does have diffuser in hand. Can G2 find enough cover for Doki to be able to put this diffuser down? That's exactly what they're going to try. We've got one holding from long desk. Lasmo seriously low health. It's Robbie moves in with the Nitro. Too late, doesn't get his man. Little bit too slow. Got about 32 seconds to do something. Benja finds his 15th onto Lasmo. It's all up to Robbie. He's battling with the Vector, trying to find anything, but there is just nothing doing until he finds the head of Doki. 20 seconds left to go. 2 versus 1. Two of the most experienced players that we have in CG Sports. They're not going to let that one disappear. Shaco with the final kill, and it's G2's turn now to have match point.
Really good attack too. Kept it nice and slow. Didn't try and push their way through too aggressively, and even with the mirrors on side, just largely opted not to play into them. Instead, avoided playing up against those angles all the way through, and even without walking being under their control, it didn't really seem to bother them all that much. They kept it nice and narrow, focused on their admin side control, and have walked away with an attacking round win. They get this next one done, and they'll get 2 points. For the Shifters, they'll probably feel a little bit robbed because Neris overall, it feels like they've been on top for the majority of this game, like they've been the stronger side, but all that matters come the end of it is that score at the top of your screen. Looks like Benja and Alamal really do not want to let this one slip through their fingers.
The thing is, I won't be, you know, I won't be critical of either team because I think we've had a fantastic game of Siege here. It's been thoroughly enjoyable no matter who wins it. But, you know, there may be people who would look at it and say, oh, G2, you know, they should be winning in regulation. They should, you know, it doesn't matter who they play, if they're the best team, one of the best teams in the world. But in reality, and I often say this, not just about esports, but, you know, I've watched a lot of traditional sports in my life as well. And if you're going to be a champion, champions are made by the teams who can win ugly matches as well. The ones who can win the scrappy ones, the ones who can win the difficult ones. And so, yeah, I think this is brilliant for G2 if they can come back and get the win. It shows, you know, great resilience, and it shows an ability to win those scrappy games where maybe everybody isn't playing quite at their best. You know, you're reliant on one or two players, but you still find a way to get it done and get it over the line. And that's what true champions are born from usually.
Sure, well, time for Shifters to put in a champion level performance, Tim. So there's something pretty special in this round, and you're looking at that lineup, and if ever you looked at a lineup and thought, oh, these guys have got a plan, this is it. Just look at it. Robbie up nice and personal with the shotgun on the sledge, no doubt to try and work his way underneath. Otherwise, it's a bit of a classic execute for this map, for this site in particular. They want to focus on getting themselves through the windows, making use of the glass for the cover. And in this really missing, it feels like would be a Grim that you typically see in this scenario, but that is where I think they've changed things out and instead got Fret coming along sense.
Probably just gonna rotate around.
Return to sender.
Just rotate around to the connector window, send in the nades, clear out a bit of utility. It does see the Tachanka Shumika canister just detonating and raining a few flames over the top of him. Won't do any damage. I don't believe it connects unless it lands on the floor, so he's safe from that. But still 5 versus 5 at nearly the halfway mark here. This is actually quite a slow and methodical approach and process from Shifters here. They're waiting for their opportunities whilst clearing out the utility. Stompen's going to take quite a bit of damage there, but Alamouth really aggressive. How could they not know he was on the corner with the shotgun? It's such a common position, and it just screams that Shifters haven't had enough intel there. They haven't checked it. Doki manages to find a nitro kill. Shaiko onto Lasmo. 4 versus 2. Venture gets taken down in the middle. Can the rest of G2 do it without him? That's the question. It looks that way. Shaiko, he's just killing anybody at this point. Takes down Stompen. 2 versus 1. Alamau and Shaiko looking to hold on.
Surely Fret can't clutch this up this big. Not against Shaiko. Not against Alamau. He has got time. He plays his cards right. He can get away with it, but he's got to worry about swings surely coming in from B site. It's Alamau the one I'm looking towards, potentially stepping across. Shotgun ready, but also, of course, the secondary. I was going to say, you've got a lot of gadgets you can still make use of here. More of a bait than anything else. Tries to stick it again as the rounding comes in from one side. Alamau being so patient and just waiting for him to stick on this one. Out come the light screens. Into a second set. He's doing all that he can, but those light screens were just a cover for a C4 to come sailing his way. It was close, but no cigar. G2 get the 8-6 win.
That's the thing with that utility online. Alamau had it pretty easy to deal with the sense there. Yep, you're going to block my vision. That's fine. I'm just going to send a nitro through it, because guess what? You can't see it coming either. G2, they dig deep and manage to overcome Shifters, who I'm sure are going to be a little bit heartbroken at that one. It was there for the taking.
It was. But if you come for the Kings, you better not miss. And sadly, that's exactly what Shifters has done. Still 1.8 bad at the end of the day. It's still 2 for G2. We'll be back in 2 minutes after a short break.
Pick up the pace. Ain't no time to waste. Hey, give me the gold. Breaking it right to the goal. They tried to tell me it couldn't be done. Trigger the action. We want the action.
G2 scrape away the victory there. Some good points for them, and that means we get to speak to Doki once again, joining us here for an interview. Doki, congratulations on the victory, but let's be honest, you looked a bit distraught after the game there on your player cam. What's up? How are you feeling?
I just played so bad, and it's all Fresh's fault, bro. He literally cursed me. I'm not even kidding. He genuinely cursed me. I was feeling great going into today's game, and he just cursed me, bro.
I've been doing it together in NAL as well. Sorry.
Stop. I swear to God, don't ever talk to me ever again. Just forget I exist. Don't talk about me. Just, oh my God.
Would you like to put Carl in my team tomorrow?
No, nobody from G2, please.
Oh, dearie me. When I would say, because obviously you won the game, Jack, but it was very, very close and it needed a Benja clutch to get you out of trouble. What would you say was, the biggest moments today? What went wrong and then ultimately what went right?
I don't know, we practice Consulate a lot, and we always do 6 defenses and get 3-4 attacks, so it's historically our best map, but we've been struggling to kick off the game on defense. I don't know what's been going on. Last few times we've played Consulate, our defenses just suck on that map, and our attacks are good, which makes no sense for Consulate. So yeah, I don't know. Kind of expected, to be honest, knowing the way that we play. But yeah, it was something we need to look at as to why we're starting so kind of rigid and stuff on Consulate defense.
And how did it feel going up against Nath, of course, an old teammate of yours, and he will be a future teammate of yours come the end of the year at ENC?
Oh, that felt great, beating him. Beating his little bald head, whatever it is, whoever it is he has. Yeah, that felt great.
Honestly, Doki, looking back at the game, there's one thing where I felt you guys had been really good at the beginning of the stage. It was the entries. I think you were the best team in opening engagements. What happened today in the early round?
I just got spam peeked. I was too busy talking. I was too busy trying to IGL. Why am I trying to call things?
Just stay in your lane, Jack.
I'm okay, guys, listen, you're actually right. I was guys, okay, listen, if we just go take admin, I've been spawn peeked, and it's my spawn peek as well. It's the spawn peek I do as well. It's so annoying, just pissed off. Didn't even want to win the game after that, to be honest. Just wanted to go to bed.
That sounds a little bit rough. Well, Doki, again, big game tomorrow. You playing against Falcons. How are you feeling about that one?
Oh, Falcons! We haven't played Falcons yet with the new team. So yeah, that'll be exciting. And Shaiko gets some revenge. How dare they kick Shaiko? He just went 5-12. How dare they kick?
What was the score again, Doki?
7-12.
Yeah. 7-12. Let's go.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
All right. Well, Doki, thank you so much for your time and good luck tomorrow.
All right, thanks, guys. See you later.
Thank you.
I love Doki
as well, but it is very fun having interviews with Doki. But we get them after yet another T2 victory. But as I said, they scrape it off because it wasn't looking in the beginning of this match like they were going to pull it through.
I think the better team lost today.
I think G2 would agree with that in all honesty.
Yeah. I think realistically, if there was one team that played together, that had the most consistent statistic across the board, that played a better game strategically, it has to be Shifters. And even Doki, agreed to it. He even said, our defense, we're lackluster, put in a better way. And I think it's see, I've improved my vocabulary, right?
That's great.
See, some improve, some don't. That's the reality of the game. But yeah, just looking at this match, I think in general, Shifters can be proud of what they brought to the table. They will be really unhappy walking away with only 1 point here.
Yes, I agree. And G2 have got themselves out of trouble. They did it against GK, now they've done it against Shifters as well. And I think we looked at the front three of each team. Now, I actually would say that, as you can see, on the right-hand side of your screen, Robbie, Frag, Lasmo, combined EPS 107, decent KD. And on the left-hand side, for G2, really Doki and Shaiko didn't turn up whatsoever. They certainly lost that entry game 1-9, which was incredible. But there was 2 players who got G2 out of trouble. The first one is the left-hand guy on your screen there, Benja, who got the huge clutch and was incredible. But the second one, unexpected, was Alamau. And if we take a look at Alamau's stats, he was on it today. Bearing in mind that he played a lot of shields as well. He dropped 17 and 9, and he actually came in for quite a bit of criticism on G2's very first game, where he dropped, I think it was maybe 1 and 9 in the very first game. But that just shows when you're G2, and even when things don't go right, and even when your front three aren't necessarily firing compared to the other team's front three, you've still got Alamau, you've still got these guys who can step up when needed and drop massive amounts of kills.
Just a reminder of this, but Alemo got a lot of trash talk at Salt Lake City, and a lot of people tend to forget that this guy was a prime gunner in his prime, and he's still there, he still has the talent.
Maybe you ignore Doka's advice and you do put him in your fantasy team tomorrow. I mean...
Yeah, Jack's not happy with me on that one.
No, it's fine. We understand it though. But that was our third game of the day, our must-watch. And I feel like it also turned out to be a good game, right? You know, we got our overtime, we got our close rounds, we got our big moments. Everything from that game, what we wanted. And we could say that about the previous game as well. Was this 2025, right? We're talking about Falcons, we're talking about Secret, two teams that used to be at the top in EML. I mean, especially for the sake of Secret. On that roster, two friends. We're talking about Noah, we're talking about Joom, you know, the players that were playing together, they were hanging out together outside of the game as well. But they turned into rivals with the departure of Joom out of that Secret roster. We sat down with the both of them to check in how they're both feeling after that player roster.
It felt very close. We just let everything come out towards the end.
Another kill! And an opportunity granted to Noah to prove his worth.
But in the end, like, it just slipped away from us.
Today in Paris, one hammer.
One skill that he has is he's very good at like entering and just taking the space off the map. He like very fast, and off the drone he's quick to react.
Everyone that's played with Joom knows when I say that what makes Joom special is just being Joom.
The best player of each team go head to head.
You know, I left the team, he's still there. He wants to beat me, I want to beat him.
I've seen Joom at his best and I've seen him at his worst.
Obviously I know his strength and he also knows mine, but I think we also kind of know each other's weaknesses.
I think Joom plays a pretty slow sense, so I think I'm able to play faster. When I see Joom's name on the scoreboard, I just feel like I want to target him.
Who's the better player? Oh, me, of course.
Who's better, me or Joom? I guess we'll find out.
I like that. It's putting some tension on this match. But I mean, it is the whole story of this match as well, right? They played against each other in kickoff, and Secret actually did a pretty good job in defeating Falcons back then. But let's be honest, so far with Secret, inside stage 1, it's not been a great run so far, and part of it has to do with the new identity of this roster, right?
Yeah.
Savage left as well, new player coming in. We can definitely talk about that.
I think so. They've added in, you know, 3 new players. It's a whole completely different team. We will keep reiterating this because we can't hold them to the same expectations. However, in my mind, I've started looking at unique operators as a really key metric to start to track. And the reason being is, I think that Secret are trying to be way too flexible. Even though it's a new team, I still think they're trying to, you know, delve into way too many maps, way too many strategies, and it's creating instincts within the team where they're not quite in the same unit inside of the same cohesion because they're trying too much for what is a relatively new team. As you can see on this graphic, the average across the league is 12 unique operators played across 2 play days, which, you know, is pretty reasonable. A couple of different ops per, you know, a different op every couple of rounds. With Secret, 4 of those players are at average or more, with only Oscar underneath it, who is only playing the shields for this roster. So I think what they're trying to do is too much. I think they're trying to be default, I think they're trying to be quick, and they haven't quite found their groove, haven't quite found their style, maybe through trying to keep the identity of the old team. And I think that's maybe what it is. Now, what I will say is, having seen them after the final play day, these guys were 5-stacking ranked non-stop. So not only are they scrimming together, they are also playing ranked non-stop streaming. They are really trying to force that team cohesion and quickly.
Do you know that meme of the guy sitting behind the PC and trying to help some person out? I feel like that was the complete vibe I was getting from this here. I'll show you guys a meme after this, and I'll let you see the comparison. But either way, yeah, no, I agree. I think if you're a new team, you need to find your identity first, and you can't be doing all of that and trying to find too much at the same time.
I think they're holding, sorry to cut in, Leah, I think they're holding themselves to the standards and they're holding the weight of the pressure of Old Secret, and I think they just need to let it go and find their own team.
That's one theory. I have 2 theories about it. I think, yes, one is trying to live up to the expectations of the previous roster and try to play to the same way they were playing when they had Savage. I think the second one is that they already made it to WC. And so realistically, it's the perfect moment in the stage to try and experiment as many playstyles as possible, try to be as flexible as possible, and find what suits them best. And they can use all of these playdays to try and experiment that. The only problem so far, it's not paid off at all.
It hasn't. And we talked about the identity on the side of Falcons as well, right? With Joom coming in, them struggling maybe a little bit with that. But if Joom is struggling, there are players on the other side who are there to pick it up.
Yeah, I think so. We're going to highlight one player who's thriving and one player who's actually struggling here. You've got Uzus, who has been absolutely generational for this roster. He plays a lot of flex, plays a little bit of backline, especially the site player on the defense. Got a crazy 1-versus-3 clutch on the final in the previous play day against Twisted Minds. 31-18. It actually ended up with a trade to win it out on the defense. And then on the right-hand side is your frontman, Solotov, your entry player, who actually is probably underwhelming. He's underperforming right now, but I think today represents a great opportunity. And this is why I wanted to highlight him, because I think today represents a great opportunity for Solotov to stamp his mark and enter himself into stage 1, because he's been a little bit absent for Falcons so far. He's coming up against relatively weak team, relatively weak opposition, and today is one of those opportunities that he's going to get to really kickstart his season.
Yeah, honestly, it feels bad because I think at Salt Lake City he had a really good showing in general. Yeah. I think he was a standout player. I think especially at SI, he was the standout player for that roster. You can always hit those slumps when you're a pro player, that's fine. And if you want to hit them, do that during the stage. Realistically, we expect Falcons to be good enough to make it to the playoffs. Agreed. And that's when he really needs to turn up to qualify to EWC. Because if there is one title that they will be looking at, especially representing that jersey, it is EWC. Let's remember, everyone, it's early in the stage, but they're wearing the Falcons jersey. They were extremely disappointing at EWC last year. After having won it multiple times, everyone thought that it was going to happen, and it didn't. So the pressure is there for these guys.
It is. And the lobby is ready, so there's one more thing we have to talk about before we can send it into a game. That's Map Veto. We're going back to another console. We've barely seen it, and now we see it. We are going back to another console. Now, over the last year, Falcons have played this map 9 times. They've won it 7. It is one of their home ground maps. They absolutely love it. They've only lost it in the last year to G2 and M80. I think it was at Munich. So really, really good teams. Obviously, G2's previous performance aside. For Secret, it was a map even old Secret didn't really like too much. So we don't know too much about new Secret, but old Secret were not massive fans of this map, had a losing record on it. So I would say based on that balance, I think Falcons probably have won the map veto. Falcons also starting on the defense. I mean, this is going to be a very tough task for Team Secret. Can they do it, though? Match 4 is ready to start.
Thank you very much, and indeed it is time to get underway with match number 4. As you say, the Brothers-in-Arms battle, the big storyline that's been drummed up for this game, Tim. Which one of you got taking it?
I think Falcons. I like Falcons. I think this match actually comes at a really good time for them. They've had a difficult first couple of games. Secret have struggled. I'm not saying it's going to be easy for Falcons, but they should come out and get a win here realistically. And I think it maybe just helps them right the ship a little bit. It just helps them steady things and put them back on track. That said, Team Secret more than capable of an upset. We saw Noah have a phenomenal last play day. If they can get Noah and Mowgli online particularly, everybody else chipping in, who knows what Secret can do. Falcons have shown us that they are willing to offer opportunities to teams over the last couple of play days. So it is one of those that I think easy for there to be a surprise despite a lot of people favouring Falcons.
I think many will probably align with you as well. Like we were commenting on Secret last week, and it does feel like a bit of a fall from grace, and that it may well be a scrap to even fight for 6th place for them, let alone pushing towards the lofty highs they used to enjoy of fighting for a top spot here in EML. Let's see if they can do it though, starting things out on the attack, or if Falcons will just completely shut the door on them. I do get the prediction and the feeling that this probably isn't going to be quite as close as our last game that went all the way to OT on this map, but crazier things have happened. I think many coming in didn't expect to see G2 be taken to overtime by shifters. We had that inkling based on how last week went, at least from what last week showed us. And the Secret have worked a lot on things over the last 5 days. This could be a tough one to battle their way into.
Let's see how it starts out then. Falcons on the defence, as you say, going to be a strong starting side for them. They're going to go up to the top floor to begin with. Will we see the yellow stairs push? Will we see the admin push from Secret? Or will we see a hybrid combination of the two? At the minute as it stands, Falcons setting up certainly for yellow stairs with that Vulcan canister just being popped up there at the top of it. I imagine we'll probably see some on the other side of the map as well. They've actually yeah, he's gone down on the floor, so they've actually doubled up there. They've got one on box, one on yellow stairs, so definitely concerned about, I think Oscar probably on the shield with the Blackbeard. They'll have recognised there's a real possibility for Secret to try and push from that side. There's very little going on, or at least much less going on over on the other side of admin.
Right now, that's the exactly where Secret are going to start themselves out. Spoke about it a little bit when we were casting this map in the previous matchup. Come down to sometimes admin being a bit harder to take initially, a lot of windows to work through, especially on old Constant, as I mentioned. It was much tougher back then because there's less cover for the windows themselves, whereas now it doesn't quite feel like a death trap just repelling inside those windows in the first place. There's a few more of which you can work with. Whereas yellow used to be easy to take initially and then harder to attack from later because it was quite skinny to push through on the top side of things. I'd argue now that's also got a little bit more comfortable to be able to push through at the same time because the connection towards the bathroom gets boosted out on the other side. But at least they've got themselves in and things are looking pretty good as Secret start their march on forward. Oscar on the shield, no doubt, going to be the one sniffing out a good chunk of info for them as they start moving on forwards. Flexing underneath as well, making use of that Deimos. We speak a lot about Deimos, and mainly, I think the initial vision for Deimos would be do a lot of chasing people through the map and hunting them down. Really, his main use case, as we've often seen and said to him, is about the vertical play instead. Get underneath, shoot the floor out, force players to move away to more solid ground. It's a very, very good and effective tool for moving defenders around.
Yeah, a little bit concerned for Falcons here. They are being pushed back quite heavily. Secret have got themselves into admin, working their way through. They're in break room now. There's a Goyo canister. There's a Vulcan. It's just been picked out, actually, just outside of that door. They're going to clear that with a nade, but not sure who was in a position to actually be able to pop it. Maybe somebody inside of meeting. But once that fire burns out, everybody else is kind of long desk or deeper. They've had to retire away from those positions. So real opportunity for Secret to just continue marching forward and taking more ground here as Mowgli gets himself onto side door. Falcons need to be careful because they might just expose themselves unknowingly to that angle onto the door.
You see the players being focused on now is that spokesman towards the bottom side door, but here comes Flex. He's starting his march on forward. Sure enough, gets away with the kill as the C4 just goes off from Leaky back in time. Gets rid of Mowgli, but like that, there's a couple of kills back and forth, down to a 3 versus 3. A couple of smokes and a C4 still to work with. Keep an eye on users though, the shotgun at the ready and the C4 available if required. But for everybody else, looking at this one is slowly starting to fall to tatters now. B-Drills, the rookie with it all to try and figure out by himself, looks for one, can't quite find his man, gets swung on by Brede, and Falcons take round 1.
Yeah, nice double from Brede at the end there. And as I said, Secret were able to find that space in through long desk, in towards side. I think if they get the second kill there, maybe things are a little bit different. But just 1 or 2 stray shots was enough to allow Falcons to fight their way back into that. But Falcons stood up well to the challenge as well. They came under a lot of pressure. And it was probably a little bit of a surprise that in that 10 seconds, they just found themselves being completely fronted up by Team Secret. But they hold on well. Brede particularly just commanding side there to keep them in it, and that sees them go 1-0.
It's not bad at all, not bad at all. I was a little bit nervous for a second when that initial flurry and explosion, Flexi walking around the smoke and getting the kill in the middle of sight. I was like, uh-oh, that's going to open things up a little bit. But there's at least a guaranteed trade to come back the other way, which makes things a lot more comfortable for Falcons in that 3v2 to close. All right, strike 1 down. Still probably going to see a very similar approach, I imagine, in the second round, because again, we're attacking it onto the first floor, but to get there first, you've got to get control of the top floor so defenders can't shoot you from above as you step in and try to get the diffuser down. And that means quite a few drop operators coming out for the side of Falcons, seeing that Denari being brought along by Leakyback. We spoke about this a few times, but back when Solis was very much in the mud nerf-wise, Leakyback was one of probably 2 or 3 players around the world that was still making it work. And we said, oh, when she gets buffed again, I'd be having a great time. Yeah, it's not him that gets to play it now that she's in that spot. It's instead Solisov running off on that because he's more of the entry player for this team. That suggests he'll be greeting them no matter where they try and enter the building, which I can only imagine will be out towards admin side.
I would have expected so, similar to what we saw in the last round, get themselves inside. They actually, and the thing is, there's no reason not to do it similar to how they did it in the last round because they got themselves into the building fantastically well. They took a lot of ground and they kind of did, the first half of the round really, really well. It was just when they tried to get onto site, a couple of missed shots just gave Falcons the opportunity to get back into it. So we are going to see more of the same. In comes the Blackbeard. Nade is going to force Leakyback to move and Noah is there, ready with the cross to pick him up. 5 versus 4 as an entry goes to Team Secret and very quickly as well.
Throwing grenade. Absolutely. It's a good way to get things moving. You convert it into a second like they've just done now onto Solotov, who will probably be the entry for them. That's your 2 sort of X-Factor players taken offline. June gets 1 more, but look at that. There he is, brother in arms, ready and waiting. I bet that one felt pretty damn sweet. Not just because he's killed June, but also because he's now got his team into a 4 versus 2.
Gonna just see Oscar continue to push forward. They've got the Inaris to play in behind, and it is gonna move the player inside of meeting, but the Trip connectors still present. Nitro goes up and over. Not. Ooh, it is going to find its mark. Breeder manages to take down Noah. Finds himself facing a Blackbeard down though, and he's in danger here, but manages to get a double. Breeder has gone huge in the first 2 rounds. 6-0. He just won't die, Des.
It's just what he does, isn't it? It's just Breeder. Back to maybe old forms, a little bit back to old ways. Certainly not too bad. V-Drills once again, though, is left in a 1vx. Same as last round. It's a punishing spot to be in. There's a new entrant into a big game like this against Falcons as well that he knows will no doubt mean quite a lot towards Noah. A flash comes through, a swing off towards his right, and Yuzus takes that second step across, shuts him down. 2-0 to Falcons, and like you say, Tim, it's probably largely off the back of Breeder.
Yeah, unbelievable triple from Breeder there in the middle of the round. It's when the Blackbeard's chasing him down, you think this is it. He's done. He's low health. Like, this has got to be over. But then he hits the headshot of, I won't say of all headshots, but it was an absolute beauty. Finds the man behind as well, and it's no surprise to see Secret, pulling the tactical timeout there. Twister, we know, is quite keen on an early tactical timeout, but it's just gone. It's gone really badly wrong for them in round 2. Those are the rounds that they have to be winning here. You're not going to get second and third chances against Falcons normally, so you've got to lock that down.
Absolutely. Well, immediately already thinking things are crumbling a bit too much here and things aren't going according to plan. I wouldn't feel too badly hard done by here for our Secret, to be fair. The rounds haven't been awful. I thought the game plan's been okay. You've just come up against 2 very, very good rounds from Breeder, especially, and V-Drills has been left alone in 1vx in both cases. That's been a bit unfortunate. So I don't think the game plan is like disastrously wrong here. I think it might be more of a small adjustment here to get things back on track. It's ways to solve a couple of problems because their entry into this round was brilliant. Likifak and Solotov got in record time. June gets killed and immediately gets traded out like you've just seen here. It was really well played. They just couldn't quite hold their nerve in the 4v2.
Very much the same as the first round, I would say. The phrase I used in the first round was that they'd done everything right for the first half of the round, and I think it was the same again here. They got themselves into admin well, they cleared Likifak well, they got all this stuff done, and then it just crumbles in the second half. So that is where we need to see an improvement from Secret immediately, is the second half of rounds. And I don't know if maybe that's something that Twister has imparted to them, or whether it's been a little bit more specific than that, but they just need to be working Falcons a little bit better when they've got that man advantage, because so far they've looked pretty good, like I say, in the first half of the first 2 rounds. Had both of the entries been on top and kind of thrown it away a little bit. So round 3 is going to see us down in the basement. Looks like straight away Yellow Door is going to be shot open. I'm just looking at the side of Secret, and they've got nothing in the way of hard breach beyond Hibana, so they need to be particularly cautious there. And I say that because there's Kairos pellets so slow in detonating that they're very, very easy to trick off usually. Even for the Kaid, it's possible. So it's just something to be aware of for Secret, to make sure that they don't waste that utility and they do get the hatches that they need. And if they want the main wall, that they get that as well.
I like that the track's gone in very early on towards the Valkyrie here as well. Again, knowing that Solotov was the go-to entry, he's pretty much always the first to get involved in a scrap early on. He's got a C4 available. You need to know where he is, and they've let him slip the net a little bit here. 3 places ready, and it's a freebie. Oscar, he'll be fuming to a level because he's had the IQ on side to scan out if any pre-plays are there. Mowgli with the tracks to make sure Solotov is forced back, but you give him a few meters to step out into the open, and a free C4 comes in. That's going to be heartbreaking for the boys, especially given they've just had a tax timeout as well. It's a 5v2. Falcons in full control here in round 3. Maybe fair to say, Tim, that timeout benefited them even more than it did Secret.
Yeah, it certainly seems to be the case. Noah manages to find Likifak, but June with the second in the round. Noah is there for the trade. A 1v4, now a 1v3 is looking increasingly difficult. Solotov uses Breeder all on full health. Uses with a Nitro in hand. Noah has got it stacked against him, but he does, or did, have time on his side. Solotov, however, sees as he peeks up above the parapet, takes him down. That's going to be Falcons 3-0, and this is much of what I think the social prediction expected, and what a lot of people will have been thinking we were going to see.
It's maybe not quite in the fashion it's gone. It's almost a shame because, again, it feels like a David versus Goliath game where Secret last week weren't particularly there yet. It's taking the time still to figure things out, even with the experience of Noah and Mowgli. As I mentioned last week, Oscar and Flexi have played at this level before too. For V-Drills, it is a first time step into this arena. And given you're coming up against, you know, a team that we've seen many a times, have been in many a grand final over the last couple of years, plus Doom, who's also obviously won EWC last year, so that's always one worth noting. It is a big aspirin to be able to step up and deliver at this level. But I think for Secret, they've, you know, exhausted a lot in the first couple of rounds there. They came close, if not for a couple of Brede clutches. And I just wonder now if Falcons have settled into things, got a feel for the game, and they'll just keep on taking full charge as we carry on.
Back to the top floor we go for Falcons then. We're going to see the extra bans come out. Valkyrie has been taken away, no surprise, because Secret have been terrorized at times. We've seen the Nitros coming in, but also just the general intel as well. And Falcons, they continue with their banning. That's a set of bans there. There's no reaction there. That's pre-planned. Snake could be grim. You know, just removing those nuisances. They're going to make it difficult to play in particular spots. So expect to see Falcons holding some of those power spots, some of those power angles, and forcing or daring Secret rather to move them off them. Looking no major changes for Secret here. There's a fear coming in. We saw that back in round one as well. It's actually the exact same lineup that they had. So it's, I think, like I said, again, I don't think they need to change anything too drastically. They did things right for the first 50%. You can do the same again, force them out of position, get in, take admin. I think they just need to have a little bit more patience after that point.
Possibly. Now at least they've changed up their own game plan, the Falcons, right? Like, I've seen Leaker back across in that pulse, and normally that means someone's running around downstairs. Here he isn't, he's still on the top floor. But typically someone down in server, for example, if you know that Secret have been pushing in from admin time and time again, I guess there's only so much info you can glean from that. Like, okay, they're coming from admin, wow, what a surprise. We haven't seen that for the last 2 or 3 rounds in a row, in which case maybe there's not all that much value in him being downstairs, and instead, going to feed information on the same floor, look to play behind the C4 when they come in for an execute, things like that. So, more problems here for Secret to work their way through to keep things to look at.
And how quickly can they do it? Flexi tries to push in through that main door, does force June back, but again, doesn't really buy them any time or anything. He's just still going to have to join his teammates elsewhere. June was just there to see if he could pick up a little kill or something. They're not going to gain too much. Will give a little bit of freedom for Flexi. Once he gets beyond Visa, he could possibly start with the tracks and trying a little bit of vertical from the Deimos, but he's not really advancing particularly at the minute. Users manages to find more, and you see what I mean? The round becomes too late for him to then do that, because he now needs to go to support the rest of the team, because they've lost 2 of them. Leakify getting the latest. Users with another 2 Nitros. Like, Falcons are just using their utility so well, and I don't want to get carried away. We're only 3 rounds in. Users with another double there at the end. 4 in the round, I think it was, for Users. I don't want to get too carried away. Team Secret have had their struggles and will continue to do so. So yes, we would expect Falcons to be winning, but I'm looking at the nature of what Falcons are doing, the nature of how they've stood up, how they've found you know, an answer in those man deficit situations, the way they've been able to use their gadgetry well. Couple of Nitro kills coming in there, getting that value out of the utility. They are looking really, really good today, and they're looking much better than I think they have over the last couple of play days.
For sure. And again, I think it was the first couple of rounds where Secret probably had their best chance to get a bit of momentum, get a foothold in this game and get themselves moving, but Brede did Brede things, and now, like I said, I think Falcons have started into the game. They've got the feel for what Secret are trying to do, and this is where they'll start to run out of steam a little bit, I think, on the side, which is unfortunate. That is how it goes sometimes. Getting, you know, 7 kills across 4 rounds kind of goes to show that unfortunately they're just not quite close enough. Hopefully they get it done on one of these next 2 sides, though. It does suck switching sides, because going into that 6-0 down, you know, the other side's only got to be right once, and you've got to be right every single time. There's a lot of pressure to put on a team. I really want to see Secret get one of these 2, whether it's this one, whether it's the following one, I don't mind. Let's just see something put on the board at some point, because they were close twice. It's clear they can do it. Just got to think on the feet a little bit, I think.
Gridlock being brought along rather than the Nomad this time around. Nomad's been a consistent pick for them, at least in, well, round 1 and round 4, so 50% of the rounds. This time they're going to go with the track stingers. It does give them a few options that the Nomad doesn't have necessarily. You've got the option of that secondary shotgun, particularly, to be able to do a bit of vertical work, which, considering that they're attacking onto piano, does offer them a little bit more flexibility. Nomad does have the soft breach charges, of course, so can achieve you know, some of the same, but I think Gridlock is probably just superior there. Here comes the drop. Oscar on the blitz is going to go into the fire, takes a tickle of damage from the Falcon canister. He's going to have to wait for it to clear, and whilst waiting, Users manages to pick up Noah Mowgli there for a trade. Users is going crazy at the minute, finds a second, is traded out, and again, Falcons playing the trade game really well. They always seem to come out one on top and get that man advantage. 3 versus 2, Joom, Solotov and Leakafak up against Mowgli and Drills.
I don't want to be a Mowgli hater, but he's kind of sold Oscar up a river there. You know that Oscar's watching that doorway in front of him. Anyone that swings onto it is going to get blinded immediately. Your only job then is to cover him on the left or to watch him behind you. But he's waiting until Oscar has been swung from a very predictable spot, being killed, and only then gone for the trade afterwards. And sure enough, he gets 2. Fair play to him. I think he was well playing at range, looking in towards the room that Oscar was facing into, in towards Lounge, and then has gone for the swing after. Maybe. Either way, it was a well-timed swing from Falcons and one that Mowgli just wasn't quite ready to deal with. Unfortunately, I think it may well find it cost them this round as well. A 3v2. Making a 3 versus 1 as Solotov has then appeared off towards the right-hand side. V-Drills really is getting a rude awakening and a welcome into Consulate here from Falcons as they put another on the board. It's 5-0, Tim.
Yeah, they're starting to race through this one now. Solotov picking up those last couple of kills. He was able to remain up on that top floor the whole time, so that tells me that there's not really enough pressure coming in there from Team Secret. You know, Falcons aren't feeling like they're under it enough to drop away from the top floor, to give up those angles that they want to hold. And so Team Secret maybe just need to play as more of a team a little bit. Try and, like, you know, a perfect example that you picked up with Mowgli and the Blitz. Maybe the cover wasn't quite where it needed to be, and I think if the focus is on keeping each other alive, covering each other's backs, covering each other's angles, it might just make it a little bit more difficult for Falcons to find those kills, and then they will be forced away because you'll be pushing forward in numbers. But right now we're into the final defensive round. It's going to be down in basement. We saw this one back in round 3. Joom on the Oryx again. He played it last time around, so keep a close eye on Joom. Always an interesting one if Joom's going to get on the roam, especially with a heavy roam operator like Oryx, and he may just be joined by Solotov, I would guess.
Yeah, well, I think the 3 of them have been having a lot of fun so far. I mean, Solotov and Leakafak have sort of been the first engagers, then Joom has been sort of in the middle as the flex, and then you can rely on trusty old Users and Breedo. Between them are 15-2. Just sat a little bit further back, waiting for the side to start getting approached. I like this actually as well. They know that the big focus has constantly been for the side of Secret to get control on the east side of the map, to look to get inside admin and work across the building from there. Looks like that won't change all that much here. Granted, they don't need to go top floor if they don't want to. There is at least Solotov up there that they'll have to deal with at some point, whether or not it's going after him on the top floor in the early round or dealing with him when he comes in the flank. Either way, can't ignore him for too long.
I don't think Flexi knew about that Razor Bloom there. It was a nice little surprise for him as he went around. He was like a double take on it. Like, oh, there's a Razor Bloom there. I'll take that out. So they know now that Visa is clear. They're going to send in through there. Oscar jumps in through the window as well. 2 inside. Nitro takedown from Breeday again. Second in the game, at least on the Nitro. And again, that trend for Falcons using this utility brilliantly. It continues. However, Breeday does get caught out as he gets chased away by Oscar on the blitz. And look how aggressive he's getting here, going straight into sight, no messing about. Can Falcons stand up? Of course they can. Joom and Users 1 apiece. It is not looking pretty for Secret right now, but they fight their way back in. Des, a 4v2 becomes a 2v2. Falcons are not going to want to give this away. Leakafak manages to get the shield, and it's all up to him to close out the round. Just out of sight, V-Drills.
Seize your shadow, bro. You know, Leakafak, he knows where you are. Gotta be really careful here. Pops out the fire, which burns him through with. Oh!
Beautiful.
Sandwiches in between fire and grenade. V-Drills styling on one of the best IGLs in the world.
Truly between a rock and a hard place there. Leakafak had absolutely no option. It was pick your poison, but one way or another, you're gonna die. And that was what happened. Secret get themselves around then. It's 1-5.
Let's see what Adess has got to say about that half.
Thank you, guys. I mean, there was good recovery in the final round there. Otherwise, we would have been here at a flawless half from Falcons. But one thing I saw at the end there, Mowgli's player cam. And I feel like that's going to be really important because it feels like Secret are they're making too many mistakes.
Yeah, I think you just take a look at this package that we put together for multiple rounds. That I think round 1, you start to see it, right? They get C4, that's fine. Look at Flexi here. Gets a free kill. Look at that second one. He whiffed the whole magazine around smoke. You can't miss this shot. It's just impossible. Then another C4, same spot. Look at this. Blackbeard is engaging. Flexi is supposed to kill him here. He misses all of the shots. So then Blackbeard dying. Flexi wins, loses another gunfight. And look at this, look. They're flashing their own Blitz. Blitz is completely flashed, running in, and then dies for nothing because he's fully blind. It's like mistakes upon mistakes. It's shots that are missing. It's utility that's misplaced. It's just like micro plays where you can't have these kind of mistakes against Falcons.
One word comes to mind, pressure.
Yeah, it feels like they're shaking.
Yeah, it feels like they're playing... Not scared. It feels like they're trying to do the right things from Team Secret, but they're just... It's not even the wrong execution. Yeah. It's like a scared execution.
And look at the stats.
Yeah.
Look at that. Oscar on 1 kill, Flexi on 2 kills, Mowgli on 2 kills. Like, it's not even close. They're getting battered every round.
They are. And it shows on the cameras as well, right? I'm glad we get to see the player cameras right now. Some are calm, obviously, but Mowgli was still talking. There was still discussion and discourse going on inside the boot camp here for Team Secret. I mean, they have a tough task. Like we said, it's on defense now, but the stress and the pressure really is getting to them.
Yeah, I think so. Like, there was a lot of those things that when you're going up against a team that's superior to you, and Falcons are superior to Secret in terms of their experience, in terms of the expectations, in terms of currently the raw talent, when you're going up and you're the inferior team, you're the underdog team, you want to do things in the right way, but you want things to go your way. You want to kind of make your own luck. And when, you know, things like in that highlight package, when you're flashing your own players, when you're, you know, whiffing what is ultimately a shot that a pro player is expected to take at this level, you are making it so much harder for yourselves. Yes, you got one round because Drills managed to clutch it out, and it was a nice little use of the utility to clutch it out there.
Yeah.
But that's ultimately not enough. You give Falcons a 5-round lead, even if they're going on to the half that's disadvantageous, that's not the best half in terms of attacking Consulate, it's still a mountain to climb for Team Secret.
I think there were positive signs. There was a 5v3 for Secret. There was a 4v2 that they lost. It's like the end of rounds where the most critical gunfights happen that they're losing. And this is the biggest thing is, they have nothing to lose here. Yeah. They're playing against Falcons. They're already qualified to EWC. They should not feel pressure.
Yeah, and that's the scary thing. They shouldn't, but it feels like they are, and they're playing like they are.
But the good thing is, on the side of Falcons, they really are punishing Secret for the mistakes that they are making. We're seeing that so far with a 5-1 lead for Falcons going in the attack as the second half starts.
Thank you very much, guys. Well, I always say to him, there are 2 halves to a game of Siege. I think it's time to prove it here. A few replays from the end of that final round, and it was good for Vidros. So speaking about that confidence building for him, that he was coming up against some of the best in the business. It was certainly a star moment here. This nade into a shot onto the Glow canister, absolutely perfect.
Yeah, it was just a wonderful example of just Siege, isn't it? You know, it's like when people ask me like, what makes Siege different? What can it do that other game? You know, that's a great example to me. You wouldn't see that in any other game. You wouldn't see that kind of, you know, he gets the kill without even, you know, having to directly use his weapon, and just, you can think your way around situations as well. Just beautiful stuff. But Secret are going to need, as you say, 2 halves. They're going to need a hell of a half here if they want to come back into this, mainly because of the way that Falcons are playing right now. Very, very difficult to go up against this Falcons side when they're like this. Breede is 9-2. You know, Users is 8-2. It's just a nightmare to try and fight either of them at this point. As Fresh said, they are on the more difficult side of Consulate now, but honestly, I wouldn't be betting against them at this point.
No, for sure not. See if anything changes over then. Side swap overall. Get things underway with Falcons getting themselves, as you probably expect him, in on towards this east side of the map. Same way that we saw coming out of Secret, but you also saw one of them trying to get into Walking at the same time. So applying pressure from more points here compared to what we saw coming out from Secret, at least early on. Also got one working their way over towards Yellow. So very much going for us around on this top floor to be able to apply pressure from multiple directions. At least we'll give Secret a few things to think about when the hit does finally come in.
Look at that. Just taking out the default cameras. He's working his way underneath on the Dokkaebi. I think just trying to coordinate maybe with Solotov up above. Going to send in the call. Maybe just give an opportunity for a little bit of movement there to try and get the admin take on its way. Nobody else actually inside of the map at the minute. There is a couple Users and Breede are the ones out over on the admin side. But Flexi, for the time being, not going to remain safe. He is going to be challenged from underneath. Could just do with a little bit more pressure here, Falcons, to get him moving. And then they should be able to find a kill, but Noah, he manages to take down Users. That is a big pickup. Users has been going fantastically well so far. Leakafat gets the draw. The second is beautiful. A reaction shot as he strafes across, takes Mowgli's head off, and leaves Falcons with a 4 versus 3 advantage. Make it 4 versus 2. Leakafat's going big.
Easy's one in the book there as well, just waiting, knowing that he wouldn't be seen before he had the chance to get some free shots off. That's 3 removed by 1 man. The IGL stepping in big. Playing off the back of his team as Solotov comes across for another. Yet again, it is V-Drills left all alone. And he's like, guys, I'm still covering hallway. Guys? And no one is left. Brina there to cut the close. Falcons up 6-1. Well and truly running away with this one, Tim. And you struggle to see how Secret are going to hold on.
Yeah, it's just got to be 1 round at a time now for Secret, but they're just having such a struggle getting that 1 round. That's the problem. The only one they've won was round 6, and it came down to a 1v2 clutch coming in from Drills. So it is definitely a big ask right now, but they're just going to have to dig deep, take it 1 round at a time. I think part of the problem for Secret, if you compare it to the last play day where they looked a little bit better, don't get me wrong, Noah is still by far and away, I say by far and away, he's got 7 kills, next nearest has got 3, but in terms of the number of kills that Secret has got, he's by far and away leading that at the minute. But it's not enough, Noah and I'm not saying that Noah's the one who owes them more, who needs to be doing more, but to compare the performances, Noah I think had like 14, 15 kills by this point, or within a couple of rounds of now last play day out. He's just not able to get that same sort of freedom against Falcons, and so Secret are really, really struggling, and it is starting to show, unfortunately, that they are very, very one-dimensional.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
They are. I don't want to say predictable necessarily, but you can see the difference in the 2 attacks, right? With how Falcon spread, how Secret were very much all about attacking in admin nice and slow as a team and slowly working their way forwards. When they had the most bite was those first couple of rounds. And outside of that, there hasn't been a ton. Although granted, I don't mind a little bit of a cheeky spawn peek coming out. His very best to try and remove 1, but used a bit too wise to danger Tim. I only imagine he's been spawn peeked a few too many times in ranks to not get caught out by something like that. Yeah,
you would have thought so. I mean, look, if I was analysing Secret to play against him at the minute, I'd just be watching Noah. I'd just be watching Noah the whole time, and I'd just want to know, where's he going to play on this map? Where do we need to push it? And just target him. Just go in and take him out and target him and force the others to do the work. And I think, you'll start to see at the minute that there'd be some success to be found. But here we go. We are a minute into the round. Falcons now going to think about getting themselves on into the building proper. There's only Leak of Fact that's in there at the minute. He's on the Ash. He's stood inside a site, actually. Not sure that Team Secret are aware of his presence. He's going to get a freebie, I guarantee it. Somebody's going to run around this corner. He's going to get a freebie.
Right, how has this happened then? How has this happened? They're at least find 1. Now the move starts. Leak it back in nice and close. They don't seem to still know, but well, the pixels off towards the side. He might get rid of 1. That really should have been a kill. But Oscar up close and personal. Should have been a freebie every day of the week, but another one flows through for Leaky Fack, another into Solotov as well. That brings it to a 4v3. And just when it looked like it might start out going well for the side of Secret, well, the jaws start snapping shut around them. Flexi left in a 1v3, has to retake top floor. No idea this one off towards his left, and surely that's a nice shot. Fair play. I thought June was going to close it there and then. Flexi with a good chance here to maybe save this one. Sees the man down below. A couple of shots coming on through as the smoke starts to ring out as well. Sees one more nice and close. He's got to do what he can here, but it's looking like a bit of a tall order. User should be able to squirrel away and get a plant down if required. Intel at least coming back the other way, but this little mad dance will play at some point, Tim. They will find the reverse angle, or they will get this diffuser down, and that will force Flexi into action.
Yeah, he's got a lot of good vertical angles here to work with this Flexi, and he made it very difficult for them to put the diffuser down. I think he knows he's found both kills. He's going to head down there to disable it, and what a clutch coming out of Flexi.
And a mad done for good measure.
It's still 6-2.
Yeah.
It's still 6-2.
We'll give him his flowers, though. It's a little morale booster.
It was a great clutch, don't get me wrong. But, maybe GG go next, play the next round.
It is probably going to build up towards that, unfortunately. I think a Secret a believer in a boot camp for a couple of weeks as well. I don't think for the entire stage, but at least a couple of weeks. And I guess the part of the question will be, can they fix the wrongs before they all return back to playing on their usual setups? That'll be probably the worry in the back of their minds as well. Can they get done what they need to in the time they have to give them a good end towards the back end of the stage? Because you've got to finish inside top 6. You've got to be able to push through and start making it in towards playoffs. You've got to then compete if you want to be able to make it to EWC. And as we've all sort of pointed towards the the change for this roster. You know, the one that was winning EWC, that was having an incredible performance back at SI. Feels like a bit of a shadow of a former self here, and this one is going to take a bit of time and a bit of work to be able to claw its way back through. That clutch will certainly help, but even the reaction to it, I think, sort of tells you what they're expecting to happen here in round 9.
Yeah, I don't think Falcons will be too worried about that. I think, you know, they'll be still fairly confident that they get this done. I think they're hiding those operators away, or they're at least trying to.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Yep.
Yeah, if they're coming out in 5 seconds, they're definitely wanting to keep them under wraps. So let's see whether Falcons were able to pick them up or how they deal with that. And I'm particularly interested to see where Drills plays. At the minute, he's on lower stairs. He's actually going to go all the way down to basement on yellow stairs. So he's going to be feeding that intel in from whether there is a yellow stairs push. But not sure he's going to get any joy. We haven't really seen too much going on over on that yellow side. It's pretty much all been admin so far. How about this though? Noah just looking to get aggressive on that breach as well.
That's it. I mean, I'm hoping with hiding something away that they can get away with a little bit of magic here. The bandit is certainly going to help. They have no way of getting through whatever the bandit may choose to keep electrified up and locked away. B-Drills, my eyes will be the one that falls on, though. Again, we spoke about Leakifat when he was playing on this operator back in the first half. That intel that is fed back and forth to the team on where they're coming in from, where CVs, that's too much word talk, where C4s can get tossed from. Don't call them CVs, man. I'm tired, okay? Leave me alone.
Just tosses his CV over the top.
I need a job, please. Can I change team?
Interview denied. And they're going to move on. Here we go. So Pulse is doing some serious work down there in terms of the intel, but those track stingers is going to prevent any sort of realistic flank opportunity for him. I think it's going to need a little bit of a rotate if he wants to get up there and get involved and make a problem of himself. But for the time being, he is happy to continue feeding. I mean, no intel is still intel. You know, the fact that there's nobody being picked up there still tells him that maybe there's nobody on the windows. That there's somebody on that window, of course. Solitov manages to find Oscar mostly onto users, 4 versus 4. Still a lot of pressure going to mount up from yellow stairs, though, as Leakifat starts pushing forward, takes down Noah. They now need to stop them taking too much ground here. Now's the time to fight, and Drills tries to work his way back up, but look how much stuff he's got to work through. They know that he's coming at this point. Nate comes down, he's limping because of the cracked stinger. It's over.
You think they know he's coming, Tim? After how many of those he had to shoot out? It has never been more over, unfortunately, Tim, for the side of Secret. Not going to be able to get too close. Falcons putting on a bit of a masterclass of a display here on Consulate. Definitely setting themselves up for a good week. As said, our break is already ready. Let's throw to it when we come back. Our death will break it down for you. That's what I was after.
Smooth sailing for Falcons as they pick up an easy 3 points, and that means we get to speak to the winners. We have a winner interview with Joom lined up. Joom, good evening. Congratulations on your 3 points. You beat your former teammates, you beat your former coach. Is it a good feeling, or does it hurt somewhere a little bit?
I think at this point it just feels good. I think it just feels good, I think.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this roster that you used to play for, what's your take on their current level and what they're showing? Because so far, it looks like it's really hurt them to lose you, then Adrian, then Savage, and they look like they're trying to recover, and it's just not happening so far.
I think it's really hard, after losing such many good players, and having that synergy going from that to, having to rebuild fully is very hard. I think they can do it though, because I knew what players they have, what staff they have. Building from the bottom is what they do, and I think they can still have a few games to go to bring it back.
And about this new iteration, I'm wondering, what's your take on the 3 new players, especially, because initially Nave and Citizen made sense with the experience and all, and I think many people were surprised to see that many changes so quick after kickoff. But it's young players that are hungry. It's, Oscar, Vidrials, Flexi. What's your take on these new guys?
I think I definitely like them bringing in new players. I think it's always good, but in Siege, it's there's such a big gap from tier 1 and tier 2 that it just needs time to adapt and getting used to the difference.
Joom, just moving through to your team now. Do you feel that was quite a complete performance today? Because I think, some of the players who maybe haven't been in the limelight for your team, so the 2 players I'm thinking of, Brede and Solotov today, were especially, they were really good today.
Oh my god, Brede was cooking. I don't know what he was doing, but he was just crazy. I actually loved it. He was just saying live game. For me, it's just default at this point. I don't know.
Sorry, go on.
No, you go.
What was the game plan that you guys were focusing on today?
After last week, it was mainly we knew we were struggling on the attacks. So in scrims, we have just been focusing on attacks and working on those. So that was mainly it.
All right, awesome. And then speaking of tomorrow, it's a big game. You're playing against G2. How are your thoughts going into that one?
Oh, it's going to be a fun one for sure. We haven't played them yet, so it's going to be a good match. I think they have been struggling a bit more than us, though. So I think we'll just see tomorrow how it goes.
Yeah, I feel like that's a fair assessment to make. Well, Joom, thank you for your time, and best of luck against G2 tomorrow.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Very polite, but also very mature answer about the questions you were giving him. You're just kind of feeling on his teeth a little bit, trying to pull some answers
We
there.
can try and coax it out of him, but it is Joom, yeah.
He's always going to be mature. He's always going to be respectful. He's always going to be a trusted adult. That's the way I see Joom. But no, looking at this match, there isn't much to tell from the point of view of Secret. I think that there were some glimpses of hope. I think initially, especially a few rounds where they get the right man advantage, where it seems that things are going well for them, and then in the most critical moment, it seems like the shake, the nerves are coming in, and I highlighted a couple of rounds where Flexi was missing his shots. It happened for every other player. It's not only him. He actually recovered from that with a really good clutch, and I think this is exactly the kind of things that these players need. It's not to do that, but to do a really good clutch, a 4K, and give you momentum again. Mowgli, doing Mowgli things, just spending more time outside Consulate than in the building. It feels good to see some of that back. It's just not clicking well together. And for a world-class team like Falcons, there is just such a big gap.
I mean, obviously nobody's going to be negative on this roster with the way that the game went, but I was so happy to see Brede at the top of the scoreboard.
Yeah, and Solotov doing well as well.
And Solotov doing well as well. I think, Solotov had a rough start on the front line. Brede naturally is not going to get into a lot of gunfights with how this team plays. He's either going to be left in a 4v1 putting the defuse down, or he's going to be left in a 1v4, and ultimately, at best, usually get a 1-for-1 unless we see a generational clutch. So the fact that he was able to express himself today, get himself in the gunfights, show that he can actually frag out when needed as well. It was really nice to see the guys on Falcons actually, getting that opportunity.
They really closed it out in the second half there. Something we saw a lot from Falcons in that second half as well was the use of Dokkaebi. And in fact, Joom has a pro tip for all of us on how to get the most out of Dokkaebi.
Hi, I'm Joom. I'm playing for Team Falcons, and these are my pro tips. So, one tip I have for the new Dokkaebi that came out is basically when you call someone, one thing you can see is when they disable the phone, you can actually see when they disable it. So you can push them when they're basically on the phone disabling it. So I'm going to show you where you can see that. Now, I know around what point, around what area Legion is, so I'm just going to select them, and then you can call them. Basically, you can listen for the sound again, we see. And then when he's actually disabling it, now you can see here that he's disabling it, so he's not fighting. He's the phone in hand, you can just get a free kill.
And whilst we're getting ready to dive into our final matchup of the day, we have Fnatic and Heretics playing up against each other. And this could be a 6-pointer, as we like to call some of these matches here, where it's really important to get points in the big scope of things, with playoffs coming in, obviously, in a very few play days from here. But I want to talk about Fnatic as a roster first. They made some roster changes. Again, it's something that we're used to at this point. But one big player coming in there, Citizen, who has been on quite a few different rosters in the past few years. How would you overall review that?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's maybe been a criticism leveled at Citizen over the last couple of years. He's hopped around a lot of different rosters, some in NA, some inside of EU. But I think for Fnatic, he's the profile of a player that represents an upgrade from what they previously had in terms of their usual profile has quite often been rookies or players on the periphery. And I think Citizen, if you look, particularly the M80 DZ, when he's inside the North American League, that EPS has been high. It's been above average. And the fact that he's come to Fnatic, he's got 113 EPS so far this stage, represents why Fnatic might look like they're moving forward, because he's a player that improves their overall quality, Leo.
Yeah, I think though overall he used to be a star player, back in 2018, 2019, and I think through the years now, you can see his age on the graphic. He's 27. He's kind of past the prime years. I think that he's dropped a little bit in quality. Realistically, it showed.
Me too.
It showed on ITB. It showed on Secret especially. And then every time that you feel like he's done, he jumps on a new boat, in a new roster. DZ was a revelation. I think he was doing really well there. And I think Fnatic can be that for him. There was an inconsistency in his career path. Realistically, is it because of the edge, or is it just because he was just playing around players or around a roster that did not perform well? I think whatever happens, Citizen has that quality as a player. And I think that maybe Fnatic was the one team that he needed to, be back in his home region, be back, comfortable in the right setting. And maybe this time, carry on that momentum for a long time. Be good, but for the longer run for Fnatic.
Since apparently we have some players who are past their prime on Fnatic, on the other hand, with Heretics, we have some young blood on the roster. And we're talking about Heretics as a team that's currently 4th in the standings, which is incredible for them, right? This is kind of the improvement that we wanted to see from them as a team that came here through Challenger Series.
Yeah, I think, it's victories that we did not expect. It's a roster that stuck through after kickoff. They said themselves, they tried to make roster changes. They made trials in between kickoff and now. And I think, we look at the improvement and it's very clear across all the base. Let's be honest, kickoff was really rough. When your average EPS as a team is 80, I mean, the rest of the team is on average 20% worse than a basic pro player. I mean, that's just how bad they were, So we could only look to get improvements, but it's easy to say and harder to do. And I think that they've proved that they could do it by gaining a victory last week.
Yeah, and these stats aren't crazy improvements. Obviously, it's kind of showing average team, but that's what ultimately what the goal is when they're sitting down. I know they can come on an interview and they can say, yeah, we want to go to the top, we want to go to the major, we think we've got the quality. I think in reality, their expectations or their real, they've sat down in their heart of hearts, it's to challenge for that playoffs position. It's to accumulate as many points as possible, because they'll be thinking more long term when we get the back end of the year and we're talking about relegation and things like that. So I think for Heretics, yes, they have improved, but we want to see that continue.
And a second objective that's very important, you're going to see it when we look at Zara on this cam. It's going to be to find a new headset. I think at this point, the cable is just something, I don't know what's happening with this cable. He's got his hands in the way, but I think you can see all of it is tingled completely. It was already the case at kickoff, and I was like, how long is it going to be till it gives up? No, it's still there. The tingle is still there.
Is this the official petition?
Come on, it's a good organization.
Are we the first 3 signatures? Get Zara a new headset.
Get him a new headset.
Is this
Come
what
on.
happens at EML, past, 10:30 p.m.? This is the things we start noticing here, or?
Oh, it is. You start looking at bookshelves. You start.
No.
Whether players have made their bed or not.
Listen, it's the only negative thing I can say about this player. I had to focus on something, because let's be honest, Zara has been so impressive so far. He's the main player that, for these guys, has made it possible that they get a victory. And if I look at them today and think maybe there's a chance they beat Fnatic, it's thanks to this guy, the guy on the screen here. One of the first rookies that we saw really play at the highest level here in Tier 1 in an impressive way, straight in his debut. And I think, compared to the other rookies that came on, I think he's probably one of the best one, if not the best one, coming in with Rorik.
Yeah, we highlighted him as a monster as well earlier in this EML stage. stage, but I want to kind of drift our attention away from the headset cables and towards the map, Vito.
I don't know if you can.
The more important stuff, I would like to say. I mean, sure, sound is important, but knowing what kind of map we're going to see is really important too. Seems like we're going very basic for our final match of the day.
Yeah, I think for Fnatic, I think there's a few question marks. I know, Leo, you like this for Heretics. Quickly on the Fnatic side, previous permaban, longest time permaban, they tried playing it play day 1 against Virtus Pro, and they got absolutely slapped around. They attacked first, and they struggled. We saw Smiths on the shield, but it was so slow, it was so lethargic, and it was so readable that I hope, for their sake, they've improved to go back there.
A huge 7-1 loss. I like this for Heretics. I like this plan. I think it's a good plan. I think that Heretics are going back onto the map where they made it close against G2, and they're going back onto that map on the defense side, and they're going onto the map on which their opponent had just lost 1-7 the week before. So there is a lot of elements that make me think, okay, from this map beta alone and from the results that we see, I think overall this suits Heretics better. However, and we said it best during, I don't remember which game it was, where today one of the teams had replayed a map on which they had lost last week. But
it was GK on bank.
Yeah, GK on bank, exactly. One thing that I like with this is usually when a team will lose, like this, such a slap in the face. From my experience, we just got to the vote straight away after the match. We watch everything, and then we scream that for the rest of the week, and we make sure to have a turnaround from one week to the other. And I think Fnatic, they may be accustomed to that.
Okay, maybe this is a masterclass in cooking from Fnatic. We'll see how the counter-shutting is going to go on the final match of the day.
Thank you very much, guys. I was just doing a little bit of a dig through history there, Tim, and from my memory and from what the stats are telling me, neither of these teams have ever won Clubhouse.
Well, if you're going to choose to go there, Des, you must be a plan in place. Somebody's going to win it now.
Someone has to win. Yeah, that is crazy. I was looking at it like 0-5 for Heretics, 0-1 for Fnatic. That has to change today. You've heard the Des just say there that, of course, Fnatic played it on Playday 1 against Virtus Pro and got schooled. However, their coach did come out after and say, look, it's fine. The guys are in high spirits afterwards. We were laughing and joking. And they came out on day 2 in force. This has been one of those games that I've probably been the most interested to watch today. G2 and Shifters was my other one. This one's really interesting because I think at the start of the stage, we'd have looked at this and said, oh, Fnatic, Heretics, probably both scrapping it out in the bottom 4 or so. Fnatic given their performance on day 2, and of course the maturity that we've seen brought along by Citizen by the looks of their playstyle sometimes, I actually think you could find them fighting for a 6th place finish here, making it into playoffs. That's when things will get very, very interesting. I know that you're a hater and you're not a believer, Tim, but I am. I'm orange. I'm in.
I'm not a hater.
You are. You're a generational hater.
I'm not a hater. I'm just not a believer yet. And
you're not hate watching. You're hate casting right now.
It's on the basis that it's not even that. It's not that I don't want Fnatic. I've backed them so many times. I've just been burnt too many times. So once they deliver, I'll be straight back on board. Don't you worry. Look, Fnatic were fantastic last week. I'm really excited to see them play today because they completely turned it around from their first match. They were a joy to watch. And Heretics need to be very, very careful because Fnatic were playing such a fast-paced game of Siege that you can find yourself against them behind very, very quickly. So yeah, Heretics need to make sure that they're prepared for that and to slow it down. And I actually like what I'm seeing straight away. Smoke, Goyo, and Tuberau. So it does scream, we're going to play this game to try and frustrate you a little bit. Try and protect the hatches a little bit with the Tuberau. We've got the Azami that can play in that corner of Armory and just make the little fortress around it. Just all very difficult to clear out.
Absolutely. Well, let's see how we get into it then. Let's see who can improve on past performances. Starts with Heretics on the defense and Fnatic on the attack. Looking at all that vertical destruction we've got being brought along by Fnatic, it's a hell of a lot of it. So no doubt Kitchen Hallway is going to be a key target of theirs. Getting that floorway ripped up all inside a kitchen as well. Probably looking at Imagine, given you have this much control for a plant coming down through main stairs or potentially through the hatch drop.
Drones are going to be raining through. I imagine they will pick up Dora's presence on main stairs. They'll be hoping they do at least, because that Tuberau DMR will chew through you. I'm not sure they have, It'll chew through you very quickly. We see the drone going upstairs, but it hasn't come downstairs yet. But a couple of shots pre-fire along there are enough to scare Dora away and send him into Moto. But the Tuberau playing in Moto, what does that scream? It screams to try to keep Moto Hatch closed for as long as possible. There's no denial available to go on there because both of the Electro Bros have been taken away. Kaid, of course, being the relevant one in this round. But this is actually really good from Heretics as well. They've got in there quickly. They've recognised that the map is clear, that it's been given to them by Fanatics. So they've just gone in, got the book, doing their work, working the verticals. Good stuff from them so far.
Yeah, like I said, the big focus will be around Kitchen and around Kitchen Hallway. They want this all ripped up. They want to have the control of this part of the map, which means if you're going to put all this effort in, really, you've also got to put effort into trying to make use of main stairs. To expect at some point someone to go meandering down there and hoping to sniff something out. In fact, on Saturday, we had a pretty good game over in SAL on Clubhouse. It's very, very entertaining to watch back and forth, very aggressive as well. Fury are putting in a bit of a shift on that map and really showing and pushing the map to its aggressive extremes. I don't expect to see the same sort of thing coming out of either of these two teams, but as you can see, everyone on the side of Heretics forced over towards the east side of this downstairs, as they know that control has been lost over towards main stairs because of all that vertical destruction going on above them.
Yeah, it was an interesting game, that one that you mentioned of Furia, without lingering on it. It felt like a little bit, when I think back to it, it felt like maybe a bit of a next evolution. You know, when we see these things happen and you think, we're maybe going to see that again in future, and other teams will pick it up down the line. And I think there is possibly elements that we will see taken away from that game. Very fascinating. But for now, in our current game, Nade goes in, going to clear out some of that utility that was aimed at the keeper barricade that was protecting the player in blue. We will see another one deployed, not in the same location quite though, so the safety might not be the same. Smith is going to get into sight on the Blackbeard with diffuser in hand, but he's going to need a little bit more cover if he wants to put the diffuser down. Deadshot, Citizen, one apiece, but the answers are there, and that's going to be 3 versus 3. Diffuser down cold, Deadshot down but not out. It is not looking good. Deepek 1 versus 3, trying to push in from Motor Door. The challenge is coming from both sides. One behind bar, one in Armory, one in blue. There was no way he wins that, and it's going to be first round to Heretics.
Just a little bit mistimed there, Fnatic. You heard the dev speaking about it back on our previous map when Falcons were up against Secret. And Secret at times looks a little bit out of sync with each other. We had it back in our VP game earlier today as well. Similar story, a little bit of mistiming from their opponents. And I think you see a little bit there where 2 players have gone ahead of everyone else and the rest are then left kind of trying to play catch up if you want. There wasn't enough pressure coming through Moto or Blue at the time. The first 2 players, one of which was Citizen, made their initial hit. And that then just gave time for the defenders to be able to adjust and adapt and move around a little bit further. So for Heretics, I'd argue, not super bothered by round 1. They're looking pretty comfortable. Nice idea from Fnatic, just not quite the right execution.
Up to the top floor we go. Cash and CCTV going to be our next sites, and then Jim Bedroom will likely finish off the rotation. Offensive lineup, we've got the Azami, we've got the Jaeger, so that screams that we're going to be holding onto the catwalk. And then I'm just looking there at the Clash. Lolo, I'm not sure where he's going to play. We'll keep an eye on it. I would expect, he's currently out on Master side. I was going to say I would expect to maybe play Master Construction side. The Clash will be able to do a lot of that heavy lifting by themselves, maybe have one out there in support. We've seen much more commitment to this extension in recent times. We've seen bottom garage actually being left soft and not reinforced so that they can reinforce the walls between Master and Jim. And teams really kind of, you know, we've seen a deployable shield just put down there by... have we seen a... No, we haven't. I could have sworn that I saw a deployable shield put down in Jim, but it must not have been. Yeah, you know, just committing a lot more utility out there on that side of things. And I think, yeah, Lolo's still out there for the time being. So this is, at the minute, from Fnatic, going to play right into their hands here because there's going to be a lot of utility to get through.
Yeah, obviously that big frustration, I know you mentioned it there a second ago, is going to be on towards Lolo. Eyes naturally go towards someone like Smith or the nades that they can toss in towards him, but too many plays his cards right, by which I mean as long as he moves correctly, he should be able to keep away from too much danger. At some point, we'll have to concede parts of this map, though. So here we go. In comes the first Candela out of Wizard. That's just towards Logi. With little light screen coming on through to, well, not really light screen, more of a full white screen coming on through to at least blind him out. Dreyas gets taken down elsewhere. A good lead for Fnatic to start things out, but now what can they do with it?
Got out.
Demos going to be watching main stairs, and here comes the aggressive push in from Fnatic, trying to work quickly, trying to cut off any defenders trying to move around. Not sure you're getting through there too cleanly. A little vault animation is needed, does the job eventually. 4 versus 4 as Dora manages to pick up Citizen with a Nitro. Good utility use coming in from Heretics. There is no presence at all at the minute from Fnatic on the other side of the map. CCTV window is about as far as they get. So at the minute, Heretics have actually moved the Azami back in towards CCTV. They're not too worried about holding on to Catwalk because they know that there's no pressure coming from that side.
Worry far more about the clash right now. Is still going to continue being a headache, just all the information being fed. But no, a little bit too easy there into Deadshot's waiting arms, gets the freebie. Another nade over the top. They really want this clash gone. He could be in a spot of bother right now. Zara going to fall. Just Lolo and Dora to hold on against 4 with about a minute to work with. Surely Fnatic see this one over the line.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Akwi thought was going to happen there, really, as he stuck his face into that hole and was taken out. Lolo does manage to get one, but not got the best gun for this job. Deepek picks up the final kill, and Fnatic are going to level things up 1-1.
A small little detail that I like as part of that round was the attention they paid to the Valkyrie that was roaming off downstairs, and they knew it got an early kill on towards Citizen, and they had to keep tabs on him. It was Dora. He was hanging around on Snooker for the longest time, got the C4 onto Citizen when he stepped through Jimin and then towards bedroom. They didn't go chasing after him. They'd already lost the ability to track him because Citizen was the one playing on the Deimos. So more of a, let's get a flank drone down and keep an eye out for when he comes to try and flank us. And sure enough, as he comes up, Wizard has got the call on that. He's flanking you, turn around, get a free kill, and they can turn around back to focusing on towards the clash. So while they kept it nice and simple, we get control of bedroom and just move our way across and focus on a pure construction side take. It's worth stressing. It's very rare that you see a sole construction take. Normally you'll get main breach opened up, or you'll see some kind of pressure coming in late round in towards garage, things like that. They've made that work as a very, very one-dimensional attack, and also made sure they had good flank watch down. So good stuff by Fnatic. One apiece.
Jimmy bedroom, we move on to the Thorn is going to be brought along, and the Echo instead of the Clash. Keep an eye on that from Lolo. Post the ball, I'm wondering exactly where Lolo's going to play. A lot of the time, obviously, the Echo will want to stay safe. I guess Shower Cubicle is an option, but it's going to very much limit you. But there's not many other safe spots on this site that can't be reached from a window or a hatch or a breached wall. So it may well be that Lolo has to play a slightly more aggressive Echo than we might always see. We could see those camps maybe going outside, looking to support a run out, a jump out. And we'll see as time passes by. But the Thorn, always an interesting one lately with the power of the Razor Blooms. We've seen her pick rate absolutely shoot. Oh, look at this for a quick entry though. Deadshot straight in, taking Garage Catwalk, looking to clear and claim top red, and then move on into cash. I like this from Fnatic. There's no messing about. If you're going to offer them the space, they're going to take it.
They're backed away very quickly here for sure. Like, got themselves tucked back in. Maybe identifying, right, we haven't got loads committed out towards our roam out here, you know, no mute jammer to bring along to shut down over that side of the map and really try and waste time. We don't want to overcommit on that front. So, with that control given away, now they've got to focus on breaking open the main fortress itself here. One to keep an eye on, as well as just the drones keep on getting dwindled down on the side of Fnatic. A lot of them, of course, committed in towards that roam clear. They don't need loads of info for the site itself, because now they've got control of cash and CC. They can burn south balconies. Information comes about in a different way. If you really need information on the door itself, well, got a shield. Just go and stick Smith inside that door frame and it can feed you all the intel you need.
While all this has been going on, Lolo has actually gone all the way down central stairs and is currently down in basement. So it screams that a big win condition here for Heretics is using those Echo drones, because Lolo's down in basement, but they're not going to need them at this rate. 2 quick kills come in. Aki with a beautiful Nitro over the bed out of the window, takes down the Blackbeard, and just like that, Fnatic find themselves in a 3v5.
I mean, Akwi's just gone a bit bonkers there, to be fair. Like, it's almost like a bit of a punishment on Fnatic for, as much as I praised fundamentals in the previous round, missing out on it here. You've got construction side control, all players moving across, yet only one of you is watching construction door when you know players are nearby on the other side. That's a little bit of a slip on their part. It was great play by Akwi, who then converts into a C4 because he has the second deployable shield protecting him on top of the bed. This setup of these shields is really, really smart, and it's letting him play that aggressively. It's paying off as well because they're in a 4 versus 3.
Deadshot picks up Dora there, and need to be careful here. Aqui just exposed himself from behind that shield a little bit, and Fnatic have got themselves back into this one. Zara, though, been a hero a couple of times, so Heretics manages to shut down that push by taking Deepak out. Citizen looking to move on in towards Bathroom, does manage to find the space. Just searching, seeking, doesn't know exactly where everybody is, has an idea, manages to find the one in logistics, but he sees Deadshot go by the wayside along the way, so a 1v3 becomes a 1v2. Razorbloom going to push him back for the time being, but also announce his location to the Thorn, who happily takes him down for the end of the round.
A little bit of cat and mouse there towards the end. And again, Aqui, I think, for me, really defined how that was going to play out. Once he got those 2 kills, one onto construction, one on towards window, getting really the Blackbeard, most crucially, that was largely already decided. And while Deadshot, I think, gave Fnatic a little bit of false hope for a moment, it was always going to be a tough one to try and turn it round. So first quarter down, 1 attacking round win, 2 defensive round wins. Nothing too shocking or out of the ordinary there, I guess. The final ban's coming on through. Ace still available, but her banner taken offline. We had a good conversation about this the other day as well, Ace, around. We saw in SAL there were a lot of bans in towards things like the Thermite and the Ace. We were saying, well, you need the Habana available. Obviously, she's great with the hatches. And the whole conversation we were having was saying, well, tin openers are fantastic, of course, for attacking downstairs. Like, if you leave things like the Habana up, it's not the end of the world because they'll always have other options to bring if you do banner away. Whereas it feels like Ace and the Thermite are always worthwhile bans. But clearly here, a different approach being taken by Heretics.
Yeah, deciding that they... it's not so much about protecting the hatches because you know that they're likely still going to be opened, but maybe you force an alternative. You force maybe the Maverick pick, or you force different utility to be brought, right? Rather than additional throwables. Maybe you're having to bring the hard breach gadgets, alternatives like that. There's also areas, Hibana, for example, she's not just good on this side for the hatches, but if you think about opening Church Wall, Hibana's great for that from main stairs. Ace can do the same job, of course, from range, which is the particular safety you need, but Ace then is useless on the hatches because it takes 2 Selmas to do 1 hatch. So Barnum does have quite a lot of flexibility on this map, but as you say, it's one of them. I think there's value in any of the hard breaches going. There always is going to be, but there's always going to be answers as well. So is there maybe somebody who could get a little bit more value for them?
We'll see how this round plays out. Citizen being on the stake is certainly going to help, at least in terms of value being extracted. The other side that my eyes naturally go to, of course, is going to be that Maestro. We don't see Maestro coming out all that often these days, and often part of that is because when you see one, well, guess what tends to follow? It's always going to be a Brava on the other side to try and steal those cameras away. And it's just free intel then for the attacking team to make best use of. I forget which region it was, but we did see last week one team ban away Brava and then play a hell of a lot of Maestro, knowing there was very little chance for the other side to respond. I believe it was their second ban that came out. So maybe, well, in this case, obviously the Brava is available, and Heretics keep on playing it. That'll be a consideration the other side need to have.
Yeah, very good chance that we will see it brought along. It depends how much value is being gained from them cams, how much of a problem they ultimately become. Tight angle, just being held onto that double door at the end of long. It's going to be the Maestro inside of Moto, looking down short. That could be a problem for them. Don't think Citizen's going to get the joy of finding anybody's feet inside of Armory. I'm not sure that Heretics are giving too much of an opportunity. Like you say, that's...
Default cam left up halfway into the round.
That's not good, especially, the intel that they're gaining from that. It's a bit sloppy from Fnatic.
Just a little bit. But I feel the intel, they need to know when the hit's coming into Moto at the very least. Kitchen, they'll of course know because, well, the ceiling is disappearing right above their heads, Tim. Have to rotate away at some point, I imagine, and try a hit through dirt as well to make sure they've got another angle to work from. You can't only, just send it all in through Church itself. It'll become a bit of a Church. Through Kitchen, sorry, it'll be a little bit of a problem. And sure enough, here we go. This up and down coming on through. Dora, of course, knowing that that's a little bit unfortunate, really. Smith can't be going down there, but Dora does get pushed back in towards the hatch, and there's a kill there for him to collect off the back of the nade.
I like that from Dora. He hits a pretty tricky little shot onto the Vulcan canister behind him, and then manages to take the feet of the Blackbeard. It was really well played. Shield down, and going to leave us 4 versus 4 as Dora has been taken out of things as well, but 30 seconds left to go. Fnatic need to really start thinking about getting moving here because they could be in serious trouble in terms of the clock. Deadshot takes drop, manages to find Zara, 4 versus 2. A Citizen gets in on the action as well. It's the Citizen and Deadshot show at the minute. Deepak is getting that diffuser down, and it's up to Riaz. 1 versus 3, trying to get anything going. Needs the first kill, manages to find it. 1v2, surely can't find another. And you just see Fnatic dipping into a little bit more safety there before Deadshot goes on the repeak. And that is going to be 2-2 as this one continues back and forth.
Great round for Deadshot, especially. You know, Smith obviously walks, so Deadshot could run. Managed to clear out the Goyo, and that left room for Deadshot to work his way continually through dirt. Collected a couple of kills. The first one was a bit of a freebie. The second one was a great snap on towards the head of the smoke across from him. The third one in the closed area, as you saw, also got the business done. Gotta say, I'm a little surprised by attack timeout coming in here. They've just won a round. It's 2-2. I feel having 2 attacking rounds with the potential to get a third is excellent. But clearly, Tathus, the coach, feels like something needs to be corrected. So in he steps.
Yeah, obviously seeing something, as you said, just wanting to guarantee these, you know, to his mind at least, you know, the teams, let's try and guarantee at least one of these 2 rounds, if not both of them. You know, it would be really big for them once they then get onto the defense. A 4-2 half is going to really set Fnatic up here. So yeah, I can see the logic a little bit in that. We're going to get back into things. I think we will see ourselves moving on again. Fnatic having won the attack down in the basement. It's likely that Heretics will take us up to the top floor. The rotation, that was that beautiful shot.
Great nade as well.
Yeah, it was just really, really nice play all round on both sides. The rotation last time was CCTV and then Gym Bedroom. Fnatic won CCTV, Heretics won Bedroom. So it was sort of split spoils up on that top floor. We've got no Azami this time because, of course, she's been banned away. So instead, the newest trend that we're seeing here on Clubhouse is to bring the Tachanka along to deal with Catwalk.
Okay. Playing it without an Azami, mind you, is certainly a decision as well. I don't hate it, just it's normally 10,000 times easier playing with the Azami because you can cover the weak points up on Catwalk. This way, even though you can play up there, you are at risk when running and playing on the shorter Catwalk that gets you back in towards sight because you're exposed towards the gaps, whereas, like I say, Azami would typically cover those. The main idea for those who aren't aware of this, by the way, this 2026 style of defending this site is you reinforce both walls in between Catwalk and in between the site itself. Typically, you'd normally leave the left one open and be able to use that to challenge through. All it really did, though, is invite the attackers when they open the main breach to be able to shoot you through that single wall. So you as the defender had to stay playing on the long side of Catwalk. You couldn't go and play the short one because you'd be exposed towards the breach and trying to run there. With it being reinforced off, you can afford to play a little bit more fluidly. And that is when you invite some really interesting things into the gameplay, like seeing this Tachanka coming along, because by shooting the Tachanka Shumikas over the top of that reinforcement, you get the ability to see fire raining down onto the stairs at the back, onto any part of the Catwalk. You make it really hard for the attackers to be able to move forward up it.
Yeah, could just hold it inside of the shower at the minute. Thinks he might get an opportunity, but it's going to be the Blackbeard that fronts up that gap if anybody. Riaz manages to take down Deadshot. Great first pick. Deadshot has been a shining light for Fnatic so far, 6 and 4. And that's going to be a ton of utility gone as well. But Citizen walks in, manages to get one. I think he saw an opportunity there, decided to take it. Smith completely unaware of the player inside a shower. No response from Deepak either. And Fnatic have completely let that one slip through the net.
That is unfortunate. Again, we can only imagine the attack time came on through because the coach didn't really see too much they were pleased with on those first few attacks. But that one, well, that went from bad to worse, unfortunately. Missing out on the player inside a garage. Deepet not being aware that that's exactly where Smith had died from and paying the price. That's a simple droning error, unfortunately, costing them around to 3-2 now for Team Heretics, who could still walk away with a 4-2 half here.
Yeah, big mistake from Fnatic there. I think they just underestimated the size of that extension. You know, we saw Citizen just going in and getting aggressive, trying to find those picks and sort of kickstart his team. And I like the idea, I like the effort, but ultimately, they just missed out on that player in bathroom, and it's really cost them heavily there. 2 kills. You're in a position where, yep, you've lost a couple of bodies, but it's kind of still doable. You know, there's still a chance there. You're 3v3, but then Lolo, in the blink of an eye, it's 3v1. And the disconnect for me was a little bit of a concern. Smith dies from one inside of showers. And Deepak just didn't really respond to that. I don't know if he was maybe being pressured from construction door or something, but he just kind of seemed lost at sea when Lolo stepped out. It was an absolute freebie for him on the second, and so yeah, a bit of a mistake there. Heretics go 3-2 up, and they're going to be, I think, happy with the defense as it stands.
And down to the basement to close things out, so not wanting to make a return to Gym Bedroom, even though they won it last time round in, say, pretty decent fashion. That shield setup they had, I thought, was really creative, but apart from that, back down to the basement, and a bit of a change in lineup as well for Fnatic, where last time round we saw the Buck and the Sledge coming along, at least back in round 1. We also had a Snake on side come along in round 4. Managed to win the previous attack, but not the first one. Clearly they think that part of the game plan there is, well, let's just open everything up. But also what I like as a note is they brought around more nades this time around. So when they were attacking downstairs last time, obviously we saw the Maestro, they only had 2 frag grenades on side. Here, they've got 4. So if there are gadgets to get in their way, of which I'm looking towards things like the Goyo canisters, mute jammers, this is a good way of getting through those. That is certainly not ideal though.
It's really not. You've lost Deadshot. If you're Fnatic, you're now starting to think, how do we deal with that verticality? They've got 3 boogie drones in the hands of Citizen, and they now need to be used very, very specifically, because they need to make sure that they're getting all of those key vertical spots that they want. They're going to want to be able to take down the vertical cam and also cover off the bottom of stairs. That's one. They're going to have to open up as much as they can in kitchen. That might well be the other 2, and it could leave them without, for example, the angle onto the double door coming out of sight, which can always be a good one to hold, but I'm sure it's still manageable. But loss of utility, never a good thing. Still 5 versus 4 as Fnatic just tease bottom of main stairs with Blackbeard. It's the first ram that I expected to see, maybe 2 in kitchen, or is it going to be 1 for the double door?
At this point, Tim, throwing around like hotcakes, I guess, at this point. Yeah, it's going down for these 2 as well, but I imagine now that Deadshot is gone, they have to be a little more selective, it's fair to say, on where they get placed. Smith here looking to drop it towards Moto. Fuser not in his back pocket, it's in Deepak, so obviously he's the one to watch. He's the one carrying the gold. Where he chooses to place it, well, that comes down to him and the rest of the team to figure out in the next 60 seconds or so, as time is starting to run away from them. Still lots to work through. 3 smoke canisters to contest with, a C4 as well. Still a lot for Fnatic to get done in this round if they want to see this one go their way.
Nitro in hand, ready to go over into the death box at the bottom of main stairs. Just keeping that close for the time being, but the to ground not able to do it anymore. Dora out of Soto canisters. 40 seconds left to go. Deepak looking to take the challenge from the bottom. Wow. Nitro does detonate, but does not find the kill onto Deepak. He's got about 10 HP left. Smith is in, making a nuisance of himself, but Dora is able to find the trade. 3 versus 3 as Deepak finds his man. It is coming down to the last 25 seconds. Wizard pushes forward. Fnatic have the advantage, but not for long as Zara stands tall. 2v2, 15 seconds.
A little bit late here. Now Spit's come down to come and try and join them and try and rescue the round, but with 10 seconds to play, this one feels like it might be a little bit gone. One off towards his right. They ain't going nowhere. Not exposing themselves. Goes for 1. Expects to swing. Nothing quite coming on through. They've played it very, very well. Heretics secure the 4-2.
I think that's exactly the start that Heretics needed realistically on the defense. And now let's see if they can carry that confidence forward into the attack.
Let's have a listen to what our desk wants to say.
Thank you very much, guys. I think this is a good start for Heretics. Though on some of their defensive rounds, we're seeing them giving some space to Fnatic, but they're not really using that.
It's a game plan that would work only against Fnatic, Jack. A game plan where you don't do anything.
Why'd you look at me?
You sit down because you're the biggest Fnatic show on this broadcast, obviously.
Yeah, of course.
Let's take a look at one of the first rounds where, what do we see at 2:14 in a round? 5 players on the bomb site. Is it 2016? And it works. It works. They spend all ADSs.
That's criminal.
2 shields, 3 ADSs, everything. Azami, Thorn, Yokai drones. Everything is on the bomb site. We're in 2016. It's crazy. And it works.
Yeah, and the fact Fnatic let that happen is absolutely criminal.
They had 2 minutes to clear everything else.
So claustrophobic when you're defending that, and they were hemmed in for 2 minutes, still ended up winning the round. But it gets worse for Fnatic as well, because even when Heretics were out extending, Fnatic just, it seems like they're not droning. They're trying to clear CCTV, they're clearing across on the master side. What happens? They don't drone bathroom. They don't drone bathroom when they cleared across from the jacuzzi side, and Lolo gets away with an easy double kill and wins the round from Heretics. And that's ultimately the difference at this level as to why Heretics are sitting there 4-2 up. I'm not going to say Heretics have been great, but when they're not getting droned, when they're allowed to just run around master bedroom on a gym defense.
And when they're given the entire map except for the bomb site for the first 2 minutes of the round and they cannot problem solve a simple setup, those are the things where like it's like basic fundamental pro siege, and it's a bit sad that they are not able to problem solve this after what they showed last week.
I will say though, they doubled their round count from when they attacked against VP.
Wow.
I know, I'm being really sassy, but I will say that there's clearly things to still work on. Like Clubhouse, when they attacked against VP, didn't look great, and it's not looked great again from Fnatic. You'd have to question really why they're even on this map in the first place.
A little bit of hope though. The same problems happened on attacks for Heretics throughout the last week and throughout kickoff. They're also a team that struggles on the basic fundamentals of attack. If there is one way for Fnatic to come back into it, it is by building the momentum back when they're in the defense, especially as it starts. I can predict that Heretics are going to bat a Kaid here, and they're going to go for another wall denial ban. And is it really a cool thing? No, it's not a cool thing, because we're in 2026 and there are 1,000 ways to get rid of Benetrix and Kaitrix. But no teams prefer just getting rid of it, and they leave everything open. Azami, Mira, Clash, good luck, guys.
Oh my goodness, EML Endless correctly predicts the bans, but if you can predict it, surely the teams here in this matchup can predict that too. Let's see how the second half plays out.
Do you think Leo's okay, Tim?
I think
have France played the World Cup and lost in the last hour or so?
No, I think he might be losing his patience a little bit there. He's had a lot of frustration as Leo over the last week or two with the double electricity ban, especially on maps. The point he's making there, especially, is that they should be easily to clear. You should be able to deal with that regardless, and therefore take better advantage by taking out the other operators that he mentioned, which is a very fair point. So let's keep an eye on that as this half progresses. How well do Heretics breach? How quickly do they breach? And how much does that gain them? That's the really important thing, because otherwise you would argue, yes, the other bans would be more valuable.
Well, I did have a quick look just now, and France do play tomorrow, Tim. So you think Leo is a frustrated mess right now? You just wait until tomorrow when they play against Senegal and eventually lose 1-0. It'll be incredible. Could you imagine the scenes? Oh my god, it'll be a full-on meltdown over there.
He's sat in the studio wanting to argue with you right now.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't ideal. We were speaking about a lack of droning and the appropriate amounts of pressure and team play coming on through. Deadshot has barely had to move his feet here inside of stock, and has got Zara playing on the line, and he's still staying here. He fancies another go.
Yeah, he's not being moved for the time being, and it's a good position to hold. It keeps them off the hatch for the time being. He's got that hatch open, so you're kind of accepting that it's going to be at some point. I mean, I don't actually hate it as an idea, because let's be honest, the hatches on this site particularly are open every single round, so you know, why not use them to your advantage? We're going to see Citizen taken down. Deadshot did drop in front of him and get back to blue, so that leaves us at a level 4 versus 4. Zara is the one that's been taken out on the side of Heretics. That's a Lion off the board, so a little bit of decent utility there with the E1D scans that will no longer be available, particularly useful when you're coming in towards an execute and looking to lock people in place as you flood into site and take your opportunity to get a kill or two. Not going to be the case for them now. It's instead going to be, I think, the Blackbeard that looks to draw some focus in blue.
I think backing away wasn't the worst shot there. I can't help but feeling maybe Citizen's feeling a little bit sold out by his teammate there. If Deadshot didn't call that he was dropping away, and that suddenly removes a massive part of cover that really Citizen should have had from Deadshot. Either way, it neutralizes the score out. We've got 75 seconds to play, and still quite a bit of utility to sit behind here as the defenders. Another Goyo canister to pop, another C4 to toss out. Reyes has got a lot of his own in back pocket, and they're just begging. I tell you what, that is the most unfortunate time. That is a classic siege timing. You take ages watching an angle, waiting to get peeked. The second you look away is when you get swung.
Horrible shot from Deadshot as well. Up through the hatch there. Not easy to hit those, especially with the SMG. Showing some real skill on that one. 4 versus 3. Fnatic looking good at the minute. 40 seconds left to go. Bit of utility to play in behind as well, with an extra keeper barricade still in pocket for Deepek. And Heretics are going to have to get moving sooner rather than later. They need to go in and start taking some fights, start taking a bit of pressure if they want to be able to move in elsewhere. You can't twice.
Stop it!
Hatch, that's 4. Making it is. Deadshot barely moves his feet for that one.
I mean, what's he done? He's played storage, dropped a hatch. moved from behind Jen in towards Armory, and then just sat there the whole time. That was a bit too easy. And this is the sort of stuff that I've spoke about a few times tonight, is teams just miss timing. They've literally lined up to him one after a row and said, thank you, sir, for the headshot. Thank you, sir, for the headshot. Thank you, sir, for the headshot. It's all too easy. He pulled out a similar play on Bank the other day as well. Like, he just make it look effortless.
He does. I think all is forgiven after dropping away and leaving Citizen to his own devices in bar.
Mate,
yeah,
like, come on.
Barely
He's on
4
one
steps.
clip as well.
Barely 4 steps for those final 3 kills. And one of them was on a shield above the, you know, he turned his shield to ADS and he still hit the headshot above. Just beautiful stuff with an SMG. Fantastic.
All right, well, that's certainly a way to get the half rolling, and Fnatic close the gap to just 1 round. Cash TC going to here for round number 8. And Heretics, well, they're jumping across onto bringing the Monty team. I noticed it in the last round as well when they saw what the site we were going to. Every single person changed what operator they were playing. They're doing exactly the same again here. You heard the devs speaking about this after our last game. When you see that kind of thing happen, it normally means the team have a game plan in mind. Whether or not they've counter-prepped Fnatic and gone, okay, we know what defense they're playing. They're doing X, Y, and Z. Okay, we're going to bring this in response to it, and here's how we're going to play out the round. So it suggests that they've got an idea. Whether or not they can execute that idea is a different story.
Some serious drywall.
Immediately, we're going to see, let's keep focused on that. We're going to see that breach opened up. That's within 20 seconds. So that's the double electricity ban that has allowed that to happen so quickly. But the question, of course, remains how much can they use that? How much can they gain from that? It's a standard breach to prevent players playing inside a site. They now need to double down and start trying to get catwalk if that's what they're going to play. I don't think they are. I think they're going to rotate around and go for the full master side push here. I think they're happy for that to just be a little bit of phantom pressure over on the CCTV side, and instead we're going to see logistics hatch opened. We're likely going to see Jacuzzi wall opened and the push come in through all this utility. But this is where the problem comes, as Leo said. Yes, they've got the CCTV wall open quickly, which they should have been able to do without the double electricity ban, but look at all the utility that they are playing into now in master bedroom. They've got Goyo canisters everywhere. They've got a Tachanka, they've got an Azami, they've got a Scorpos to worry about. All things that could have been banned out.
Here he goes again. Tim, he's good for 1, looking for a second. He's got the right idea, but just not being peaked. Once that fire burns out, though, he could be in there. Citizen is good for 1 himself. Turns to the window. Here comes the rallying for the second as well. I was going to say Lolo for a second. I thought he might spin and find it, but no. Deadshot's there for 2. Looks for 3 and finds it. He just cannot be stopped today. This second half, he's putting up numbers.
13 and 5, absolutely phenomenal from Deadshot. 4 versus 1, a minute 10 left to go, and this is where we can double down on that point from Leo. What has the Bandit and Kaid ban gained them? Very, very little, realistically. Yes, they got CCTV breach open quickly. They didn't even use it. It was just for phantom pressure, and then when they've tried to push in, they haven't been able to deal with all the utility. Azami and Jim has caused them a serious problem there. Deadshot able to play off that, gets himself 2 kills. And so you can make that argument that there could have been more valuable bans on the cards.
Absolutely. Don't get Leo started again, man. Like, I thought at the start of this round, I was looking, I was like, hey, look, we've gone past 60 seconds and we aren't all sat on site. That'll calm Leo's, like, his heart rate will come down. It'll chill out a little bit. It'll be fine. Chance. And this one, I mean, we've just in Deadshot style on 2 rounds in a row at this point, Tim. It's the thing is, and I do not want to be the downer on Fnatic here, because my job is to lift them up. It's your job to break them down, as you seem to always want to do. But what you've seen here, what you've seen here is something that I used to complain about for G2, and it sounds like a real finicky thing to complain about. You've had 2 wonder rounds there from the same player on the team. If Deadshot isn't walking 4, 5 kills in a round here and making it look easy, what then? And don't get me wrong, Heretics are enabling this. He should have been able to get this free walk up onto this player. There'd typically be someone outside on Jacuzzi balcony. You wouldn't have a Blackbeard dropping down solo in towards Logi before everyone else is gone. Little things like that are also mistimed on Heretics' side that are enabling Fnatic and Deadshot in particular to do this. But I want to know what happens when Deadshot doesn't save them in a round like that. Can Fnatic win as a team against Heretics?
Round 9. We're going to see them move across to gym and bedroom, so I would imagine a little bit of the same as last time. We're going to see actually quite a commitment. I don't know if it's going to be a double reinforce or not. I don't think it is going to be. I think they're just putting 1 between garage and CCTV. I don't know whether Smith is maybe going to... Yeah, or is he going to open up the lines of sight or not? Yes, he is. So we're going to have a little bit of rotation there. So, yeah, that's quite a commitment over to this side. If you've got somebody playing on catwalk, I would call that quite a hard hold. Normally, you'll have top red and somebody inside of cash. But to put somebody on catwalk, I'm not saying it's uncommon, but you certainly are playing that extension. Quick breach comes in again. The tugger out is going to slow that down, allow a little bit of backpedaling here for Fnatic. Quick work again with construction wall getting open. So that double electricity ban maybe looking a little bit better for Gym Bedroom than it did for CCTV Cash.
I am keeping an eye on, I was going to have all the hard breach, but they've got tons, to be fair. They're not worried about this too much. You freeze it off, you get the mirror window out, you can destroy it away. That's the one, Smith. I think, unfortunately, the problem is that it's only the hard breach. No, it is actually Thermic on the side. Okay. You still got to play the dance, mind you, but there are a lot of walls that Dora needs to worry about opening up here. One towards VIP, one towards Cast EC breach, one towards Jacuzzi breach, and someone please just shoot him. You know, shoot back. That's the typical recommendation. The man's got, what, 9 kills now in 3 rounds? Come on.
Yeah, it's maybe time for a dead shot nerf, I think. There's just absolutely nothing that can stop him at the minute. He's just running all over Heretics. 5 versus 4. Fnatic looking like a different side here on the defense. It's almost been like kind of week 1 Fnatic played the attack, and week 2 Fnatic have come out and played the defense, and they are looking electric at the minute. And to be honest, getting 2 attacks on Clubhouse is not the end of the world. It's, you know, a pretty stock standard start, so not even really that bad for Fnatic. And I think Heretics, as Leo suggested, maybe they're going to struggle to find attacks here on this second half.
Well, it's taken them, what, 2 minutes to get the walls open? And that's through a lot of dancing back and forth. You lost your Monty early on, and Fnatic haven't had to do a lot. Please.
There he goes again.
Brother, that's 10 kills in a row.
He's going to get 20.
It's 10 kills in a row. Stop him, please.
Death Mark tracker out.
Oh, good lord.
Castle Barricade is being knocked. They know that that's going to get opened. Always need to be careful with that if there's any knife rolls on side.
What are you
there
doing?
Is. Lolo does take down Deadshot. He says, you know what, I don't fancy you going and getting 20 kills. I'm going to do what I can to stop it. 4 versus 3 though. 30 seconds left to go. Heretics established out in construction. Riaz with diffuser in hand. But they're going to struggle, I think, to find space to put this down, because Fnatic have been able to push back and just play it inside of elbow. They don't feel any pressure coming from Jacuzzi breach despite the double electric ban. And so they are now happy to play here. Smith steps up, gets 1. Can they find another? Riaz, seriously low health. Diffuser is in the hands of Lolo, but 1 versus 4. There's no way. The trade is there. Citizen finds the kill, and it is another good defense from Fnatic. More kills in the round for Deadshot, and I think we're going to see 20 out of him. I really do.
I mean, only needs 1 more good round, and he's got himself there, hasn't he? I don't know what it is, Tim, but both teams really haven't impressed on the attack today, I've got to say. I thought coming into this half, given how well we saw Heretics, well, I say how well Heretics played in defense, it was more that Fnatic didn't attack particularly well for the majority of their rounds. There were a couple where they pulled it off, but as it stands, Heretics just look completely incapable of stringing one together here. That's 3 in a row that they've lost. Deadshot is 10-1 inside 3 rounds, and they are just not able to push him as a unit and shut him down. Something has to change, hence attack timeout.
Yeah, what do you say if you're looking, you know, at Heretics here? I think the discussion has to be around, and I don't want to labour the point, the discussion has to be around how do we deal with all the utility that we're playing in with, because, or playing into, sorry, because we're not dealing with it effectively. Like a great example was the CCTV attack. They've gone in through Master and just got absolutely decimated by an Azami and a Goyo between Master Bedroom and Jim, in behind Kiba barricades, in behind Goyo canisters, playing into all this utility because they've chosen to take the wall denial banning route. And so I think that's got to be part of the discussion now is, look, how do we impact this? How do we deal with this? How do we prevent them from, you know, A, which is the operator we're going to take away, and I think it'll probably be Azami, and then B, how do we deal with all the other stuff that we're facing, because right now we're not doing it effectively. No, the mirror's going to go, actually.
I mean, understandable.
Yeah,
a bit of a nuisance in that previous
causing
round.
a problem for them, yeah.
In just 1 round, Grant. I'm always a bit like, and ahhing about this, because The problem here is you've banned away a mirror when it's been played in one round and it was played on the tertiary site. It was played on gym bedroom. If this carries on and Fnatic can defend downstairs again and then defend in Cash DC, which is entirely plausible because Heretics have shown they just cannot attack for Toffee today, the game's over and that mirror ban is effectively useless. Like, yes, you deny it away for these next 2 rounds, but if they didn't play it anyway, there's a fair shout they're not expecting to be able to play it in the last 3 anyway. So it just feels like a ban where I would have pointed it towards something maybe a little bit more bothersome towards them. Something like the Azami that has been played in all 3. It absolutely tore them apart in the previous round, but instead they've gone for the mirror. I'm just not sold on it.
I agree. I think the whole banning strategy has been a little bit off, and I think they've maybe made the attacking phase more difficult for themselves, you know, than maybe it needs to be with the operators that they are leaving up on the board. They're now playing in. Yeah. Razor blooms, keeper barricades, clash shield, Goyo canisters. And Fnatic, I like the way that Fnatic playing it as well, because how much time is all that stuff going to waste to deal with, by the way? So Fnatic have played out into the map a little bit at the beginning, so they don't need to commit to it. Fnatic don't need to do anything crazy here. They don't need to give their lives for it. They've wasted a minute, and it'll be a minute 10, a minute 15 before they can think about opening hatches. So they've taken... They don't need, it doesn't need to be all around, but they've taken a good chunk of time there. And as they fall back then, they know that they're going to be playing behind that utility. That is the plan. They're going to be playing behind the Clash. They're going to be playing behind the Razor Blooms and the Goyo canisters. And there's going to be so little time for Heretics to deal with that. I'm looking at how are they going to deal with it. There's no Flores on side to go in there. There's no Twitch. There's no Brava. There's nothing to go in and deal with this gadgetry. I said coming out of the tack timeout, it would be nice to see more of a plan of how to deal with the utility that is slowing them down and causing them problems, how to take it away so that they don't have these killer angles behind the keeper barricades, but they just haven't really addressed that.
I think the problem with Heretics here is they're playing for their own game plan and not for the one that Fnatic are putting in front of them. Looking at this lineup, looking at the utilities they've got, like you say, it's going to be a massive issue. You're putting so much behind the monster to be able to plan. Oh, guess what? Smith is still alive on the Clash. You want to try and plant in there and try and get some, maybe get a Twitch in there, get rid of some of those traps that are in the way, get the Goyos out of the way. Oh, we can't. We didn't pick Twitch. We've got a couple of nades we can roll in, but that's about it. I'm very worried for them when the execute comes on through. If they pull this off, you know what? Fair play. I'll happily be wrong, but on paper, this ain't looking great, especially given we're down to the last 40 seconds.
Yeah, it should, as you say, in theory, be very tough for them. It looks like it is going to be a committed kitchen drop. They've got a lot of the verticals angled up.
No one in dirt.
Fnatic, again, have been happy to play aggressively underneath here.
Oh, man.
Given the opportunity. Could be a serious problem. Instead, they're going to open Ash Rush spot and send Monty in to try and plant at the back. Down go the smoke canisters. Do Fnatic have any answer in place? The Grimbees come out to prevent too much movement, and they are going to get this diffuser down. There's a little bit of damage to Monty along the way, but they lose the shield. That could be a big moment. Kill from bottom main stairs from Riaz, though. 4 versus 3. Fnatic now have to fight back in the post plan.
I mean, fair play, Tim. They pulled it off, but it was a very simple execute. Smoke it out, go in there, chuck fire deeps. They can't do anything about it, and come away on top. I was very nervous seeing the lineup, but it has worked out for them. Smith couldn't get into a great spot, and now he's probably short. At least gets followed down, but 3 more to find. Okay, gets a second. Not bad. But there's still one upstairs on the hatch. This one's definitely going the way of Heretics, Tim, and something tells me we could be heading towards round 12 and overtime.
Yeah, as you say, fair play to Heretics there. That really surprises me that they've managed to get in and get a plant so easily. I think part of what they've done there is they've recognised, actually, there's a big black spot inside of site where there isn't any utility. And if we can open up Ash Rush spot, I think, and I'm not saying that you should do this, but let's, for instance, imagine that Ash Rush spot was reinforced. I'm not sure that round goes the same way, because they would have had to play in through that utility. It's only the fact that they've been able to open that up from above, clear the rotation in the soft wall. But that is, you know, props to Heretics for doing that, for spotting that gap and for using that as part of the plan, having the support down at bottom main as well. You know, they've basically found the one place that they could go that didn't have, you know, an Azami playing on it, a Clash, a Razor Bloom, you know, a Goyo canister. There was nothing there really to stop them doing what they did, so well done. Great opportunity spot.
All right, well, the game continues to take us down some weirdly wonderful paths, Tim, and like I said, I suspect overtime is going to be an inbound at some point.
5 seconds.
Even with that mirror ban being taken away, they still managed to crack their way through the basement, even though Fnatic didn't play it last time around here in Cash and CC. see how they can hold on with bringing along a couple more toys to try and help deal with the Monty, the Ella, and of course the Echo of Smith. Going to be ones that my eyes fall to, dropping away from the clash, and probably quite a rare round actually where Smith isn't sat on shields, to be fair.
Unleashed. Let's see what he can do. Probably not much because he's on the Echo, so he's going to keep himself safe, I would imagine, so that he can utilise those Yokais. So quite a different strategy from Heretics. Granted, it was Gym and Bedroom rather than CCTV and Cash that they were using the Echo on, but it was very much like keep myself down in basement, keep right out of danger, make sure there's no problems, whereas this is more of the aggressive style that I spoke about, where, you know, we're sending them outside, we're trying to get a true picture of what's going on. So Fnatic looking to gather as much intel as they possibly can for this defense.
Absolutely. To keep an eye on the Monty, really, it's literally follow the shield around. I think with that third ban coming through as the hard breach, obviously you're trying to restrict options away from the side. And I'd imagine the top floor sites is where they will find more success, because it's typically up here, like we saw before, when they were trying to mirror trick away the Thermite exothermics, that you need to have hard breach on side. They've got the 4 to play behind in the form of their tin openers, but outside of that, not too much on the side of Heretics. They've opened up at least a way into sight, but the problem being here, you won't be able to get that Monty in too easily. He'll have to drop the shield, bolt over if he wants to step his way in towards sight directly. Admittedly, for this site, that is quite rare. You tend to just find him marching up towards Catwalk instead. Zara gets a freebie onto Deepek, who was being a little bit trapped, I think, there at the bottom inside the lounge, and that's the entry going the way of Heretics.
Yeah, pretty easily done there for Heretics, taking down Deepek. Just going to use the Keeper barricades to try and keep Monty at bay for the time being, but what is 5-second job for them to be able to remove that. And need to be careful here.
By the way.
Yeah, Yokai, they need to be careful because Dora's on the Blackbeard, and we know that the Blackbeard played at Garage Door offers a hell of an angle where you can't really see his feet, but he can shoot up onto the catwalk, so they need to be cautious with that. So much pressure, the Monty giving an opportunity though. What's gone on there? Aqui just gives him everything he needs to get the kill, and then we've got Wizard just absolutely dipping, ducking, diving, dodging to keep himself out of the way. Then Dora finds a headshot. He can get up there and reclaim that diffuser, but look at the time, Des. 35 seconds left to go. Not sure that they've got everything they need to put this diffuser down.
I think they might, you know, looking at it, because the fact they've got a couple more Grim Bees to go, a lot of smokes to come out, they can still get stuff done, admittedly, as long as they can find Smith. But at some point, he will come under pressure. Dora is inside, looking to go in deep here, has got to send it in, and no doubt wants to get rid of Smith, but a shield in the face, well, that's never good fun. But Deadshot rounds the corner, finds himself a kill. In fact, make it 2. It's just Lolo all by himself with no diffuser in hand, down to the last 5 seconds. Deadshot makes it the 3rd. He said he was heading towards 20, Tim, but he's on 19 now.
One more will do it. He might get a couple of extra rounds. We don't know yet. It's only one opportunity for Fnatic to close this out for a full 3 points. Team Heretics, of course, will be trying to prevent them doing so. But it was a nice round from Fnatic. You know, the way that they kept hold of Catwalk, Wizards won them the round there for me. He's done phenomenal work. He was under so much pressure. Dora got him eventually, but I just feel like Akui's maybe a little bit over-aggressive on the Monty. You know, yes, you do have to pressure the Azami, and you do have to get the kill eventually, but the shield...
He had no choice.
I think the Echo drone was stunning it. Yeah. I think that's going to be my guess. So the shield keeps getting dropped, so he then goes for the fight, thinking, well, you know, I keep getting stunned out, so I'm going to go for the fight. Just really brilliant teamwork there, and not dealing with, again, the utility that they are up against. Had they spotted the Echo during the prep phase? If they had, was there an IQ on side? No. Was there a Twitch on side? No. There was a Thatcher. Where was he? Not dealing with the Echo drones. You know, he certainly wasn't catching that one, and you've got an electrical ban, so what's the Thatcher doing at that point?
You largely touched on what I was going to talk about, because I never going to talk about this, and I'll Tristan crying in my WhatsApp DMs after the game otherwise. Like, it was a good set-piece play from Fnatic as well. Trapping, they knew the Monty was going to come. So the smoke that went down at the bottom of the catwalk stairs was the key thing to it. The Monty couldn't retreat backwards. So he was either forced to do one of 2 things. Stand still and get blasted to death by the Yokai drones and eventually get sprayed down by Wizard, or he had to try and go deep onto catwalk and try and go for a gunfight. And you saw the outcome. He tried the latter, as I think anyone probably should in that situation. He was still going to walk away as a winner in that case. It was really well planned out by Fnatic, and it has given them a crucial defensive round win. Now we find themselves going all the way down to the basement again, and they're going to have to force Heretics to full clear the map here by the looks of it, given Wizard is upstairs inside a CC. So this could be one that ends up helping them on the clock. They've got Smith back on the clash again. I think as long as they can deal with that kind of execute that came out last time around, they'll feel pretty damn good about themselves.
It wouldn't surprise me to see that wall reinforced this time. Yeah, like I say, it's just about, I think, funneling them a little bit better and preventing that kind of access. Ante is going to make his way quickly into Garage. No challenges there for the time being. And Heretics able to take the map pretty quickly here. They do have Wizard in construction. Are they aware of Wizard in construction? They've got themselves up to top main.
They have to be.
I'm not convinced that they're aware of his presence here. They just...
No, they have to.
They're just lingering around, Des. I don't think they've got any idea. And he's
They
got
haven't
intel as well, so as soon as they push back up, he'll know this is going to be a freebie. They have to get a kill here, I would say that for Fnatic. This has to be a kill.
Now they know. Now they know, Tim. Definitely a little bit close for comfort, but at least they'll know that he's working his way down from here, knowing what they're trying to challenge on the outside as Zara has gone down for...
Big problem.
How are we losing players? There's 3 of you still near the 2nd floor or outside the building. How are we losing 2 players?
That's 20 for Deadshot, by the way. That's the one that he needed. 5 versus 3 now, and it means that Wizard can spend the rest of the round out in the map. He is going to be a big headache for Heretics. He's up on the top floor, and he's just going to wait his time. And then last 15, 20 seconds,
oh, come on.
Move down
You know
and
that
use
he's
the
here.
hatches. Yep, they don't have the manpower. They don't have the manpower to deal with it. They just have to focus on site, and that is exactly what he was waiting for. Perfect backstab from Wizard. D-Back gets one. This could be a flawless round to finish it out. They know where the last is. Citizen finds his man, and Fnatic take another 3 points, this time beating Heretics.
You know what, Tim? It wasn't pretty, but it's 3 points, and that's the important part. Maybe we'll tuck Clubhouse away again, then we'll leave it where it belongs, which is in a box locked up far, far away, because that one was a bit messy for both teams, I think it's fair to say. There is work to do on it, but at the end of the day, Tim, as I've said before, all that matters is the score at the top of the screen, and it's Fnatic taking away the 3 points. We'll go to a break, and when we come back, our desk will close out the show for you. See you in a few.
just in regulation. Fnatic close this one out. That means 3 points go their way, and it also means we get to chat with the winners. We have Citizen on the line to ask him a few questions. Good evening, and congratulations on the 3 points. Citizen, how would you rate your first week and a half with Fnatic in the EML so far?
Thank you very much, and I think that we're a little bit nervous the first game, obviously. Like, I think I showed the way we played, and these past 2 games so far, we've shown like we've improved, I think, as well on Clubhouse, like even getting 7-1 by VP, and been practicing this week. Still a bit of errors, but like we're getting there as a new team, you know.
Citizen, congratulations first and foremost for 6 points in the last 2 games. You know, no matter how close it got with that one, it's the 3 points. You guys must be super happy about it. I think it was very important point. I'm just looking back at this game and the attacks in specific. They had such a weird playstyle, I felt like. So I would just want to run you through one example, for example, where they run a defense on the gym bomb site. It's 2-13 in a round, and look at that. All 5 of them are on the bomb site. And in the end, you guys struggle a little bit to attack this bomb site and eventually lost it. Were you surprised by like the turtle setup that they were running?
Not really. We kind of knew that they would watch the VP game and, you know, do more bunkers, follow the game plan than they had. And yeah, we just need to be better on them, I guess.
What do you think is the main reason you guys stumbled so much on that last part of the round? Because you've got the control, you've got the right utility, but it's just that one moment where you need to coordinate everyone, it seems to like kind of float away.
Yeah, I think it's literally just that, just getting the like getting everyone on the same page, making sure that we'll like 3, 2, 1 go at the same time, making sure the timings are right. I think we just like slide off, like we'll call the execute, but then like someone gets like peaked, you know, wasn't holding the angle like or ready for the peak or something like that, and it kind of like just messes up from there, to be honest.
And very often, I'm sure you had that in your roster previously, but when I faced that issue, I had someone in the team that was just like the voice to go to, like someone who would just call it and say, everyone freeze, and sometimes say it in a worse way, and then just goes, you know, 3, 2, 1, here's what we need to do. Do you have that voice yet? I felt like Smith, for example, when he was being brought in, I know he's young, but like, I think he had that potential. Who's that voice for you guys? Is that defined yet?
I think like we all have an input. I think mainly like we put it on like Deepak. He's like the main guy that will like focus on the executes. But normally, like, I mean, Smith as well, he has, I was surprised when I first teamed with him because like he has good comms, good ideas. He knows like how to sort out a scenario, you know. It's just like, again, I think like they just got aggro at the perfect time, caught Wizard off on the Condor, for example, and then like goes down from there, and then the C4 outside the window, they probably had a timing and a good retake as well at the same time, you know. And I just think it's like small things like that, whereas like I think even if we did have the voice, and we just need to be like, I'd say more prepared and ready for these type of peaks and these type of retakes, you know, because we do call them, but like, you know, stuff happens and can get unlucky, it's whatever.
Ben, talk to me about Deadshot, because he's been playing crazy. Last week he got an ace, playing the Rooney up inside a bank, and then he got an ace again today as well.
Yeah, I mean, Jimbo's a goat. I don't know. To be fair, he always has these games where he just goes crazy. I don't know. He just kills everyone. Like, just that guy, I guess.
What's his presence like? Is he just like really calm in the moment, just bang, bang, bang?
Yeah, he just goes, one dead, do dead, three dead, oh, this guy dead. And he, like last time on the meet where he got the ace, he's like, oh my god, oh, no, watch these guys, you know, like. You don't expect that guy to shout, but he does shout in those moments, you know.
I like it. Yeah, we watched his ace as well on bank earlier today with the comms and everything. It seemed like it was good vibes at least.
And good comes from the team as well on that ace last week, because we could finally hear them from his tweet.
Yeah. One more question before we let you go. Big game for you tomorrow. You're playing against Nath, a player who you traveled across the world with, so to say. How is that going to feel?
It's going to feel good when I beat that boy.
All right, that's what we wanted to hear. Thank you so much for your time, Citizen, and good luck tomorrow.
Yep. Thank you. See you guys.
Doki's cooked Nate and Citizen cooked Nate.
No. We love the drama.
Let's go. I want to make a quote of that for the game tomorrow. I think it's going to be fun.
Jimmy, that
oh
shot.
My god, these shots, man. He's so good with the SMG11. Look at that. How many of those were one-taps?
And then the Goyo, the round right after as well. Just getting away with murder there. What is going on? I know, Leo, you're going to lose your mind for the fact that he was able to run up to the jacuzzi bridge, get a kill, and then swing another on the jacuzzi bridge. But I'll tell you what.
No, swing another.
You're feeling yourself at that point.
He's loving it. But when a team gives you the opportunity, you've got to be there to take it. And Deadshot was just taking those opportunities. You get into the round after that. He's playing his army inside the gym. Is the gym window open? Nope. But that means he's going to get loads of kills.
How does he kill that guy? He was not even looking at him. That's actually insane. Like when you're in those
I love the smile.
Yeah, he's just having so much fun. When you're in one of these live games and you're really feeling it, usually you test the limits more and more. And let's be honest, when there are no limits because it's heretics, you can push it however you want. You can jump outside, you can go aggressive on Jacuzzi Bridge. I mean, as soon as you're winning those gunfights, it's always gonna work for you. And honestly, 20 kills, an ace last week. Where is he gonna stop?
Yeah, that's a very good question. I mean, for that being our final match of the day, I want to take a look at our results. What are you laughing about?
No, I was about to say something else than Breach, and I just stumbled upon my words, and I just lost my my cool.
You're losing
okay,
it.
Yeah.
I'm glad we're having a look at the results instead here. One overtime game only. Apart from that, they're pretty like one-sided games, I guess we can say.
Yeah, I would say so. I think all in all, probably on the balance of things, you could say that the favourites won. What are you pointing at, Leo? Go on.
Shifters and G2. The only close games, the one that went to an overtime. I know you were a doubter of Shifters, but...
I've never doubted Shifters.
Yeah,
you
really.
sympathise for them, that's all.
Yeah,
that's just all.
I thought like you didn't
So, do you know what?
them as
It was good performance, and I will agree with you, actually, just very quickly on the Shifters G2 point. Shifters should have won. They were by far the better team. Unfortunately, G2 just at times had way too much firepower and Benja.
I think other things that I thought was interesting, the first two games, we were easy to rule out, Rebels and Geeky. Yeah. And I think that both of them actually contended better than we expected against their relative opponents.
Yeah.
4 rounds each time and made it a little bit closer than we expected. It's showing good signs that the competition is still, in a sense, you cannot really underestimate everyone, right? In a realistic way, if you're going into these matchups and you're not playing well, they're going to punish you because they have that level.
Guys, don't look immediately, but there's standings behind you on the screen. Like, try and act cool about it. In general, what we're seeing with this, Virtus Pro, still on top. G2, good resilience, I guess, as well.
Yeah.
This is shaping up to be more of the top 4, I guess, what we expect it to be, right?
Yeah, I think so. Obviously, this was the top 4 that made it to the Salt Lake City Major. I think it's
rough for Secret.
It's the top 4 that we would expect, yeah. And then I think realistically we have a whole bunch, Fnatic probably all the way down to GK, that are going to be fighting it out to try and get into the top 6. I'm probably going to write Secret off. At this stage, I don't think they've looked competitive in any game so far, and I don't see that changing anytime soon. By the end of Super Week, next week, they could be out of it as well. So, but yeah, I think genuinely 9 teams are still in with a shout of playoffs here.
I think it would be interesting to check, and maybe it's something that we can do in future play days, is start to check who really has the potential to make it to the playoffs outside of the big 4 teams in EML right now. And I think that Shifters have proved with today and the past results that they're looking really good. Fnatic, they've improved a lot. They've taken 6 points. Right now, they're the best team out of everyone in that contention. What do you? I'm objective now. Right now, I'm kind of see both of them are actually looking pretty good.
I know.
Yeah. And are you happy?
I'm enjoying you speaking nicely about Fnatic.
No,
it's fun.
It's the truth. At some point, you've got to check the results. They got 6 points. Good job to them. So I think we're starting to see a little bit more of this contenders team. And I'm not ruling out Rebels. I'm not ruling out Geeky as well. I thought they've showed some great things as well.
You're talking about the teams that you kind of hope to make it in, but isn't guaranteed. However, given the top 4 play each other tomorrow, looking at our schedule, we are in for a banger day at the EML. Falcons versus G2. We got Twisted Minds versus Virtus Pro. But even outside of that, right, you got big contenders and big opportunities in those matches.
Absolutely, because if all the big hitters are playing each other, that means that all of the teams that are in direct contention for a playoff spot, or worse than that, to try and get off that 10th spot, they're playing each other. And so it makes it very interesting for everyone, because they're facing almost what I would call a direct rival.
Yeah. The fixture gods have given us a great day tomorrow because it's literally 6-pointers all over the board, isn't it? It's 6-pointers, at the top of the table for getting yourselves into playoffs, getting yourselves into the top 2 for advantages when you get there. And it's 6-pointers down the bottom for teams that are worrying about, 1, making it 2 playoffs. And I know I'm really early talking about it, but 2, relegation come later down, end of the year type stuff.
Yeah, it is. Well, of course, this was our play day for the EML. We'll be back again tomorrow, same time, same place. So at 6 p.m, the first game will be starting. However, if you want some more seats tomorrow in the early morning, at least for EU folks, there will be APL O's happening as well. And then at 5 p.m, I believe you guys will be occupied as well with Milos here in the studio, doing a bit of the prep phase as well. more games, I guess we're playing.
Yeah, we don't actually know what's coming. So
I like that.
We just turn up and Milos has some crazy games for us to play.
It's exactly that. So after the first week was like, you know what? I'm not even giving you any clue. So you're gonna come in and I'm just gonna cook you. That's the only thing that we know.
Don't know.
So
Okay.
tune in tomorrow at 5 p.m. for something that should be fun, but we don't know what it is.
And Laxin will be here as well.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
The four of us.
But I think that's fun because if you don't know what's going to happen, then neither of us know what's going to happen, and we're all in this together to see what really is going to unfold tomorrow in prep phase tomorrow, 5 p.m. here before we start with the EML. Thank you so much for watching all of our games here today. We thank you for your time and have a great rest of your night.
Yeah.